stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
To be able to make waves in the ocean of competitive BGMI, you need to be a freak of nature, and we're only a couple of checkpoints away from reaching the grand finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the round 4, where I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Fixes, and Fixes, it feels like it hasn't even been that long, and we're already way too close to the grand finals.
Indeed, we have been. Today is Super Sunday, right? The final 16 teams, they will be duking it out amongst each other, trying to claim their stake on the throne. So it's going to be exciting because right now we've got the Titans colliding against each other.
And how can we forget what exactly happened yesterday? Team X Park, even they were struggling and they were almost on the verge of being kicked out from that top 4. But then later on, they come up with a banger of a game that keeps them inside of the race.
Oh, it certainly did. I think for Team X Park, they started off pretty well. But eventually, they had few of those off games, but they still somehow managed to recover. Same goes for Hyderabad Hydras as well. But then again, Inferno Squad was one of those teams that really came out of the blue and surprised us.
Inferno Squad, as you mentioned, just came in out of nowhere, surprised all of us. That consistent performance they were able to keep in some of the games. And of course, some of the games were also being left out from Inferno Squad. But it's completely fine, right? Still being the underdogs inside of the tournament, being able to put up some nice statements on the board. That's something we love to see. And we're in search for these type of new teams. Even inside of today's group, we've got some of the big names, right? You've also got THW joining in the round 2. This team made a record of 5 chicken dinners back-to-back.
Yeah, that happened in round number 2, and heading on towards round number 3, they're feeling quite confident, right? They were kind of getting those chicken dinners still, and this is where these teams have that sense of comfort. They've cracked the code, but today it's a whole different ball game.
We've got too many big names, and all of them are just fighting for that top 16 in the BGIS 2024. And here we go, the prize pool in front of us, 2 crore rupees on the line, from which the champion team will of course be getting the lime share, which will be 60 lakh rupees, and then the second spot will be getting 30 lakhs. The third one will be getting 20, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at those special prizes.
Every team that makes it to Hyderabad, they are going to be getting a piece of the pie. And it's not just where it ends, right? We also have single individual accolades for those MVP also. Whoever gets to be the best player of this tournament gets 2.5 lakh rupees. We've got some prizes for the most finishes, for the one surviving for the longest. So everything is out there, off for the grabs. But that is something we're going to still talk about a little later.
Of course, but you know, how do you exactly move on and look at that prize pool or grab that prize pool? Well, here we go, the points distribution in front of us, right? The first spot getting 10 points, the second one will be getting 6, the third one will be getting 5th, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the latter half of the board from 9th till 16th. You get none, and that's why a lot of these teams have been trying to go for those elimination points off the rip.
Oh, indeed. And we did see some of those teams massively benefiting from that, especially Hyderabad Hydras, the way they made it inside the top 4. The only team coming in from grind into the round number 4, still making it to the semis, not having those chicken dinners, having enough of those finish points. I think this is something that a lot of these teams are banking upon.
Exactly. But you know what? Fix this. Now it's time to focus on the Group 4 of the Day 4. We've got Reckoning Esports 2 moving inside of today's day. Reckoning Esports has put up some phenomenal stats in the round 3 itself. You've also got Halo over here. You've also got THW Esports in the round 2. This team made a big return. Then you've also got RVNC Rising Falcons, Team Tamila's Mogo Esports, the defending champions of the 2023. They've got so much to live up to.
They certainly do have to. Returned into this competition from week number 3 from the grind, and still somehow have managed to make it into the next round. We have seen WSP right from the very start. They have been fighting, they have been bruised, they have been tested, but yet they are here once again trying to go against the Goliaths of the lobby. But then again, when you look at the latter 4, Revenant, Krate, Global Esports, IQ Soul, it is going to be so exciting to see what can they put up over here.
Add WSP in the mix and things just get even more intense and aggressive. But you know what, Fixes? These are the maps that these teams will be duking it out on. So let's move on and look at the schedule for the day. As we know, Weekendy has been added inside of the mix since the round 4 itself. But we're going to kick things off from Erangel. The second map will be Miramar. The third one will be Sanok. And as I mentioned, on the map 4, it will be Weekendy. Then once again, we'll be back in Erangel and Miramar.
Always a table turner. We have been talking about ever since round 4 has begun. Weekendy has been such a flipper right? Every single time, some of the teams out of the blue tends to make a comeback, and in the latter half of the stages, they kind of get those points. I think that is how we saw even Chucks. They were also trying tooth and nails to make it into the top 4. Sadly, they failed, but today, I'm open to being surprised.
I mean, luckily enough, at least yesterday, that curse was broken where the teams that moved in from the grind itself directly to the round 4, that curse has been broken. They were not able to qualify inside of the top 4. So luckily enough, it's good news for Revenant Esports, a couple of more teams that are moving in. Even Craddock Esports should be part of the conversation. When we saw this team for the first time in the grind, man, an undergod team just coming in, starting to make waves off the rip. It was super impressive.
Especially Retreat, right? Cannot really forget his heroic single-handedly taking down squads left, right, and center. But in the second week of grind, where we did see a little bit of a fall-off, but I hope they've got enough practice time. They are coming in here. They might just get it into the top 4 and squeeze themselves into the semis.
Hey, you know what? The conversation will keep on continuing, but after this short promo. Fixes, have you got your companion?
Oh, I do. That's you. And also
wow.
that chair. However, I've been trying to get the Scorching Lion. We would love to have that happen, but since I've gotten one already, you can also get that out as well. Just 10 UC for the first spin.
Ooh, that's pretty crazy, right? Just 10 UC, and I'm pretty sure everyone's got that 10 UC lying around in their account. So what are you waiting for? Go log inside of the game and maybe get your first spin done, and you can be lucky enough to get your hands on that beautiful companion. But you know what? Moving forward with the conversation, we had to talk about Craddock Esports, of course, the team that directly qualified in from the grind itself. Another team that we should speak of has to be IQ Soul and Revenant Esports.
Yes, IQ Soul finally, I think currently the best team in the country. If you look at the official stats, just recently having won the BMPS, they're here to maybe again claim their throne in the BGIS so far. But again, when you kind of bring that comparison also between Team Revenant and IQ Soul, for Revenant the stars have aligned. I think Sensei finally has a roster that he can bank up with, and he can get those results. We've seen in those weeks of grind, this was the team that topped the charts. So today, Revenant, definitely one of them to eye out for.
No doubt about that, but then you've also got Mogo Esports, right, moving in over here inside of the round 4 itself. We know we saw this team in the grind as well. Unfortunately, they were not able to move in directly from the grind, so they had a little bit of issues going on, but then they moved in from the in-game qualifiers, and now it's been quite a tough journey for these guys. And for Mogo Esports, being the defending champions, things have been way too tough for these guys.
It certainly has been, right? Every single time after BGIS and BMPS, they still did manage to become the runners-up of that previous event. But this time, heading on into the grind, yes, the initial first week was quite tough, but somehow they did manage to recover in week 2. Yes, they were one of those teams that made it into the BGIS from round number 3, and this is where you kind of tend to expect a lot out of them. But now, when we draw comparisons and when we draw parallels, I think the two big hitters in the lobby have to be Revenant and IQ Soul. So it's fair enough that we take a quick look at some of the statistics, which will be on our screen any given moment.
Ooh, I mean, the face-off is something that we have been looking at for time and time. And how can you forget about TSW Esports too, right? It is also one of those teams that put out some Herculean numbers on the board. But speaking of the face-off over here, we've got Revenue Esports and IQ Soul on the board. Revenue Esports getting 75 finishes and IQ Soul getting 61. While you speak of the total points, Revenue Esports is clearly just ruling the charts, and 3 chicken dinners as well in the hands of Revenue Esports. So in general, you can't say they're a step better.
Definitely they are. Because if you talk about Revenant Esports, the second week of grind, they almost got a hat-trick. They started off with Wrangle was a chicken, Miramar was a chicken, but in that game of Sanhok were denied that luxury from Lunatic's Viper, if my memory serves me right. But for IQ Soul, I think it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. Week number 1 of grind, I think it was phenomenal. Everybody thought they're going to be topping the charts once second week of grind ends, but the second week got a little ahead of themselves is what I really feel like. A little bit of that complacency setting up, but they also know what's on the line, how important it is to qualify into the next round, and for doing that, they have to ensure they make it to the top 4.
That is true. I mean, making it out of the top 4 in general has been way too tough, and looking at this group in particular, there's way too many heavy-hitting teams. Now, let's speak of the aggressive teams in the lobby, right? You've also got THW, WSB, Global Esports. These 3 massive names should be more than enough to make you shake the floor.
I think I also have to include Reckoning into the mix, and who can forget Viper, because he's been breaking records, man. I think it was the round number 2 where he did manage to get 18 finishes in a single game. I think one of those records we have seen so far in the official stages that has been confirmed. But then again, when you look at Reckoning's performance, they've been hitting home runs after home runs. Out of 6 matches, Necro, they've managed to secure 5 chicken dinners. 143 points in just 6 games. That is an absurd number.
That is super interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because speaking of Reckoning Esports and their past stats, they have been struggling throughout. And now the fact that inside of the round 3, Reckoning Esports performed so well, it just makes me concerned for the other teams in the lobby at the same time. Makes me concerned for Reckoning Esports too. Was it just a fluke, or are we going to see that consistency dial up in the round 4 as well?
I think can really compare between them and THW, because these are the teams. We've seen them from round 2 to round 3. They have been getting those chicken dinners. And every single time you keep on getting that, you kind of feel quite comfortable. You know how to approach these lobbies. And they have also been tested, right? Coming in from the in-game qualifiers, heading all the way along. So I think for these 2 teams, I'm really excited what they put on the table. But at the same time, goes out to mention the fact that we haven't seen Reckoning even for once during the broadcast stages, and this is a completely revamped Reckoning. You don't have Immortal playing anymore. He's still a part of the subshoot, but you still have that young hitter. Hunter is there, Viper is there, under the leadership of Gravity Jord. The question is, are they going to perform today, or is it finally the day where they fall?
I mean, the fact that you've also got the young fraggers on the board, as you mentioned, there's a high chance Reckoning Esports are probably going to try to play as aggressive as possible off the bat. But then you cannot forget about WSB too. It is another one of those teams that consists all of the assaulters inside of the lineup. All the 4 players that you see on the screen will be assaulters. So WSB, one thing is for sure, they will be having the pedal to the metal. But here we go. First game of the day is going to be on the board, as we're going to see that big green bird in the skies once again, starting all the way from Pomorx towards Stelber.
And it is going to be an interesting one. The first game of the evening. And it is set. The tone is ready. Everybody is glued onto their screens. And for now, as things progress, Primos to Salber, like you said, Necro. But what I'm really excited about is, where is the first zone going to form?
Ooh, the first zone. I think so it's pretty much going to be standard, the centric one, considering the play and fly path. It's not being too cruel on these teams. If we would have seen a complete one-sided play and flat path, then maybe the circle could have been interesting, but the circle is pretty standard. So I expect, or I assume, the circle is also going to be pretty standard as well. But this play and flat path moving in right in the smack center off that entire map, so teams are not going to be having any problems moving in towards their individual drop locations. You also see Mogo Esports moving in towards the Snovka military base. And we know how Mogo Esports likes to play, right? They like to play from edge to edge, but that play style recently has been biting them as well.
It certainly has been. And no second thoughts about that. We did have a lot of conversation as to how they need to figure a way out to maybe try and play a little around the center, because so far the tell-to-tell storyline in the BGIS is the moment they head out for a third party, there's somebody else also hunting them down. So I think Mogo, for them, it is very crucial that they have to hit their timings right. But we did talk about Global Esports as well. This is one of those teams that either goes big or literally crashes down. Feels like they get that sugar rush sometimes. We've seen them out of positions multiple times. But for Mavi and the boys, a lot on the line because it is a redemption arc for Mavi as well. He's performed pretty well in the third-party tournaments, but when it matters the most, is he up for the task?
It's like one single experienced player in that team, and the rest of the players is just like the young guns, right? They pack a lot of punch, and Mavi's there to just hold the strings and pull the players back if they do tend to overextend. So I do like the idea of that entire lineup, but sometimes, considering there's too many of these young guns as well, they do tend to overextend a lot of these scenarios, and that's where global esports do tend to shake up a little bit. You've got Team Tamilas on the screen, and another team in the front line, that's going to be Hail India. Now, this will be an interesting fight to witness, considering both these teams, we haven't really been seeing them on the main screen so far.
You have a slight idea to how Team Tamila really approaches, right? And they
Yeah.
do not like these early fights. Really throws a spanner in their works because, again, Team Tamila is one of those teams. I think you can again draw comparisons between how Insane played yesterday. They love taking that center and they defend it with all their mights. Now, finally, they've got a drop clash happening around Primorsk. The big question is, do they have the spread right? Because Primorsk is one of those areas that you want to avoid fighting in, considering the circle is quite far. And by the looks of it, I think they want to head away.
Team Tamilas, as you mentioned, right, they do not really like to go for these early clashes. And that's why they're just trying to move away from this entire fight. Understandable, trying to be the wiser enemies in here and just move away. Let the enemy have their own play time. But there's still two more players inside of the city. That can be a bit of a problem for the side of Hail India. And somewhere down line, Hail India did spot that Bucky make a move outside of that city. So they know there's still two more players in the city itself. So they're going to be watching out. But yeah, Devil IGL, even this man is there in the outskirts, just scouting out some more stuff. Just trying to know exactly where the players of Team Tamilas have positioned themselves. And actually, Team Tamilas, they went for that high ground. So they want a better view of this entire city.
And when it comes down to the players of Hail India, one of those teams we haven't seen much of, but so far the stats and figures say that this is also a team that packs a lot of punch. But looking at Team Tamilas, I really like the spread, right? We did see a circle ending yesterday around this position, and K9, they were quite impressive. But sadly, they could not make it into the next round. But for the Tamilians, they will have to figure a way to find that first knock. Because right now, they're very cautious. Because they also do not know where the enemy is. And one small misstep, and it could all go falling down.
And Team Tamilas, they are known for those type of missteps as well. Remember? In the past in 2023, man, you've seen a lot of those mishaps from this entire lineup. We have seen a little bit of those tweaks going on here and there, and maybe that's why Team Tamilas now, it seems like much more of a stable lineup, but still, you do not really know what to expect from a team like this. And I guess let the first game speak for itself.
Again, coming into 2024 for Team Tamilas, we've seen them dominate the third-party circuits, right? Get into the grand finals every single time, top 3 positions, in multiple events perhaps. But in the grind, they could not replicate that. Was it the pressure, or were they not really ready at all? That's the big question, because when you look at the players, even Mr. IGL, we've seen those individual moments of glory, and in the grind it was sort of missing, and they had to take that longer route. But today, this is where they decide to prove themselves to the world and their fans that yes, they're here to rule. And finally, Team Tamilas in real close proximity. This fight is just about to begin.
Hail India, two of the players in the front lines, and for Team Tamilas as well, you can say the same things going on. Hail India, the backup is also approaching slowly and steadily, so Team Tamilas, they need to be a little bit more quick on the utility utilization. At least try and find the first opener. That will be opening up a lot of those opportunities. First man spotted. Manti does go for the shot. Nothing found though. I mean, both the players, even from the side of Hail India, they're quite hesitant in going for that push. And now Team Tamilas from the back lines as well, starting to close in. So for Hail India, it's not looking that good of a position. It's better to just back away from this fight.
There you have it. Fox opens it up, and Hail India, they've already taken a loss. And now Devil's position also quite compromised, but Noddy from the backlines gets that trade onto its Manti, and this is where everything hits the deck. Mr. Igil in real close proximity wants to get that res back up, as Fox from another angle does push in, but this time Hale a little bit more smarter, a little bit more cunning. They get the upper advantage. Devil IGL out in the open has already been spotted out as Mr. IGL. He gets a knock of himself. And it is pandemonium all over in this particular fight as a lot of those numbers keep dwindling down. And there you have it. Devil pushing on towards Mr. IGL, missing those initial shots, eventually gets taken down.
I'm not even sure how he missed those shots, but yeah, for Hale India, things could have been much more better, much more polished. This nade from Naughty can actually be the deal sealer too. He's tossed it, unfortunately not exactly on the mark. Manty's still quite softened up. There's a high chance Naughty can still pull things back. But then you've got RVNC with a third party. From the back, just spraying down the lawns. It's a complete beamer in the front, and IGL can't do a lot as well. The UMP-45 will prevail this time.
Oh my god. This is a disaster, Necro. Imagine Team Tamilas having the driver's seat in that fight. Still had 3 of their players surviving, and RVNC coming out of nowhere, hunting them down, and somehow Noddy, he gets away with daylight robbery. And from now, I think he's still not out of the woods yet, because Sultan, he's going to be trying his hands, rattling down those bullets onto its Noddy. Will just soften the vehicle up. No damage done so far, but Hale India, they have 3 finishes early on into the game, but the casualties incurred, that's too much heavy.
Now this man just needs to play for the placement as well, and just top it off with 2 more elimination points. Just try and steal it off from a third party or something like that. It can be a decent start for Hale India. Before Team Tamilas, man, a bad start. Recovering from this will be a big mental setback as well, so it will be tough to recover. Focusing on some of the big dogs, though. Yeah. IQ Soul on the screen. And a lot of those fans will be confident in this lineup, knowing the fact that they're pretty much going to be moving into the upcoming rounds. It's not that big of a deal. And even for us, there's just a faith on this lineup that we also know, yeah, there's a high chance they're easily going to be able to squeeze through.
Now, that has been the storyline for Ico Soul, right? Everybody is already seeing them in the grand finals. Everybody has already pictured them lifting that trophy. Certainly coveted as the best team in the country right now. And their performance speaks for itself. Having just recently won the BMPS title, the official title, the one that matters the most, this team is set for success. But hey, Necro, this is the BGIS.
Yeah.
We've seen so many of those upsets. We've seen so many of those setbacks. And right from the get-go, having a team like Team Tamilas already eliminated, I think that pretty much explains what we're going to expect out of here.
But once again, to let you know, IQ Soul, yes, they are good, nothing taken away from that, but it's not like they're proving the lobby completely unparalleled. There's still a lot of these teams that are way too close to the performance that IQ Soul has reached. You speak of Revenant Esports, right now one of the teams in the red hot form, even Global Esports, you talk about the firepower, hands down, I think so inside of this lobby, it is one of those teams that packs a big punch. Even WSP, they're really good when it comes to the firepower, but sometimes the positioning can be a big problem because they do tend to overextend in those fights. And as I mentioned, all the players in that lineup are assaulters, which is understandable, hot-headed players.
We love WSP, don't we?
Of course.
Who can forget how they dominated, clobbered everybody down during that second round of BGIS. But heading on into the third round, it was those deep waters. It was the final game by the virtue of which they made it to the next round. But are they up for the task? But elsewhere, as we can take a look at the map feed, we've got Kratik in real close proximity to Inertia. That's going to be exciting. Even Vasista Esports, they've been an interesting prospect. Again, a bunch of misfits put together. We still remember that final game of Erangel around that Southern Military Circle. They managed to get a chicken dinner and they qualified into round number 4.
And how can we forget about THW?
Oh, yeah.
This entire lineup, we've seen them play in the past, right? Of course, they have been there in the grand finals of the BGIS 2023 itself. Now just under a complete new banner. A little bit of tweaks as well in that lineup, nothing taken away from that. But THW, they have been putting up some impeccable numbers on the board. And even they're one of those teams that is currently in the red-hot form, so they're definitely going to be a team to watch out for. We've got the replay of the previous fight on how exactly Team Tamilas got wiped out entirely. And then RVNC, of course, did try to take an advantage of that entire fight, did go for the third party, managed to squeeze away one single elimination point from that, and that's why you see them with a good start.
I think for Team Tamilas, it was pretty self-explanatory, right? We did not really were comfortable watching them in that position. This again, one of those teams that loves to take that central spot and not really having expected that they would be backstrapped from the players of RVNC. They were caught with their pants down, but look at Global Esports racing and chasing down after the players of Craddock and have done some hefty amount of damage.
Oh my
and
God!
Ninja Boy, what on earth was that?
Both the players knocked out through the tree. Man did not have a line of sight, but still just went for that spam and finds the both knockouts. Oh my God, super impressive. Exactly what I'm talking about. Global Esports. As I mentioned, when it comes to the firepower, man, they can match any other team in the lobby. Hands down. So Global Esports too, a team that can pack a massive punch. If you do give them that breathing space, they will get over you.
That was a shocker. For Craddock Esports having to lose out on their star player Retreat, they certainly did not see this coming. And for Global Esports, this is exactly what the GE fans wanted. They're still fighting, they're still here, and they want to show the world what they're made of. And we have seen that erraticness in their playstyle. Like I said, right, either they go big or they go home. And Global Esports, I think in piping red hot form already, would love to see how they pummel everybody down.
You cannot afford to be isolated on this lobby, that's for sure. That's been one of the main lessons to be learned since the past 3 days. If you're found all by yourself, not with the complete squad, you will instantly be taken down. You will be decapitated. Mogo on the screen for now. And as usual, they like to rotate quite late from the first stage itself, and that's what they're doing, trying to move in from edge to edge. You've got Justin on the screen, scoping down the foes in the front. At least they've got the information on exactly where the enemies are going to be. I don't think so anything can be done. Yeah, just taking the shots to instill that terror in the opponent's minds. It is the team of RVNC they're going the shots against.
I think RVNC quite aware that has to be Mogo Esports just behind them. And talking about the returning champions, the defending champions of the BGIS. This time, however, under a different banner. And look at that finish feed. This is what I did not want. Sometimes too much aggression, sometimes a little off the positions. And Global Esports have already lost out on Mavi. They really need to recuperate, and that has to be fast. Because Vasista Esports, this is one of those teams, right? From round number 1, we have seen them. We've seen them even play in the grind. There were so many issues. But with every passing round, I feel like they've conquered the demons. They're playing much better together as a unit. You've seen Su leading the team in style. So far, they've made it to round number 4 and have a decent start to today's evening.
Decent start. Still feel like even inside of the first game itself, right, Fixes, every single team's going to be having those jitters.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Global Esports taken down to a 3-man squad. I mean, you will be able to prowl on the opponents, nothing taken away from that, but while doing so, you'll also be catching a couple of those bruises and scratches upon yourself. So, need to be wary of that as well. And
Yes,
looking
no.
at the spray, yep, Ninja Boy, somehow, so precise, finding both those players instantly. And you were speaking of retreat as the day started off, and well, there you go, retreat has retreated back to the lobby.
Yeah, and that's quite gutting. For Global Esports, also losing out on their IGL. Did not see that coming. All Mavi was trying to do was secure a spot inside of the Yasnaya city. And then eventually they were just pushed back by Vasista. Quick rotation from their side. And for the Rising Falcons, I mean, this is going to be a true test. But look at the circle shift, Necro. Somewhere centered around Farm and Revenant. That spread looks quite impeccable. 1-3 split. They really need to reunite.
Look at Hail India's Naughty.
Yeah.
Still all the way towards Primorx. This man is going for that late game rotation. I think so he's trying to get his hands on some more meds. So in the future, if he's also being left outside of that circle, he does not really find that comfort zone inside of the circle, then he will just keep on going for those med strat for as long as possible. But as you mentioned, right, looking at the circle itself, Revenant Esports finding themselves in that prime spot. RVNC towards that southern side trying to move in. Mogo as well. Somehow they found themselves in that comfort shoes. And right now, Mogo, they're taking shots against Rising Falcons. Rising Falcons, another one of those lineups that we saw in 2023. They were not really able to make that many waves. But now back in 2024, I'm liking the performance so far.
Oh my god. Vintage Odd getting confirmed when all his players were around him. This has to be raising questions. Right, Necro? Shogun, of course, did get that knock there. But I kind of saw him getting into safety. And this is where the panic buttons really start hitting. But for Reckoning Esports, this is where I really want to see them. We haven't seen them once, even during the broadcast stages, whilst they were getting all those chicken dinners. And now, when the entire world is watching you, do you get it on your nerves, or do you still play your natural game? That's a big question for them. Global Esports, however, having somehow managed to make it towards the shelter, still alive, still kicking, but still need to do a little bit more. This is what I was talking about. Vintage Jord, he gets knocked like this, but he was still not finished off. Eventually could not get that rest back up on his teammates.
Being unaware of these crucial points on the map. The surrounding awareness lacking from that player. And now it's a lesson that he's learned. Be careful, no matter what part of the map you're in. And Rising Falcon, considering, looking at the lobby itself, how it's shaping so far. I mean, we know we've got too many of these big hitters inside of this lobby. And only top 4 can move in towards the week 1 of the semifinals. Now, if you look at it that way, it's sort of like an unfair cutoff, but at the same time, that's what's going to make the competition even better.
Oh, it certainly will be. And a good news also for all the fans of the teams that might not even qualify. There's still another way through. It's the wild card. And just a couple of more days to prepare. But for what's in front of us, we just saw Shogun getting taken down. One of the players of Rising Falcon. He was the one who took him down to the ground. But for now, as things are going on for WSP, they've been silent so far inside the lobby. Everybody wants a good position inside the zone. Everybody is waiting for the next circle shift to happen.
We haven't seen THW so far on the screen, right?
Yeah.
And I really want to see a little bit of more of that team. I want to see how their setup's looking like inside of the map, what their play pattern is. And looking at TSW on the map so far, they're towards the potato hill, contesting that high ground, moving in from edge to edge. Similar play style as Mogo, you can't say, but Mogo these days, they're playing a little bit more safer. While THW, they're moving out in the open towards the high ground. So one thing is for sure, the confidence, it seems like it's there, considering their position.
I think for THW, this is where they kind of are on the peripheries. And for Mogo this time, a little bit around the center. It's all about banking upon the fact that they're expecting the circle to hit on them. They still, however, are inside. But look at Revenant's position. Fierce, Equinox, both together. Punka and Sensei shall be following suit. But they do not have any cover. It's an open area. And TCW from the backlines, they could be instilling a lot of hurt with WSP also closing in. DHW also from the backlines. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Every single team just trying to be as proactive as possible, just quick on their feet. WSP, Revenant Esports, the 2 quick teams to readjust. And then you've also got THW right along the fray. RVNC as well breaching in from the bottom left. You've got Mogo Esports barely making it in that circle. Even R&B towards that farm area. Slowly and steadily, that circle is going to be filled up with a lot of these foes, and everyone's going to be uncomfortable with each other's presence. While Revenant Esports is taking shots against WSP, they might just be in a bit of a pickle.
Well, they might be, but now we've got other things in front of us. R&B, they're in a whole world of trouble because Addy somehow out of nowhere, he's managed to get 2 for himself, but Killadi with that grenade and Thor, now he's in a whole situation. Has nothing else to do but somehow keep things at bay. Needs to get that revive quickly on Adi. As now both the players of R&B, they decide to charge in.
Karate Esports, Thor was going for that revival, now finally pulls out the shock and realizes the fact that he's getting pushed. But there's another team in the backlines who will once again third party. And yeah, welcome to the round 4, baby.
Certainly. And now we had to bid adieu to Kratic and Inertia from the backlines, getting that final finish. That makes things a lot more exciting. But for Inertia, they've got their work cut out. They have to get inside the circle. As now Justin, he's going to be opening up on his opposition. He gets one for himself. Sue having been dealt with for Vasista. It was a long way from home. Last we saw of them was around Yasnaya. And now coming in from the southern side, Mogo seem prepared. Needed their life's purpose. They're not going to let them enter as Rage God. He's being hammered down with bullets, but somehow he manages to keep things afloat.
Vasista Esports, interesting prospect in the mix. This team has been struggling from the past in the previous rounds in the BGIS so far, but the fact that they're over here in the round 4 is a big statement in itself. Vasista Esports, they definitely do have something special in them, and that's what they're here to showcase. THW, RVNC, Hail India right next to each other. You've also got WSB on the higher ground. Slowly and steadily, this is starting to convert into a lava. And I'm not having a good feeling about this, considering everyone will be melted.
You know, at this point, it's a little bit of that eerie silence taking over. Yeah, Mogo, of course, did manage to fire a couple of bullets. They did ruffle some feathers. But this is the moment that we've been all waiting for. WSB, THW, the only two teams inside the circle. But look at this. Reckoning arrives. And suddenly, Aiku Soul, they're starting to lose out on the numbers. Ronnie almost on the verge of a collapse. There he goes falling down. And only 2 players from Aiku Soul remain. And they want to fight back.
Oh, Manyak crashes on, but instead gets knocked out. Welcomed with open arms. And Reckoning Esport, they just wipe out the prime contenders from this lobby. What a phenomenal wipe that was. And you know the best part? All the players are going to be back up on their feet at the same time. So Reckoning Esports, they haven't taken a single bit of damage.
No, hold on.
Oh,
They're
third
still
party.
not out of the woods yet. It is Guru from the backlands. He knows exactly where the players of Reckoning are. And now he's going to be taking those shots. Where are those utility? I want to look out for those grenades. Nothing being poured at their direction. And look at Reckoning's Viper. He's managed to situate another position for himself.
So
and
brilliant.
they need to escape from here. They somehow need to get the hell out of there.
Reckoning Esports is being so brilliant. They've got so much surrounding awareness, knowing the fact that they're getting pushed up. Instant spread we see in these players. They're backing away from this fight. Good readjustment from their side. The adaptability on the fly from the side of Reckoning Esports is phenomenal. Now TCW can't even go for the execution towards that third party. They would just need to try and back away and focus on the upcoming zone, and that's what they're doing.
I'm flabbergasted. I can't believe what my eyes just saw. Reckoning in the blink of an eye. They wipe out Aiku Soul. They get out of harm's way, and now we've got the other teams fighting. It is Inertia hitting the deck against the players of RVNC. Ansh already down. Tane gets the knock onto Ansh, gets that finish already secured. As now for Cyan, there's no respite, no means of escape, and now he cannot even provide that cover fire.
Molly.
But for Zero, flushes and snuffs his enemy out. Tane, does he respond back?
Molly tossed inside of the shack, and Zero now just looking forward to burn or barbecue a couple of more players in there. Zero. That nade's not cooked up to perfection. But the player's now looking forward to move outside of that shack. Another nade tossed in there. The shotgun pulled out. Zero finds the first connection. That's a great find from that player. RVNC slowly and steadily, even the backup is arriving. And now for Inertia, I don't think so they're going to be able to stand their ground for too long, considering it's all down to Tane. Even he pulls out a shotgun, but he can't get a lot done.
He certainly can't, and now Inertia already out of the game. R&B also out. So many teams are falling down like flies as the circle keeps on reducing. And now only 10 remain. RVNC, however, they've managed to get a lot of finishes. 5 already secured. Now the players of Mogo, they might be in a little bit of a pickle as well. Losing out on Delta, the MVP of the BGIS overall. But for THW, they still have their numbers tight. Still have the pack together. WSP having lost out on 2 of their men. Revenant, they're also on a collision course, but look at them. Caught between a rock and a hard place. They also vanish from the lobby.
Rising Falcons, an uphill battle for this team. And they've already not been doing too hot for themselves. There's a big split amongst themselves as well. And look at what we're seeing on the screen. Global Esports, the man somehow just booked it in towards the safe line. Slug is still alive. The fact that he's alive is also super funny. And he's the only lonesome player surviving for Global Esports. I mean, aggression, it's something that Global Esports likes, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why now it's only Slug alive in the lobby. But yeah, TCW just bombarding down the opponents. An artificial red zone being created with the help of the frag grenades, but TCW is not able to find any sort of connections just yet. All the 4 players up in life, though, so you can't say that's a bit of a sigh of relief.
It certainly is. I mean, at this point, where these teams have their numbers up for TCW, though, they're losing out on players one after the other. And this is where you really need to look at Slug. Has managed to steal 2 finishes away. And it is Broaddale Aubrey. But now, THW still having that little bit of that cover to play around with. Have just managed to secure one elim to their name. And this is where they need to start their journey, get a couple of finishes more. But for Reckoning, they have been an absolute reckoning for the opposition. Have been hammering everybody down. But is this a point where they finally look a little bit shaky?
Reckoning Esports' Hunter knocked out. The confirmation instantly follows up. Rising Falcon, another player knocked out. Rising Falcon on the Warship being completely eliminated from this game. This will be a tough blow being handed out to that team. But still been able to make it inside of the top 6 is something to be proud of. It was just the first game of the day. Mogo Esports as well, alive inside of the game, still with 3 players. And they've also got the circle to play with.
They certainly have the low ground to play with. And they've got the players of RVNC right beside them. Mogo, well aware of their opposition's position. And there you have it. Justin giving back Sultan what they did to Destro. Or in fact, Delta, my apologies. But for now, Reckoning, look at them. Gravity Jord, the IGL, all by his lonesome. And the journey inside the circle might be really short. But it's going to be full of treachery.
THW. That play style that they have been executing so far, we haven't seen that aggressive phase of that team, and I think so it's only because it's just the first game of the day. Just trying to get rid of those jitters, trying to get that pressure subsider done. And the fact that THW has made it till this late inside of the game is also quite impressive, but now they would need to leave that comfort zone and move out in the open inside the upcoming circle, and that's where the real problems will start knocking the doors now. THW, Ninze, this man is just tossing out a complete smoke trail. Reckoning Esports' Gravity, a potent player. He needs to be alive until the late game.
Reckoning has done their job. Already 9 finishes on the board. And it's going to be a big ask for him to try and get the chicken. However, maybe a 2nd or 3rd position could not be too shabby. As THW finally, you could see all these cars racing around. Gravity, he finally gets run over. But for Team Mogo, they've got all their pieces together. Destro leading the pack. He's got that lower ground to play along with. Nenze gets a knock onto it. Cyan. And Destro already has spotted 2. He's going to be bobbing and weaving, taking that jump. Somehow managing to escape from the wrath of the players of THW. As Destro, yeah, Shogun's down and Destiny does not want to see him to stop.
Oh my god, THW just moving inside of the playing field as if it's their ground. And Mogo, right now, they're being suffocated to death. Justin trying to pull off some shenanigans, but THW still, it seems like they're going to be the one to prevail inside of the fight. That's the last man who's trying his best to fight back. But Mogo Esports, they have been eliminated. And THW, what a methodical play. What a tactical play that was.
Absolutely run everybody down inside that final circle. They knew what they had to do and they executed that to perfection. It was a slow start for THW, but once they knew that the stars had aligned for them, all they had to do was deliver that final blow. They knew where the opposition was. They ran everybody down. I think RVNC being dealt with by the players. For Destro, yeah, he fought back. He was trying to throw a few punches. But, you know, what can you do? What can a mere man do against a vehicle? And not just one, when 2 or 3 are coming at him.
I mean, this is what you call having a proper set plan inside of a game. THW knew exactly what they wanted to do in the final few moments, and that's what they executed perfectly. Gravity was there. As I mentioned, that's a potent player for Reckoning Esports. Still been able to secure that top 4. Of course, incredible. But if he would have been alive for a little bit more longer, things could have been way much more dicey, even for THW. He could have been the one to put that spanner in the works for that team. But THW, man, the presence of mind is incredible. The fact that they're able to get so much information from those compounds itself, knew exactly where each and every single foe is. The way they ironed out every single loophole around the playing area was incredible.
It certainly was, because when you look at their storyline, the previous tournaments they used to play under the banner of Third World Mafia, and we kind of consider it was a kind of a fairy tale run, might be coming to an end. Then they were eventually, they took an exit from the org, joined New Banner, and this is where they had to prove themselves back again to the world that, hey guys, it was just not a fluke, we still have what it takes. And it was a pretty mellow chicken dinner. All they did was try and focus on those positions, right? Once they had it all set out for them, they just unleashed themselves. But who might the MVP be? Or in fact, the closing moments of this game, look at this, right? Justin did not see this coming. He was unprepared. Ninze from the backlines providing cover fire. Yeah, this is where Destro was trying to fight back. Did get a couple of more finishes finishes, but that was all she wrote for Mogo.
I mean, for THW, that slow and methodical approach is something that worked out perfectly. And as I mentioned, you can clearly tell, looking at their gameplay, they knew exactly what to do. And this is what I always keep on explaining to these newer and upcoming teams, is that when you do have a really good positioning inside of the circle, always keep a note of that heat map, knowing exactly where each and every single team is, how many teams are placed on what side of the map. And once you're going to have that knowing, you can automatically try and think the way the opponent teams are going to be thinking, and you can sort of even track the playing pathway for those teams and what the upcoming stances are going to be looking like for those teams as well. Before now, let's move on and look at the match MVP, right? You've got Viper from Reckoning Esports with 5 finishes and 452 damage dished out.
This man, he's been putting his fangs, and everybody is just poisoned. I think Aiku Soul, they might be having nightmares for what really happened, and Viper was the one to do the deeds. 5 finishes over there, and that was really nice what Reckoning pulled off, even surviving towards the end, made it to the top 3 with around 9 finishes to their name. A really good start for this team as well. And THW showing up like this, I think even in the previous round they were quite confident, had gotten 4 chicken dinners out of 6, and they replicate another performance. Look at this, Sam still in the top 5 performers. You've got Slug, but my eyes are searching out for Ninja Boy. Can't really forget what he did to Kratic, man.
I mean, he just got those 2 elimination points. Maybe that's why he's in there on the board. But yeah, those 2 elimination points are definitely quite iconic. For Kratic Esports, a bad start, nothing taken away from that. But THW, such a fluid team. You try to wrap up even Global Esports in just one word, all you can say is stubborn.
Oh, for sure. I think for Global Esports, things went awry the moment Mavi got picked off.
Yep.
And then you could see that little bit of that disarray, a little bit of that discord quite visible amongst the players. But looking at the point standings, I think the way we came in, expecting what is going to happen, we thought RNT might be dominating, we thought Aiku Soul might dominate, but it's a whole different story. You've got THW, an explosive start to the evening, 19 points. Mogo Esports, they also finally redeemed themselves, but it's still the first game. 14 points is not a bad start.
The teams in the top 4, a great start. They've got double digits on the board until RVNC Esports is there. And RVNC Esports, man, the fact that they were able to squeeze away 5 positioning points, that is really impressive, because early off RVNC, they were definitely taking some heavy blows upon themselves, but then I guess it was just that one last man in the end who was trying to squeeze in the placement points. So that's a really good play by that man. Global Esports there too with 6 points. Not that bad of a start. Rising Falcon, the same thing can be said. But Vasista Esports, as I mentioned, this is an interesting prospect to speak about, an interesting suspect, and Vasista Esports, not that bad of a start still. WSP though, not as expected of a performance. Team Tamila's getting wiped off the rip. It's also something that we did not really see coming.
Yeah, quite was unexpected from either of these sides. But for Team Tamilas, like you said, right, the early start that was quite shaky, did not see this coming. Would love to see what they put forth in the next game of Wrangle. Do they chase their drops? What will be their contingency plan? That's up for grabs. But Aiku Soul on that 16th position with barely any points, I think the pressure is definitely going to build up.
We were glorifying this lineup from the start of the day, and look what just happened to them. And this is exactly what I said, right? It's not like Aiku Soul is completely proven the lobby unparalleled, because right now a lot of these teams are able to match up to the heat level that Aiku Soul possesses. And clearly that's a prime example of that. The newer names are now coming up, and they're just straight up outgunning these players. And that makes you question, what exactly are these new players having for breakfast?
Exactly, and this is where you kind of tend to think that I mean, this is what Aiku Soul was pretty much doing to the others in those previous tournaments, and now they are the ones being beaten down, but it's still just game number 1, right?
Yeah, it's just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much to talk about in the upcoming game, considering we know the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar, but after this short promo. That X suit looks amazing. Nothing taken away from that. It's quite good. The details, the textures on that skin, it looks incredible. But you know, why am I even speaking about it? I don't even have it. I'm trying my luck every single day, and all you need is 10 UC to do so.
Ooh, you're such a greedy one. I mean, he has a Marmaris X suit and he still wants the Ignis one. However, I'm really close to it. I just opened my first pin and got really nothing. It's just some material upgrade, but that's pretty much set aside. Yeah, of course, you've got that laughter, that gaze. But coming back to what matters the most over here, the first game done and dusted. I think this is somewhere down the line I was low-key expecting, because so much hype around Reckoning, THW with those impeccable numbers that they were putting on the board, and now somehow replicating that in round number 4 as well. This is astounding.
Now, speak of the teams that qualified in from the grind, right? You've got Revenue Esports, IQ Soul. Once again, just completely bombing that game. A couple of more teams are there on the board, but even those teams are not able to step up when it mattered the most. So, in general, these teams, they have went through a big gap, so I'm not really going to be punishing them off the bat like that. But if the second game's missed out, then I'm definitely going to be making some stark statements.
And for now, it's the second map. Like Necro said, it is going to be in Miramar. And this is where the teams coming in from grind need to redeem themselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, one quick look right now, what is in front of the screen, as it is going to be the second game of the evening. Necro, he's going to be taking a little bit of a breather. Still he's shell-shocked with what happened in game number 1. But joining along with me on the desk is going to be Super Johnny. And he was even shocked as well. Did not see that coming. THW out of nowhere, get that chicken dinner. Johnny, Mogo Esports getting that second position with decent amount of finishes. Is it too early to say that they're back, or we still need to wait a couple more games?
I think we're going to have to wait the entire day, if I'm being honest, because yes, I mean, look at the group, look at the teams that are there, and the competition this time, it is the most unpredictable set of teams that we could have asked for, right? You look at every single name individually and you all automatically get the feeling like, all right, this is a team that can't just make it to the finals, but there is a potential that they might actually end up lifting the trophy if they make it there. Ooh. So that is the level of competition we are witnessing right now in this last day of round 4. But look at this, the face of Reckoning versus THW. Fixes, what are your thoughts on this?
Reckoning, they are just a wrecking squad. 87 finishes in 6 games. Now, what is the average? Hold on, definitely more than 10.
Yeah, I mean,
think around 13 to 14 eliminations per game.
I can't get the exact number, but yes, I think you are close.
I think even more than
that, a little bit. I think 13
I think
to
around
14.5
average.
So you got close, 13 to 14. I mean, they were doing quite well for themselves. And the performance they did display in that previous round, thereon, it was something that was unfathomable, right? No one could have imagined, like, all right, a new team like Reckoning, I mean, because they are going through a rebuild as well, was going to be able to perform this well for themselves in round 3. And of course, when the transition happens into round 4, which at the moment is the toughest round we have seen the teams compete in, no one expected the transition to be smooth. So again, there is still an opportunity, because I am not counting the competition out of anything, right? You still have a lot of big names, a lot of heavy hitters that are still holding their punches back. And when they stop holding them back, that is when they will start connecting. And it is going to happen soon. I think majority of the teams, we've noticed this as well. The big names, they like to wait for game number 3 and game number 4 to start kicking in.
Exactly. I think this is where I was really heading at, because we have seen this happen in the course of the previous 3 days that we did cast, right? We could see in the second half of the evening, usually there are some teams, they get the chicken dinner and they tend to qualify. Yesterday also, I think Inferno Squad, they were nowhere. They were not even during our discussions, but eventually ended up topping their group. So yes, that is definitely possible for the teams returning from the grind. I really feel like they need a game or 2 to warm up, which is okay. But they still need to keep things afloat.
Exactly. I mean, they need to keep things in check. Do not fall away too far from the competition. And I think these teams realize that as well. These are some of the most experienced lineups in the entire country. So I think there is a lot running through their heads as well. But then again, it's just game number 1. Even Necro called it out. Like, it's just one game. So we are going to hold back all of the criticism that we have within us and hold it back till Sanhok. After Sanhok, it gets a little too late, right? It is that 4th game of Vacandy that becomes a big concern for everyone that is competing right now. So again, I think till game number 3, you have to try and be inside the top 8, top 7 bracket. If you are still there, breaking into the top 4 will be comparatively easier. We have seen teams try their level best. I mean, big brothers, that bounce back that they try to make. And even yesterday we saw this one team, K9 squad, yes, that game of Miramar, the second last game, they tried to make that conversion happen where they take that massive leap into the top 4. But it is too difficult to make it happen. And you are an exceptional team if you actually manage to pull that off. But why risk it, right?
I mean, at this point, with so much on the line, there will be those moments. I think the ideal way of approach should be how Global Esports did. Because they managed to get 6 points out of this game.
True.
And this is one of those teams. I think the moment Mavi got picked off, you could see that tension really there. And the Slug, even towards the end, he was the final player surviving. And still managing to get 2 of the players of TCW was commendable. Because that is where he still managed to get those 6 points. Now, when you're looking at the average, when you're looking at the cutoff, it has always been around 48 to 50, right? For Global Esports, one big game. But this is where I kind of get tensed about Team iQSOL. Because in Sandhawk, they have a drop clash against GE.
They do have a drop clash against GE, but you also need to realize that they are the ones who rule the entirety of Camp Alpha Island. There is, I think, the history between the teams is completely one-sided with the lineup of iQSOL again and again controlling that Temple Hill. But that's a story for the next map. Fixes, we're going to focus on this one. This is the map of Miramar. Map number 2 of the day, and it is going to be an exciting one, of course. A lot of big names taking a big tumble in the at the very start of the day, and of course hoping for a bounce back in this particular game. We have an interesting flight path in front of us this time. It is quite central. It starts from the eastern side, just a little bit north of Impala, and it goes through Monte Nuevo towards that western edge.
Pretty much dissecting the map into 2 halves. A little inclined towards the northern side, though.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure a lot of those teams might feel quite settled. And eyes definitely will be on the players of Revenant also. Because they could barely just get 1 point. And you could see that defensive-ness in their style of play.
Yeah.
They were not the ones poking fights. They eventually just got hammered down. And really did not see that coming. Because till the 4th or the 5th circle, they had all their numbers intact. And suddenly, they just crashed down like dominoes.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair again, in a lobby like this, you have to be afraid of everyone, right? So you have to be extremely careful with how you make every single move inside of the game. And Revenant as well, I think they were just being extra cautious. But I do agree with what you are saying. We need the confident Revenant back. We need the team that we saw in the grind. We need the team that hit that #1 position at the end of BGIS the grind. And if they can regain their confidence in this game, then I think Revenant definitely do have a big possibility of dominating the matches the rest of the day as well. But right off the bat, not a lot of big drop clashes. We see Ninja Boy. He has collided with one of the teams, but I think they are going to keep on gliding towards Crores Valley. So Ninja Boy should be able to make a clean escape over there. One big concern was iQSOL. They're getting challenged again.
Oh no. For iQSOL, it's going to be a tough road, but look at Team Craddock. They've had a really good start into today's map of Miramar, at least, if not Erangel, to be honest, because for iQSOL, they want to head out towards La Cobreria. It's just about the contestation for vehicles. They, however, did not expect ECW to come out of nowhere, but Knuckle, he finally gets some points on the board.
Yeah, the fight that we saw with Kratic was an isolated player from the side of R&B, dropping in quite close to the players of Kratic. So he was all alone. There was no escape for him. For the side of iQSOL, though, it was a 2v4 situation. Now, they've picked up one player from the side of TCW, but can they find the next frag? If they can, before the backup shows up, then it's all good and dandy, right? If they can't, then they are going to be in trouble because the other 2 individuals from the side of TCW are in the backlines and they will have the mountain to actually oversee this entire situation and deny the movement space to the players of iQSOL.
For iQSOL, it's very important that they get some numbers back. It's very important that they engage themselves in these fights. They need to recover for that huge collapse in Erangel. Not even a single point on the board, sitting at the 16th spot.
Still looking for that last player. Look at that.
I think Ronnie might just snuff him out, but does not have enough angle. But I would highly advise them to push together. Ronnie not like this. He might suffer some blows, and this is what I was talking about. Oh my god. This is a disaster. As Bandesh, he gets another one.
Yeah. And Yandesh, he has found one more knock. The numbers are in the favor of TCW, but the problem again remains the same. Fixes, there is no backup. He's used that bandage, but he already had a pretty nice HP bar to work with. There's not a lot of weapons. All right, there goes the HP. Just a sliver remaining. He's still surviving somehow. The first aid has been utilized. That was the only thing that was left for him to bring himself into a fighting position. Needs to find another knock right here, right now. Otherwise, this fight, well, there it goes. It slipped out of his hand. Either he runs out of ammo or he runs out of his life.
At this
The backup.
Yeah, there you go. Mania, he gets the revenge there. But at the cost of what?
So, he's delayed the players of Aiku so long enough and he's made them waste enough ammunition and utility that now TCW actually do have a fighting chance in this 2v3.
Oh, look at this. Still has power. He wants to pick that fight. And there you have it. Knuckle again opens one up. And this time, Knuckle still with that AUG, wants to move in. And Jax, he gets a knock on Mania. Not having enough power. There you have it, Knuckle. Does he clutch it out? Yes, he does. TCW official. Get wiped off from the face of earth. Aiku Soul. They survive in apocalypse. But Ronnie, he's down and out.
Doesn't matter. Beautifully done from Aiku Soul. And of course, TCW as well. That was a valiant effort right there. Almost like perfect decision making from both sides, right? But Aiku Soul just a smidge better than TCW in terms of mechanics, in terms of connecting those shots. And of course, that one player inside of that broken building, he got overpowered. I mean, two players jumping in your face, you can't really do a lot. You take down one, the other guy, he shoots you in the face. So, again, I mean, an impressive fight at the start of the day, but Aiku Soul, as you mentioned, Ronnie lost out, still 3 players left standing, 4 eliminations secured. I think that is that's the good trade for any side. You get 4 frags, you give out 1, but where do you go from here? And of course, we do have a circle towards the western side as well, so they have that freedom of playing the rest of the game at their own pace. Let's see how they adapt.
Yeah, for Aiku Soul, they're a really dynamic team, so that's not an issue.
Yeah.
They can still play from the edges. We have seen them convert games from the center. But this is where I need to be really critical. There was no need on earth for Ronnie to be going all by his lonesome, right? You need to have those man advantage up. And it was not a dire circumstance. He had his teammates right beside them. And yeah, of course, you were trying to play on confidence. But it might come to haunt them towards the end. But coming back to Picardo, Hail India again. This time, however, almost about to lock horns against Team Inertia. Now, this sort of reminds us to yesterday's Picardo lockdown.
Yeah, I was just
Alpha
about to
6
say that.
and Carnival Gaming.
I was just coming to that fixtures. Like, this feels like we're going to waste another 10 minutes just looking at these two teams run around in those red buildings. But this is how things get kicked off in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Aiku Soul and TCW, one man taken down mid-air. So, again, an unfortunate situation for TCW, but then brilliant decision making from Yadnesh over here, as he was able to find that one mistake from the side of Aiku Soul, punish it properly as well, and then again he wasted a lot of their time. But had he not gotten knocked out over there, I think he could have helped his teammates out. But then Guru, he got pushed 2v1. Jax, he was the last man standing, tries his level best to do whatever it takes to at least secure 1 extra point before he goes down. But then again, it was a 3v1 situation, so you can't really do a lot. I think from here on out, it all depends what Aiku Soul does for the rest of the game. I mean, it is towards La Cobriera. They've taken control of that northern edge, but how do they move forward? Because in a few moments, that northern line from El Pozo to Hacienda del Patron, that will have a lot of bodies in it, and a lot of those high grounds are going to be occupied. So the teams, they see you coming from the northern side. How do you react to that?
You know, you've been making those statements about teams having had to rotate early.
Yeah.
But look at this. Global Esports, they've changed their drop location.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of understanding the gravity of the situation. Vista Esports heading towards Campo Militar. And seems like Reckoning is striking fear in everybody's hearts. And I'm loving what these new boys are coming up with. When was the last time you saw Reckoning dominate like this? I don't ever remember or can even recall. But for Hail India, they're slowly but surely starting to inch in closer. For Inertia, I think Hydra, he plays quite a pivotal role in this one. Has a little bit of that backline fire. And for Over and Tane, they've got that nice crossfire to work around with.
Yeah, but it's all about positioning, right? Can you force Hail India to play in those back rooms? Can you force them to stay in those back rooms so that they fall into the line of fire of your teammates? That's the only way that setup works. Because you have a 2-2 split to the side of Inertia. You have Tane and Over for the win, over FTW, both in these red buildings, and then Nabgod and Hydra playing the arena in the back lines. A stun that could have allowed them to go for a push, but I think still holding on to their trigger. Hale, they are being quite disciplined about this engagement. They do not want to overexert themselves. They do not want to overcommit and make a mistake anywhere.
At least not for now.
Yeah.
For Inertia, I think they're doing things right. But if you're Hale India, at this point, you have to be point blank on the spot in terms of your utility. We did see a couple of stun grenades being poured over, but still nothing really coming out of it. No benefits whatsoever. And for Hale to really go in for that push with blinders on, something I would not really recommend. What the idea so far, I feel like, Johnny, is the waiting for this smoke to fade away. And that is when they might make their next move.
What's hilarious is that smoke is in the wrong room.
That's the distraction, right?
Yeah, that is what it is. It is a distraction. It forces them to look towards the right when they climb up, but the players are holding on towards the left. The problem is that Inertia's players, Tane and Over, have made too much noise. So it is about focusing and realizing what is actually going on once you're inside that building. But over FTW, he's going to have to take this fight. And Hale India, they're just waiting for the right opportunity to make that push. Now they come pouring in. The first man goes down, hits the floor. Over looking for the second. Not enough damage traded out. There's still a possibility they come out on top in this fight. Again, the push happens. Shotgun switched over. And he finds the second frag as well. Looking for the third. Makes a mistake. Does not realize the position of the man in the corner at the end of the hall. And he goes down. Tane, though, he's still left standing. And there's still an opportunity. But now Tane falls. The fight almost slipping out from the hands of Inertia. But the backup has arrived in the form of Snapgod and Hydra. Hydra taking a lot of damage. Needs to go for the revive right now. Not enough time to go for a reset in this fight.
Not enough time, but now they still have those numbers up. The idea here is to get Tane alive in Bowler. He takes a jump. And now this fight again might go up in for a reset. And that works out for the players of Inertia. They get the third man up as Noddy. He's searching down. Maybe Tane, he's been found out. And Noddy wants to get those confirmations. And he gets two out of nowhere.
What a play from Noddy and Polar. Polar being the distraction and Noddy being the destroyer. By the time Snapgod shows up, it's a little too late. His teammates are getting finished off. He finds one more frag, brings it down to a 1v1. This is the most crucial fight. Either you survive or it was all for Nai. Not enough ammunition left, and finally he falls. Polar with a pixel of HP clutches it out. What a way to kick things off.
This had to be the fight. Oh my god. Not for the faint of hearts. Oh my goodness, what are we witnessing? It's just game number 2.
Was he out of ammunition at that point as well?
Almost,
no, I think he just picked up the UMP, yeah.
Yeah, he just barely had a couple of bullets on his magazine. But Gravity, he's done it in the past. He's done it in the previous game. Can he replicate that once again? S-Power already slamming on towards the trees. Feeling quite uncomfortable. But he needs to get out of here. No! Gravity says that you shall not pass. Haiku Soul losing out on one more player.
When you want him to be Verstappen, he turns into Latifi. Slams into that tree, gets taken out. The one mistake that could have happened, right? But then again, they already have 4 finishes, so they can pretty much stay style until the end game stages and just hold on, sitting in a corner inside the circle, getting aged in fight late game, Haiku Soul, and get a few extra frags. I think that could be the way make it work. But what is going on with RNB? One more man found by RBNC. They've been holding on to these mountains for a long time. And even RNB get wiped out from this game. So we've lost 3 teams already. And it is still stage 2.
2 back-to-back bad performances coming in from RNB. And even Johnny, I think by the start of the evening, you were the one who was saying, right? The only team not to have gotten a single chicken dinner coming in from round number 3. But
I feel very bad for them there in this lobby because it is such a tough competition. You realize how many teams over here just specialize in closing out matches. That is the toughest thing to do in BGMI, to close out a game with a chicken. You have Reckoning Esports, who got 5 winner-winner chicken dinners out of the 6 matches that they played. And you have another team that is THW, who got 4 in the last 6 games they played, who got 5 in round 2. They are playing with an 80% win rate. in a battle royale. Just let that sink in. This is a genre of games that has the most RNG you need to be able to beat to succeed. They've done it 80% of the time.
I think that is what I was discussing even with Necro, right?
Yeah.
Getting so much of those chicken dinners kind of fills you with confidence.
Yes,
And
it
that is
does.
quite visible when they're coming out to play. Like THW, they know what they're up to, they know what's at hand, what's at stake. They know that they have to focus on trying to get the central spots. They're not the ones always itching out for fights. Now, this is where we need to actually bring Aiko Soul again
Yeah.
into the picture, right? First game did not go the way they wanted. Even second game, having lost out on Ronnie and S-Power, where do they go from here?
And that's a big question. It's going to be difficult to find an answer to that question as well, because, again, a lot of variables to be taken into account. But let's see. I mean, we are going to see that unfold in front of us, right? Whatever the conclusion to that story is going to be. But this is another story that we're seeing sort of unfold page by page. Mogo Esports, a lineup that was able to beat everyone the last time around. Of course, another different banner. They are quite used to lifting trophies, aren't they?
Yes, certainly, yeah. In the BGIS, the champions of 2023, BMPS were the runners-up. And this time, they've been going through a little bit of a rough time, right? Finally finding home under the Mogo Esports banner. And the boys are here back to rule. And the first game, I think I was completely impressed with how they approached the game.
Yeah.
Loved what they were doing, what they were putting on the board. But for now, taking a look at things at hand, you've got the circle shifting into the city of Monte Nuevo. And look at Team Tamilas. Now, this is where Team Tamilas feel quite settled. Right? They
Yes.
love playing around the center. They love defending the fort. And they've got all their pieces this time around. But you cannot really rule out the fact that Global Esports, they've also made it inside the circle. And RVNC, Loki, it was a really good performance in the first game of Wrangle. I mean, 10 points, too good.
Yeah, I mean, it was an intense start for them as well. It was where you would want to be if you do not want to pop off too much, or if you were struggling to finish out the game or pop off, secure a lot of points. 10 points, it's what you would want bare minimum to kick things off at the start of the day. But let's see what their conversion at the end of this game is going to look like. In the meanwhile, it seems like Revenant, they've fallen into the crosshairs of WSB. One man knocked out, but still his teammates are right next to him. So it's not going to be too difficult to recover from this situation. Plus, I believe they found an entry into the circle. So this house right there in front of them, this is their safe haven for the next few minutes. They call this home.
Not yet. I would still not call it a safe haven because look at THW. Got their eyes gazed at the players of Revenant. And Maxi OP gets the final player of Hail India down and out. Again, an exit. But this is something that Hail India have been doing even in the previous game. Yeah, they do bow out. I think Noddy was the last player surviving till those late moments. Did not get a lot of points though, but still 3 and 4. Kind of goes on to show that, yes, this team wants to pack a punch. But coming back to Revenant, of course, it was the players of WSP. Did manage to take one of the players down. He was eventually revived though. But it was the players of THW that were hearing all that commotion. And the big question is, are Revenant aware that they're being watched by another team?
I think they have to be. A team like Revenant, you can't really afford to not constantly check your surroundings. And you expect them to be able to do that even in the heat of the moment. Just be extremely aware. One of the best teams, or a lineup that is hailed as one of the best teams in the country.
Look at this.
This is going to be my favorite fight from this entire map, no matter whatever happens next.
This flick. Ouch. I loved it. With an SAT 97 to really kind of get something like this, but even Noddy showing that little bit of that confidence. Look at his HP, man. He barely had anything on him. And with just 6 bullets in the magazine, and in fact was almost out. Look at this.
Yeah.
Gets that reload in that final moment and gets those confirmation. I think that was good. Even if he goes falling down, if he gets a couple of more finishes, that could have been good for him.
Did you see that? He had 25 rounds in that UMP, but Polar on the other side, when the fight came to an end, he was down to his last 2 bullets.
Yeah. That's as close it gets, right?
It was so close, but that was a whiff, so Can't really blame it on SnapGod as well. It was too heated, that fight. And in an elongated fight, I mean, especially at this level, I don't know how these lads managed to pull it off. Fixes, because my hands start to hurt, man.
Oh, it definitely does. And especially in situations like this, it's the pressure that they have to play up against. I mean, put them in any lobby in any given day, they're going to be coming out up top. But in such a stacked up lobby, where you see even the big Goliaths falling down.
Yeah.
Even without even without throwing a punch. So goes on to say in volumes of how competitive this lobby is. Now look at that circle shift. Aiku Sol, had they had 2 more extra players alive, this could have been their game. Still could maybe manage to steal a few points away here and there.
Yeah.
But look at so many teams starting to surround them.
I think when all of these teams go back and watch this WOD and realize, like, all right, this was the shift that could have made sure that everyone was under pressure of Aiku Sol, they're going to be happy that they lost those 2 players early. Because at this point, as you were saying, if they had all 4, they would literally just start annihilating everyone from that central position. And WSB, they are making a push to, I believe, go for a challenge. I think they would like to pick that fight, just a little unaware about how many teams are there. But in the meanwhile, actually, while they make their rotation, they do come across the players of Rising Falcons. A few shots were fired, but none of them connected. So WSB do manage to stay relatively safe.
At least for now.
Yeah.
We have seen them wrecking havoc in the map of Miramar. If you remember that 23 or 24 finishes game, they got, and Zeref being that hero. I think it was round number 2, and WSB has got so much to put on the table. And Team Tamilas absolutely hammering the players of Kratic down. Aiku Sol, they also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Maybe a few knocks here and there as Manya lights Thor up. And now Kratic, they're just reduced to their last man standing, or they're eliminated.
They are eliminated from this matchup. That was daylight robbery from Manya right there. That last man just walked into the entirety of WSB, and I think WSB had already started to celebrate. Hey guys, we get a point. But Manya shows up. He's like, nope, that is mine. In the meanwhile, what is going on over here? GE against the players of Reckoning, and Reckoning, they are taking a beating. Hunters in the back lines is one of the last few players surviving. I think it is down to Hunters and Viper, who have made a run for their lives, and they have been forced outside of the zone. And Ninja Boy, he does not want to let them go. That was jump and a half in a buggy. He's still not stopping. Damn.
For Reckoning, I think it was a little bit of an overshoot.
Yeah.
Kind of really taking things lightly over there. I mean, the spread, that was so huge. Initially, they started off with a bang in this fight. Had really knocked down 2 of the players. One of them already confirmed, but little overextension, and Beast had to be the hero in that one.
Yeah.
A knock on Gravity and Shikari. That gets the alarm bell stalling for Reckoning as Hunters. He gets out of harm's way though. But the big question is, how do they infiltrate themselves inside the circle?
It's going to be so tough. They try to breach in from the northern edge. The first clash against the players of Global Esports. They try to breach in from the northwest, and that is where RYNC have set up their base, and they're not going to let them through at any cost. Now Reckoning has one more option. They're going to try and move in from the western edge, and that actually could work out. I thought THW would take control of the western edge, but THW, they've just moved up towards the northwestern side. But Reckoning, what just happened? A big blunder. They tried to move down the ridge and step into the crosshairs of RVNC. Focus fire from the entire team, and Reckoning, they just go kaboom.
This was quite unexpected. Did not see this coming. And this is where even Reckoning, they're also having those jitters. First game, they start exploding, and in the second, do seem to gas out. But for THW, they're way far from comfort. And RVNC, they've been proving themselves to be such an interesting prospect. Look at them. Already 3 finishes secured. And Sultan, he's away from home. But somehow, he manages to stay alive.
Yeah, he does. That is so lucky. And of course, the distance does play out in his favor. But the problem is that the players of Global Esports have showed up in the back lines. And all 3 teams in a few moments are going to be forced to make a sprint for the edge of the circle. They have about 60 seconds to settle their differences, or in fact figure out where they want to go. Global Esports though, now this is interesting. They have 2 players quite close to the players of RVNC who are getting pushed upon by TSW, but Beast in the backlines can be the game changer. But as the push comes to shove, THW instantly lose out on Destiny. Zero playing an off angle does find that opening frag, and Kio Lamau, wow! So lucky but perfect with that nade. Finds the knock. The crate has been found.
Still so much to do so. But THW finding that little bit of that breach, the port did come in. But now Global Esports, they have all constantly been on the hunt, and who knows, they might come back stabbing them. But for Kio Lamau, the only player surviving there, along with, in fact, Sam also, who's in a different direction of his own in the backlines, holding the players of Global Esports. As now the bodies keep on falling, and there you have it. Sam getting knocked courtesy of the blue, and now Kio Lamau, he's got so much to do. But how does he enter inside the circle? Because RBNC, they do not want to be a part of this fight, but could heavily get rattled back by the players of, in fact, the lone survivor of THW, Kio Lamau, already taking down one. And now he needs to get those finishes confirmed.
Well, let's see. Are they able to find those frags, or someone else chime in for a steal? Kio Lamau gets finished off, so that is the end of THW and their journey in this game. In the meanwhile, RVNC, they're going to be pinned out in a corner. Global Esports making that push. It is so tough to make it all the way through. Beast instantly goes down and gets finished off. Mavi does find a little bit of a safe haven, but then he gets picked off by the players of WSP. How did they find that angle, though?
I mean, everybody is threading those needles. Everybody is keeping an eye. So many guardians of the circle, and yes,
someone's feeling lucky. It's Punk. Not anymore.
Gets spotted and gets taken down. But for Mogo, I think the timing has to play a very crucial role. Team Tamilas go after hunting the last player of Global Esports, Ninja Boy, up against the world. As now the port does come in, still prepared, still trying to hold the door, has those smokes in position. But how long can he survive? As from the backlines, it's going to be Mogo that are rampaging through, and Team Tamilas losing out on numbers. But Fox, he takes that jump, he gets that final nail in the coffin. And there you have it, Global Esports already down and out.
I love that confidence over there. I mean, ideally you would expect a player to hold back, just scared of the shotguns, but not this time. They've suffered too much, Team Tamilas, and they are here to pick a fight against everyone. Although that position right on the edge of the circle, that compound, that is what can come in handy if they want to play for the chicken. The only two hurdles in the way, one definitely in the form of Rising Falcons, and they are picking a fight against the Falcons themselves. Nubi Jord has been knocked out, and even Mogo can play a helping hand from that flank.
But for now, look at Mogo. They've got that smoky trail, and they're following through. Rising Falcons could be the next victims on their hit list, could be the next praise, as now surrounding them like a pack of hyenas. Vintage Jord barely having any HP to work with. He's been taken down. Where's the final players of Rising Falcons? UV Jord still outside the blue, but Mogo, they want to get this finish for themselves. But Team Tamilas, they also seem to be on the hunt. And there you have it. Maxi OP tossing that grenade. Destro goes falling down. One more player also for Team Mogo Esports. He's also down on the ground. It comes down to Justin and Shogun. Are they up for the task, Johnny?
Well, it seems like they want this no matter what happens. They go for the push. And my goodness, Nox traded out instantly. You have Ox and Manti knocked out, but Mogo, they're down to their last man. And it is their Clutchmeister, Justin, who will have to do justice to his team in this fight. Nade lobbed out, will be able to secure at least one frag off of this, but Team Tamilas, they're looking to reset in this fight. One man did go upstairs to get a revive in, but Maxi does not have any time. He's securing and converting those knocks into finishes. The revive was there for a bait. I was just wondering, alright, revive around the corner, how do you escape? Do you even participate in this fight? But Shogun's whole job was to draw attention towards himself. And then that last player, Justin, just swings out again, goes for a shot at point blank range with a shotgun. That is a guaranteed frag. But we're finally down to 5 teams, 13 players still alive in this game. And RVNC and WSB, they're looking quite strong and solid, especially RVNC. 6 eliminations secured in this matchup.
And still have 3 players standing for WSP though. It's a 3-on-3 situation, not a lot of finishes on the board, but still making it into the top 5. They're going to feel happy about it. Whilst all of that commotion is happening, look at Vasista. They've just lost out on one, still have those players remaining, and now they're eyeing to get inside the circle. And let's not forget Aiku Soul.
Yeah.
They've somehow managed to mitigate that entire debacle that happened. They're still alive. with 6 finishes on the board as Ansh out in the open. And here's going to be the boys from iQSOL. They're enraged. They are bloodthirsty at this point, and RVNC can take a lot of beating. But in fact, it is the players of WSB that seem to go tumbling down.
I love what iQSOL have done with those vehicles. There is absolutely no gap around the corner, and it allows Manya a lot of freedom to take those fights while stepping to that garage entry. So they have set themselves up for success quite nicely. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, WSB are going to be forced to take an exit. But Manya, he finds that knock. One more, in fact, as Sayan goes down. Now he knows where the last man is. Can he line up the nade? It is a little too much towards the right, but I think the next one will be around the corner towards the left of that barricade. Waiting. Still waiting. Lines it up, lobs it out. A little off. Overshot as well. Goes for the conversion instead.
It's okay.
Yeah, it is fine.
I mean, for Manya, what he was really expecting was the players of RVNC to kind of switch positions. But now iQSOL, they also need to address to the immediate threat right beside them. It's in the form of the players of Vasista. MJ, he's got his eyes on towards the players of Mogo, and look at Shogun. He's gone for a healing battle and he's got 22 first aids to work around with. Surely a top 3 finish. We've seen this lineup
guaranteed.
do that in the past. But for iQSOL, they're in the center of the circle, and now RVNC push has come to shove. They have to try and get inside the zone. Sultan, he's fighting tooth and nail, but it is going to be K47 that gets the knock, which leaves Ansh to be the last man standing.
So when RVNC were held back, it was guaranteed that they would not make it past the top 4. They do get eliminated from this match, but now the winners will be decided by Vasista and iQSOL. If their numbers are dwindled down to those last players, Justin, all he has to do is run inside and dish out enough damage that the blue zone helps his teammate Shogun in the back lines clear up that last play and secure the chicken. Those 22 first aids can actually help Mogo convert the chicken. I think all they need to do is just play their cards right, and the timing needs to be perfect. The nade looks quite decent. Some damage dished out, but not enough to do anything significant.
Oh my god.
Oh, blunder. Big one.
Certainly. Justin, he tosses his hat onto the rings, and MJ, he decides to go suicidal. And in this point, K47, he needs to fix a remedy, needs to find something. The blood injecting already, as now iQSOL, they want to play it slow. They've got no monkey business. They want to let Mogo fight it out against the players of Vasista, and they want to be the ones to third party. Look at them.
But one problem right now is time itself, which is a problem for basically every single human alive. There's no time left, and a few short moments, the blue zone is about to collapse. So all of these players, they're going to have to start settling their differences. iQSOL, they've taken the smack center already. They are prepping to be the last ones left standing. And I wonder, Shogun, I'm pretty sure now he has started to run out of his first aids.
Look at this. Everybody kind of preparing themselves for a healing battle.
Yeah.
We did see MJ. He had 11 on him. We did see Nakul. He had 10 first aids on him. And it's going to come down to this, isn't it?
Yeah.
But somebody needs to start poking, right? K47.
That is what they're planning.
Yeah. Somehow get an opening. But Justin, how many grenades does this man have?
I think he's down to his last few. I think 2 or 3 maybe. And after that, he's going to be done as well. But there needs to be a sacrifice made, and this time it is going to be K47 who is sacrificed to the players of iQSOL, and this plays out perfectly in their benefit. 9 eliminations secured. Shogun falls down as well. Vasista Esports, last 2 players, they're playing along the rooftop, and now I think Manya, the IGL himself, will take the responsibility in his own hands. He has to run up to the roof and start looking for those frags, but before that, the outside needs to be cleared up where the players of Mogo Esports are playing, hence the nade that was lobbed, the Molotov. Is it going to follow up? No, it doesn't. He's holding on to that piece of utility. He's hoping that the players of Vasista Esports help him out a bit and take out the players of Mogo, because these 2 individuals on the outside of this factory are a threat to the chicken dinner win for both of them. They might not win this themselves, but they might take it away from one of these teams.
Look at the circle. In just a wee while, it is going to start inching in. And this is where the tension really builds up. Justin, he does not want to run out of grenades, does he? But for iQSOL, I mean, this has to be a recovery and a half. 9 finishes, which could have been a huge blunder. kudos to Knuckle and Manya, man.
I mean, all right, this is an intense moment, but it is also kind of funny because this fight has been delayed for so long. All right, 10 seconds, the blue zone has started to collapse, and this is it. This is the final end game. Mogo, they have a few extra seconds inside of that safe area. Rage God, he makes the leap, takes down a few more players, and now it's all over. Knuckle and MJ, it's down to these two. Rage God, he's still alive for a few extra seconds. Knuckle, his HP is back up. MJ also putting on that first aid. Who survives the long hit? It is Aiku Soul. They have done it. They have done the impossible in this game of Miramar. Went into an early fight, lost out Ronnie, mid-rotation, S-Power gets picked off due to, well, what was just a small little mistake. In driving, he got put under pressure, but then Manya and Knuckle, 2 players surviving, and they go ahead and secure not just a chicken, but a chicken with, I believe, they almost hit double-digit finishes as well.
9 finishes to their name, and this is nothing short of a miracle. And are we really surprised? It is Aiku Soul. We have seen them do this in the past. Yes, I was asking questions because, yes, the fingers were pointed at them. And that was a huge hemorrhage. But somehow they managed to recover. And imagine if they had those numbers, I'm pretty sure they might have already crossed 15 to 16, even in terms of finish points. But considering the start, I think it was a good finish.
This is where, I mean, the psychological aspect of the game does come into play as well, because when you have all the 4 players present, you want to run into fights, right? What if they still got the center, but because of having those 4 players, they start running towards those fights and then they get eliminated? Because I believe just being down in numbers also forced them to stay inside that factory for a long time, because they knew if we step out, we get spotted out, we are going out of this game back to the lobby. We can't do anything after that. So they needed to be safe. And because of that, I think they were easily able to make it to the late game stages. They were able to stay inside of the top 7, top 8 quite easily. And from there on out, I think that is when they were set up for success. Because you have this protection of Vasista Esports right on top of your head. And then that vehicle setup that was allowing Manya to just be a nuisance to the players of RVNC. That was also quite incredible to watch.
I mean, the IGL also gunning down, firing on all cylinders. We love that. But it had to be Knuckle who was the hero, right? Because this would have not even led to that had Knuckle not played it out to perfection in that first fight against TCW. He was the one man who took down 3 of the players, even when it came down to that 1v1 situation. He was the one who got the final nail in the coffin. And ever since, I think, losing out on S-Power, that was a huge blow for Team Aiku Soul. But putting Aiku Soul aside, I mean, this was a beautiful comeback. But let's talk about Vasista Esports. The first game, all they could muster up was a couple of points here and there. But now in Miramar, they've made a swift recovery. But if you talk about consistency, Mogo Esports, the previous game, 2nd position, decent amount of finishes. This time around also getting a good top 3 position. I think they are looking quite solid.
I think, but it is also the signature playstyle of their IGL, right? Like, I'm not going to win a lot of games, but I will end up winning the entire tournament. That is the mentality they follow with. You do not need to close out every single game with a big chicken dinner, but you need to be consistent. But ladies and gentlemen, the last final seconds of that map of Miramar, so intense. Never in my life I imagined that a heal battle situation was going to be this exciting to witness. Do we get to see how many first aids the guy from Vasista Esports had?
You know, I think it was not about how many first aids they had. I'm pretty sure they had quite a lot. It was all about when they triggered those first aids. You could see, you know, it felt like we were in a F1 competition, and we were kind of reaching towards that finish line. And even the pace was as such, because both of these players were kind of constantly triggering those heals, but it was Knuckle who was one step ahead. When was the last time we got to see a healing battle happen in a map of Miramar? Sanok, we've seen that. I think this kind of takes us back to the old BGIS 2023 days, where Destro had those iconic moments in the grand finals, and having to relive those memories when such big titans are inside the lobby. I think I am loving what we are witnessing over here.
I think that was also a thing with me that even I forgot that even the players from Mogo Esports at one point were specialized in heal battles in Sanok. So, yeah, they knew what was happening, so they were able to counter it perfectly. But, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the game in front of us, and of course, well deserved by Manya. Heavy lifting done, had to pull the weight of the world. and then go for the win. 5 finishes secured, 763 damage dished out. And looking at the top performers, I think well deserved from all of these lads as well. We have Fox OP from Team Tamilas with 5 eliminations. We have Sultan from RVNC, who had a phenomenal game. I mean, I believe they had a very nice time securing all of those finishes. They had a lot of eliminations to work with.
You know, low-key, we both are loving RBNC.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time we do not talk enough about them, but these boys are throwing punches and getting so much of the job done, even restricting the players of THW, trying to get inside the circle. Imagine the winners of the previous game were up to a very early collapse. And even for Global Esports, another team that we need to talk about, yeah, a couple of finishes here and there, but they need to somehow consolidate themselves. They need to find some good points. We need to find that consistency, which is pretty much invisible. Even Justin for his team in that fight against Team Tamilas being the hero, because one of the players, I think it was Delta, he kind of went out. He was trying to just draw all that attention. He was like, you know what, you finish me off. Because whilst you're doing that, 2 of my players, they're getting rest back up, and then just Justin fires down Hellfire.
It's like a smaller prank in that moment upon the opposing player. Like, hey, look at me, now look behind you. But let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen. And let's look forward towards the point ranking of this game. We have Aiku Soul sitting atop with 19 points, of course, versus the Esports 12 points secured, RVNC with 12 points, Team Tamilas with 12 points, so we have a tie with 12 points between the next 3 teams. Then we have Mogo Esports lacking in the number of eliminations that they usually work with, but I think they've done an incredible job making it to the top 3, so 11 points, well deserved. WSB, I mean, I expect a lot more from them, but I also realize this is one of those teams that only plays well when they are under immense pressure. I think whenever they are just relaxing a little too much, that is when they've dropped the ball. We have Global Esports with 5 points, Rising Falcons, last team in the top 8 with 4 points.
You hit the bullseye. I still feel like WSB are yet to make a comeback, and they've always done that. Round number 3, round number 2, you give them that situation. They love to thrive under pressure. But as we move on ahead, Reckoning Esports, one of those teams that we were talking about quite a lot, this time could not do much. Early initially, you could see that little bit of that casualness really hitting, players going on for those big spreads and eventually falling out. But you talk about falling out, I think, look at Revenant Esports. Again, barely could even get any point at 0. And that pretty much sets them to the very last into the overall standings, as now it is time, Johnny. Need to take a look at the report card, need to see where these teams are standing. Few teams, they've been quite consistent, but Mogo Esports, 25 points, and they sit atop.
I mean, but it's still pretty close, because you look at RVNC, 22 points secure. You have THW on the 3rd with 20, Aiku Soul on the 4th with 19, all from this last match. Visista on the 5th with 16, Team Tamilas on the 6th with 15, Reckoning 14, and then last team in the top 8 is Global Esports with 11 points. So just 14 points between the 1st and the 8th position team, and that leap can be just destroyed in just one game. So Global Esports in the game of Sanok, if they first of all survive that Camp Alpha fight, then there will be a possibility they have a big game and they just take the first position away from Mogo Esports. Then on the second page of the rankings, I think considering only 2 games have happened as of now, 4 more left in line, there is still a possibility if all of these 8 teams from 9 to 16th are consistent, a little bit consistent in the next 2 matches on Sanok and on Vikendi, then they can bring themselves back into a much better fighting position. Because again, it is too risky to just have it all on the line for the last 2 games.
Look at how unstable the lobby has been, Johnny, right? The 2 teams that have won the chicken dinners, they're still not on the first spot. I think it is where consistency is really paying off. Mogo, they're doing quite decent. And even the likes of RVNC, they're really packing a lot of punch. But whilst all of that is happening, our folks from Crafton have something always exciting for you lined up in this promo.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Where your credit, ladies and gentlemen, inside of BGMI is going to make you feel special, and according to Necro, it helps you improve your skills as well. But bringing our conversation back to the competition up ahead fixtures, I mean, we are seeing a lot of turnarounds, and as you were talking about Mogo Esports and the fact that without a chicken, their strategy of you take the chicken, we take the trophy is working out still quite nicely for them. Do you expect someone else to rise up to the challenge and, of course, take the throne away this time?
I think this game has to be all about Revenant trying to redeem themselves.
Oh, yes.
I think they need to weather the storm because I do not know what's going wrong. We haven't seen a lot of them, what's been happening, but they need to fix this ASAP.
Of course, and they have an opportunity to do all of it in the upcoming game of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the schedule and have a look at our journey ahead for the rest of the day as well. Of course, we have Sanhok, the next game in line, game number 3. After that, game number 4 will be on the map of Vekendi. Match number 5, it is Miramar, and match 6 will be played on the map of Erangel. But as we switch the maps, we're going to switch things up on this panel as well. And you guys know it. After fixtures, it is Necro is going to be joining me in line. And of course, Necro, we are not going to have our usual podcast hours because, of course, we are not going to the icy tundras of Vekendi. We're going to the beachside scenery of the tropical scenery of Sanhok. And of course, after the first 2 games, what are your thoughts about this third match?
I mean, IQ Soul, great recovery, but still
True.
I'm not sure how the consistency is going to look like. Those 2 remaining players, Manya and Knuckle, of course, did a fantastic job. Knuckle being the supporter, Manya being the IGL, I would still say that was a really good combo to have. But then moving on forward, that transition toward the map of Sanhok, where IQ Soul's taking some heavy beating upon themselves, I'm not sure how that's going to look like.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, I have a feeling that early fight in Camp Alpha will decide everything. If they win that early fight, and again, they have a pretty good win record against any team that has challenged them for the control of that Temple Hill. They've done quite well for themselves over there. If they win it again, then they can set themselves up for success. I mean, we are seeing a lot of those northern circles in Sanhok recently, so maybe it can all work out. But if they lose players again, then it will be extremely difficult because you can't really replicate what has happened in the map of Miramar again and again, and you should not definitely lose out players early. It is, of course, much more favorable to close out the game with all 4 players alive.
I mean, that's something you should tell Global Esports. They have been struggling in keeping their man number to the late game scenario. It's usually Maui who gets knocked out first, and later on it's just like a string that just comes unfolding, and then the entire lineup just falls down. WSB as well, still not inside of the fray, waiting for that team to pop up.
And of course, I'm also waiting for WSB to pop off again, and I think it might happen soon, maybe in Sanhok or in Vekendi. But as you were talking about Global Esports, have you forgotten what their slogan is? It is GE fighting. They're always fighting, man. And I think that is that one thing that makes them very special as well. Because Global Esports is one of those teams that will never shy, never run away from a fight. Even if they're down to their last man, they will do whatever it takes to secure as many frags as possible. And that is their thing. That is what helps them be extremely competitive as well. It is a team just filled with a lot of firepower, a lot of young, talented player. And of course, then you have the man in the back lines who's leading the charge, Mavi.
I mean, it's an aggressive lineup, nothing taken away with that, but still sometimes it's better to have that surrounding knowledge as well while you're trying to take that aggression. And considering at this point in time, there's a lot of these third parties happening in Global Esports, they need to start adapting accordingly. If they're not going to make it inside of the top 4, they will be missing out on the opportunity to make it in the week 1 of the semifinals, and that's something none of these teams would want to have. Now, moving on forward towards the conversation of THW. This team won the first game, a big dip in the performance in the second. Moving on towards the map of Sanhok, I'm not really sure what to expect.
I mean, we can't really blame what happened to TSW in the last game as well. It was a drop clash and one of their players got picked off mid-air. But let's see how Sanhok is going to turn out for them. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 of the day. It is about to begin. And here we have it in front of our screens.
The map's booted up on the screens as the plane flat path starts all the way from Kao towards Kampong. This plane flat path is tilted towards the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards the extreme left, I'm speaking of Ruins, maybe Tambang, even Sami, it's definitely going to be a bit of a tough stretch, but still it's not that big of a deal. It is the map of Sanhok. You can drop in on those isolated compounds, get your beginner's loot, and then move in towards your main primary drop location. You see IQ Soul, even Global Esports going towards that same drop location, and this is what we all have been expecting and hoping for.
It was destined for this to be, Necro. And again, I mean, it is their destiny to fight for that early control of that Temple Hill. And again, it will be an instantaneous fight. So that is something that we're going to witness in the next few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It is always Aiku Soul who put up that early pressure. Whoever finds those weapons first, though, will be the one holding the advantage over here. And there it is. It's a brawl out at the very start. Both the teams going at it. And Global Esports, they found the first knock. And it's that M16 in the hands of Ninja Boy. He's running after him. S-Power running for his life. But where are you going to go, boy? Just around the corner, he gets taken out. And Aiku Soul, 3 players lost in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and Global Esports, for them, they've just lost out on one single man, which is Slug. And even he's managed to get one elimination point on the board. And just like that, Aiku Soul, hopes and dreams shattered on this game of Sandhawk. And this is what we're exactly speaking of. The consistency dip once again hits them, and they're barely on the 4th spot in the overall standings.
Although, I have to say, it's not fair, man. It's not fair. They were having a fist fight, and then Ninja Boy just shows up with an M16.
Hey, it's not your problem, right? It's not our problem. He had a better weapon. It is what it is. The game allows you to do so.
Yeah, I mean, talk about, like, literally in this situation bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Yep. I mean, all he can do is just blame Aiku Soul for that, I guess.
You can't blame anyone, right? I mean, it's the spawn location and
yeah, I know,
the way the spawns work. It's a general radius inside of an area.
No way.
And weapons just spawn on random pixels of the map.
I'm just trying to follow the trail of that last player. Aiku Soul, so lucky to be alive from that entire kerfuffle that just happened.
Yeah.
And Mania just runs away, dips away from that position. It was funny. We saw one of the men just trying to shank someone to death.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately was not able to even connect that shank even once. But you know what? For now, Rising Falcons 2 is starting things off against Hail India. Another one of those teams that has been going for those constant drop collisions against every other team in the map.
Yeah, but Hail India this time do need to be careful. Rising Falcons, they are kind of huddled up inside and around Ruins. Hail India, although, are a little bit spread apart all over from Ruins till Tambang. So the follow-up, it's going to be quite tricky to pull off. And look at that, UV Jod already 1 frag secured. He knows the location of the next player as well. And his teammates on the radar are making sure that they are close enough to provide him cover and support if required.
Rising Falcons, another interesting suspect inside of the 16 teams that are playing in today. And for them, you speak of the journey so far, it's not looking too good inside of today's day. But considering the fact that Rising Falcon was able to move in and qualify towards the round 4, you can still say it's impressive. Hail India, a team that we haven't really seen a lot of on the main screen. Now, finally, they are there on the main screen, but they're just taking a lot of these drop collisions against some of the big dogs, and that's why they're taking that early hurt.
I think one thing I like about Hail India is the fact that they're not afraid and they realize, like, all right, we don't get eliminated. We are not going back home. We are just going to the wildcard stages. And if we get our strategy just perfected over here of running into those early fights and figuring out how to make these drop clashes work, we can secure a lot of points early. That was the missed shank that you were talking about right there.
It was funny. We had the drone view for a while on that fight. You just see a cat and mouse chase going on. The man with the shank in the back and the man in the front just trying to run away for his life.
I think at one point before they started chasing Mania with weapons, they tried to run after him with machetes as well.
Yeah, they did. They did. I mean, just trying to get your hands on anything and just try and take your opponents down.
This is the 3rd drop fight that we're witnessing. It's still the first stage. The blue zone has just started to move in, but TCW, they find the players of WSB, but it's Mon who's kicking things off now.
This is what we like to see, WSB. This is going to be that big pressure subsider that they need. WSB already kicking things off against TCW. The confirmation is going to be there onto Hunter, but what a great nade that was. Jax OP catches a man being too cocky. Man gets knocked out for now. TCW, the confirmation's just not going to be there. TCW, utilities being tossed upon them too at the same time, and WSB, once again, they get back in the swing of flow. TCW, it's just a constant barrage of utilities, and every single util is being tossed to perfection. The timing is way too perfect on those, and WSB, they're taking too much damage, but eventually, the man overextends. He does not expect those revival coming through.
Yeah, I think he ran out of utility maybe, and then he decided to just push up with the shotgun, or maybe they just miscounted how many players from the side of WSB were left standing. Because the way he was pushing forward, it felt like he thought, Jax thought it was down to a 1v1, but it wasn't. It was the entirety of WSB waiting for him on the other side. Small miscalculation from TCW, and they are the first team to be eliminated from the game.
They indeed are. Rising Falcons, 4 players towards the outskirts. We've also got Hail India at the top and Rising Falcons. This time it's time for revenge. But Galaxy whips everything. And in return, he gets knocked out. Rough luck. Hail India now taken down with two-man squad. How can you even miss out on that spray?
Yeah, it was out in the open, just a complete whiff over there, and Galaxy is about to learn his lesson. But Rising Falcons, they need to be a little bit careful. Look at the top of that hill. The other players from the side of Hail India not too far away.
I think so it's done for at this point. I don't think so Hail India can retaliate.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be difficult, but if Rising Falcons just give them these opportunities, like right now the players are quite exposed, they're out in the open, and if it's an isolated 1v1, then you always have the opportunity of finding that one extra frag and eventually bringing the numbers down. But Hail India, they're just hiding in these shacks, and Rising Falcons show up at their address. UV Jord leading the charge is going to be the first man to be put out of the misery, and there it is. Naughty finds the first pick of this fight. Down to a 3v2 we go.
A major mistake from Naughty. And he's also taking a lot of damage with those shots. It reveals his position, but he also does get that elimination point secured. And now, of course, Polar is trying his best to provide that cover fire, but from the side of Rising Falcons, I don't like the spread.
Yeah.
All the players in that same general direction, they should try and spread themselves out a little bit more. Try and go for those off angles.
But look at this. Here comes more trouble in the form of THW. The third party heading towards these compounds, and this is going to make things worse for both Rising Falcons and the squad of Hail India. TSW, they have the numbers to work with one after the other. The players are closing the distance. Hail India Naughty, he finds one more. Winter is knocked and finished. So Rising Falcons all of a sudden are down to their last man. And Sam, he's going for the push, has the shotgun to make it work as well. Finds that isolated player, finds the frag. One more point secured. Rising Falcons, what is Juice going to do?
Oh no, Rising Falcons in some tough shoes for now. Juice, the last man remaining, and I don't think so he's got any juice left.
Yeah.
There we go, everything being squeezed out.
Well, well, well. And TSW, I think, they are going to be quite happy that in a position where they were just looking for some cover to work with, they find 3 extra frags in the early stages of the game. And this can be the opportunity that they needed to help reset from the fiasco of Miramar.
I mean, Rising Falcons, as I mentioned, right, it is impressive the fact that they made over here in the round 4, but I'm going to be brutally honest, I did not expect them in the top 4 moving inside of today's day.
I mean, yeah, top 4 is quite difficult to crack.
Yeah, it's way too difficult. I mean, just imagine, you've got Reckoning, who's been doing so good. They got 5 chicken dinners in the round 3. You've also got THW, who managed to set up some incredible records for themselves, too. You've also got WSB Gaming heavy hitters, Vasista Esports. You've got Revenate, Kratic, Global Esports, Aiku Soul. So many teams eyeing out for that top 4. There's way too many teams in contention for that spot, man.
Yeah. And as you were talking about Reckoning and Revenant as well, I think I would like to add them to the list because that was the best performing team from the grind itself. These teams are struggling right now. That is how tough the situation has gotten. That's one way to have 3 people in a 2-seater car.
But I also genuinely think a lot of these teams are taking that unwanted risk too at the same time because they know they're not going to be eliminated.
Yeah, that, I mean, we've already discussed that for the last 3 days, man. We've seen a lot of shenanigans from a lot of these big teams. Perfect surfing. Lamborghini surfing, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about making waves. Well, if you're riding that green wave, you are special.
Interesting. Green wave.
It's a green Lamborghini.
It is. And looking at that Lambo always reminds me of that song. It's not purple, but still the purple Lamborghini.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice.
Nice indeed. What's even better is that fight breaking out. I think Mogu Esports, they are in trouble. They've been found by Vasista Esports all the way towards that Mark Nectar in the blue.
Oh, it's
Ouch.
breaking out. Mogo. High chance. This time the consistency is not going to prevail for that squad. One single game, slipped out, and it's definitely going to bite them in the back, and we have seen a prime example of that. And Vasista Esports, looking at them, 2 finishes already secured.
Mogu is down to their last man. It's just that one last man. It's the IGL Destro himself. And he is still stuck in the back lines of the blue zone, running towards Bahan right now.
Interesting.
Just east of Paradise Resort. So I think just one option remaining for the side of Mogo Esports in this game.
Okay,
Heal
look,
battle.
I have a question on this, right? Or maybe
Alright.
I can also have the answer for my own question. I'm just going to give the answer, okay? The answer is,
You got to ask the question first before giving the answer.
my question was, why are they using the same play style even on the map of Sanhok, where you know it's quite a zone-centric map, and sometimes playing on edge-to-edge on this map is not going to work out. Not sometimes, majority of the times it's not going to work out.
All right.
Now, I do understand Mogo, they like to play from edge-to-edge on the map of Erangel and Miramar. It allows them to do so. Those are bigger maps. You have so much more better cover and better way to rotate. But on this map of Sanhok, you can't really do that. So it's better to just be proactive and prioritize the central of the circle as quick as possible.
I mean, I would agree to that to a certain extent, but then again, it is just one game. They are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So this is the one thing that I've realized what makes Mogu special and what makes Destro special. He does not think of stages and matches as isolated incidents. It is all about the overall having the bigger view of the journey. You mess up that one game and you keep stay focused on that one mistake that you made a few moments ago, you won't be able to perform in your upcoming matches. And I think for Mogo, it's the same thing. Just be consistent no matter where you are, what map you're playing. Just stick to your own strengths, and eventually at the end of the day, you're going to sit atop everyone else. It is about a little bit about that mentality that they have.
The champion's mentality, would you like to call that?
Yeah. I mean, if they do become the champions this time again, I mean, they are the former champions, the lineup itself.
Yeah, they would be defending it. But I would love to see it being super cutthroat, super close for that championship in the grand finals.
Oh, it's going to be, Necro. We are in round 4 right now, and it's extremely cutthroat already. I can't even imagine what the finals will be like.
But at the same time, looking at the competition too, it's really tough to say anything. Maybe even one team can straight up just ball everything and start winning every single match as well. Even there's a high possibility of that, and we've seen that happen in the past rounds. But hold on to that thought. Global Esports from the top, raining down some death and destruction. Unfortunately for Global Esports, one man is isolated underneath. They do spot out the smokes. They're trying to get the revival back up on the fallen player. And I think so he will be back up there. But Inertia now getting pushed up on by Team Tamilas. Once again, this fight happens. Inertia, they're in a big world of trouble as they're taking too much damage upon themselves with the utilities that are being tossed in from Team Tamilas. Another nade being tossed up from Manti. It's actually going to find the opener too. Inertia Esports, they're being forced back.
Yeah, there's nowhere left to go though. They are out in the open, and Team Tamilas, they go for the push. One knock secured, a few shots away, but still Tane hits the floor, and now even over has nowhere left to go. Team Tamilas, they've made sure they control this fight, control the pace, and well, the result is 4 eliminations secured in the bag.
Inertia Esports now just being the loot crates. Rough luck for that team throughout the entire day. Inertia isn't even able to get that limelight to themselves. While we see Team Tamilas on the screen, a decent start to the day. They were able to get some elimination points in the previous game as well, as we did see those compound fights. And now even over here, they managed to get 4 elimination points on the board, so even that's a really good. Kratic Esports. As Thor's knocked out, the revival's going to be there. No issues on the board. Addy's there. There we go. Kratic Esports once again back in full force. And Kratic as well, they've been an interesting name to talk about, right? From the grind, the transition towards the round 4 has been quite shaky. In the grind, this team was one of the names to be feared.
It was. But then again, I mean, everything has shaken up since we transitioned from the grind to round 1, round 2, round 3, and now round 4. A lot of stumbles. This being one of them in this game, Anya. From stage 1 till stage 3, he stayed in the exact same spot. He's not moved since the start of the game, by the way.
That's the fear.
I think it worked out the previous game. Why not this time again? Imagine.
I mean, he is the IGL of that team, so he knows what he's doing. But the main issue is he's got no meds upon him, too. So
we keep making a lot of...
okay, now Mane would need to move.
Oh, of course. But now he can actually secure a few extra frags if Global Esports moves down from there. But coming back to what I was saying, I mean, we keep making those references about throwing punches, packing punches, right? A lot of boxing references. It is important to know how to slip, roll, and block as well. And that is what this defensive playstyle is all about. You got to know how to protect yourself.
Got to take some tips from CG. THW Ninze. Oh, that nade comes in out of nowhere. Ninze, it's a surprise package, just blats open on his face. And now Ninze, as he's been knocked out. This is looking like a rough start. Recovery should be easy, though. It's not that big of a deal. And for THW, considering they're still slowly and steadily moving inside of that northern left island, this will be a tough pill to swallow. But looking at WSB's fight on the screen for now, WSB, even they're taking equal damage upon themselves. It's all down to Armand, but he still clutches it. A big fight executed. Team Tamilas kicked out of the lobby.
My goodness, and in a game where Team Tamilas were just starting to build up their momentum, they have been wiped out. But this is what me and Fixes were also talking about, Necro. WSB, a team that just plays, or in fact performs their best when they're going against the flow of the river. And this time again, under pressure, they find those frags. They have, I believe, 7 eliminations secured already in this game. And they are going to look for a few more, considering they have that shoreline all to themselves. There's no one there to challenge them apart from Reckoning Esports. But I think even Reckoning are going to be looking for their own frags in this game.
Braddock looking at the hilltop. Oh, I mean, the knock that was found, it was quite nice. But at this point in time, outside of the blue, still a couple of teams going for those constant pepper. Tough to say who's going to survive this entire scenario, what the outcome's going to look like. But for Craddock, this game is really crucial. It's a crucial string that needs to be pulled. And if Craddock Esports don't do it, then it's a big trouble. A big punch to the head this time. It's going to knock the player out. And now still 2 more players up and alive, even for the side of R&B. And even this is another one of those teams we haven't really seen on the bigger screen, so we do not know what the playstyle is. But so far, I mean, R&B, just looking at the game, they're not even trying to move inside of the zone. It's weird.
Yeah, they are scared because the first 2 games did not turn out too well for them. And now this is either a make it or break it situation already for them. Either they bring something to show for why they are here in this game of Sanok. And I think the opportunity has been handed out to them. That UAS is not going too far. Thor does not manage to stay alive yet again. And RNB, they find those 3 frags. Craddock Esports. Oh, this is going to be a tough journey. And a tough pill for them to swallow.
This looks like a global esports game. They've got the high ground, too, to play with. Slowly and steadily moving in from edge to edge. Even WSB is right there.
I don't think that's going to happen, Necro. I think that you see that man Manya, right? I'm pretty sure the moment he sees G in front of them, he's like, all right, boys, my turn.
I mean, let's see, though. I mean, I still feel like it's not going to be that big of a lethal
He just needs to take
player.
down one man.
Definitely can.
That
Depends.
needs to be Ninja Boy because that's the guy holding the high ground.
I mean, gee, they've got their individual covers to play with, right? Manya slowly and steadily being Peter Parkour. Moving down. Spots out the player in the watchtower. He hasn't really went for the shots just yet, but a couple of shots taken. He moves everything.
Oh, no.
There we go. I told you. I don't think it's going to be that lethal.
Yeah, now he's done.
Manya whiffing on all the shots, and yeah, Global Esports. I mean, they're known for that firepower. They're not going to be missing those shots. And just like that, Manya poofed into thin air.
Could have just changed everything. G could have been denied this wonderful, wonderful winning opportunity. But now, since all 4 players are there, I think now I agree with you. Now I think they do have a big probability of converting this game, unless WSB and Reckoning Esports have something to say about it. But these 2 teams are going to be quite busy fighting amongst themselves.
Yeah, apologies to cut you off there, but Reckoning Esports, right? As I mentioned, in the round 3, they had 5 chicken dinners in the span of 6 games. And that is super impressive. But the transition towards round 4 isn't even close. Look at Revenant Esports. A team that directly moved in from the grind to the round 4 is now just facing a lot of those struggles. And all thanks to K47 is for that. As Vasista Esports, they're just beaming down anyone that they see.
Vasista Esports is very impressive, this team. Of course, it is a new name that they're playing under, but the players are quite experienced individually. And Revenant Necro, I have to say, this is just heartbreaking. The team, as you pointed out, did not just make it through from the grind itself directly to round 4, but they were the team sitting at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the grind. And when we see them in round 4, it does not seem like the same team anymore. It feels like, again, they have been reset completely mentally this time around, and I think the struggles are going to continue. Fierce brought back, Punk tries to push forward, and he gets taken out, gets into the line of fire again for the 2nd time, and gets punished.
Blunder. Big blunder. Revenue Esports somehow should have been able to recover, but Punk went back to get the revival on the fallen player. And now look at Global Esports. They've got the overview. They've got the drone view of everything that's currently going on in front of them. All the 4 players, just like a pack of Mafia, moving forward, and they know exactly what the playing structure is going to look like for the future stages.
You had a question before the game began, Necro. Why is GE always focused on fighting and not really able to gather information? Well, this time they had the info of all the opposing players in the front lines, and all they need to do is what they are best known for,
Destiny.
take those fights. Destiny in the backlines does take down one, almost taking out Ninja Boy as well, but he finally falls. Now Ninja Boy barely surviving. Beast is in the front line, and that one man from the backline just changes everything. All of a sudden, GE is down to their last man. Reckoning have all their players alive. WSB is stuck out in the open, and I think the heist it just happened in front of us. The chicken dinner has been taken away.
That one single man playing a major spoiler, completely just shifting the tide. And now Reckoning Esports, they've got a couple of more foes approaching them.
You know what? TSW is still in this game. They have Sam still alive. He's doing a heal battle in the blue. Oh, no.
Oh, we shouldn't have said that.
Oh, yeah. Why did we point him out?
Yeah. He still had 3 first dates. Maybe he could have squeezed on the 3rd spot. It's fine now. It's okay, right? It's okay. 4th spot still. Decent amount of elimination points to back it off. TSW at this point in time just trying to be as consistent as possible, while Reckoning Esports, they've got all the 4 players up and alive. The Stars, they seem like they're aligned for this team. But Reckoning Esports, unfortunately, not exactly in the zone, and this is where WSB will be having that major advantage. Wow. But as soon as I say that, an in sails into that perfect spot, and now Beast from the back as well is knocking on the doors. He's there with the 3rd party. He gets another confirmation rolled up, and Beast is looking super confident while he's taking this fight. WSB Xerath in the front line as well. If Xerath finds even one more knockout in this one, things can be better. It gets bring back to life in Global Esports' way. But Beast, it brings down to 1v1. And now for Reckoning Esports, they have been eliminated from the back. MJ, what just happened? Beast, he finds himself in the lucky side of things. And somehow, he takes that chicken dinner for Global Esports. What is that moment?
Oh man, Visista Esports, they turn out to be the kingmakers, and what a big win. I think 14 eliminations secured by Global Esports in this game as well. What was that? First Destiny shows up, changes their destiny of winning the chicken, and Visista Esports are like, alright, you aren't the only ones who can swing the tide of the game. Just a few shots towards the players of Reckoning, and well, the chicken dinner handed back to the players of GE.
I am shocked. You know what this moment reminded me of?
What?
Blaze getting shot at by Altu from the blue. Oh! This is what it reminded me of, and an exact moment happened on the map of Sanhok too. But the only difference in that scenario and this scenario was it was Altu to secure the chicken dinner, but this time, from this scenario, was complete someone man. It was complete a different man who got benefited from this. It was Beast from Global Esports.
But to be fair, Beast did it all to bring it down to 1v1. So towards the end, and Beast is, at this point, I think one of the upcoming rising stars in terms of mechanical prowess in BGMI in this country, right? He's like one of the best players you could ask for in your team. So he brought it down to 1v1, and you know this better than anyone else, Necro. 1v1s, it is about that 50-50, and especially in that final heat of the battle moment. And Beast, with how he was performing, how confident he was looking, I think he would have clutched out that fight. That last shot from MJ, it just made it easy. It just served that win, that well-deserved win for GE on a silver platter. Like, there you go, guys. Enjoy.
Global Esports should be thanking their stars. I think so. They should have read their horoscope today. Maybe they were supposed to be really lucky.
Alrighty. That's for you to do, right, though?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have their players' zodiac signs. But yeah, moving on with the conversation. What a lucky... Man, like, I just don't even know what to say. I'm still flabbergasted over the fact that Beast was able to get that chicken dinner. And for the opponents, all that heavy lifting that they did throughout the entire game, moving in from cover to cover, Reckoning Esports, they were not able to squeeze through any chicken dinner from the start. Finally, they had some glimmer of hope. I mean, it was not a glimmer. The doors were pretty much open for them to move on and feast on that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And at the end, the plate was just stolen by someone else.
Yeah, as you said, the door was open to their castle, but then all of a sudden, as they're about to walk in, a cannonball just comes from the side swinging and just takes the entire castle down, destroying it in front of their eyes. So again, the hopes and dreams of the chicken did get shattered. But overall, Reckoning also had a pretty fun game. I think they had a lot of eliminations to work with in this one. And of course, the distraction from the side of WSB. So it was a domino effect of a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
If we just look at that isolated moment towards the end where it was Beast, one player from the side of Reckoning, and then MJ in the blue, then it feels like, all right, Beast just got lucky, right? MJ was on the flank. But you have to go all the way back to when Global Esports was making that push down the slope. That is where the domino started to fall from. Because Destiny taking down those players from the side of Global Esports just made sure their chance of winning this game was down to like 2 or 3%. Reckoning Esports, they made the mistake of committing towards WSB, stepping out into the open, and then not really realizing, and it's not their fault because players, when they are inside of the game, just see that total player count and no one really knows how many teams are there. So they did not know there was one man still in the blue going for a heal battle. Look at this.
I mean, once again, time to relive this entire moment, right? MJ just delivering that finishing blow to Reckoning Esports, and MJ thought that he's probably going to be the one to secure that chicken dinner, but then in the end, it was someone else completely from a different squad who benefited from that moment. And Beast must be having big smiles on his face because Global Esports, they were struggling, man.
I mean, look at how happy we are, and we didn't have the chicken dinner handed to us right now. And also, as you talk about Beast smiling, right? I wonder what the expression on the faces of the players of Reckoning is going to be like.
They're going to be disappointed. They're going to be like, how did we just miss out on that chicken dinner? And one thing is for sure, after this game, they're probably going to be texting that player from Vasista Esports, MJ, man, you're going to be having a lot of texts from those players.
Yeah, you watch your back in the next game, man.
Match MVP of that previous game is going to be Beast, of course, a beast of a performance. And now Beast is going to be feasting on that chicken dinner. 7 finishes wrapped up, 559 damage dished out with 0 headshots and survival time of 21:48. Moving on forward towards the top 5 performance, Reckoning Esports' players should be over here.
Yeah, I think we are going to see at least one of them. Hunters makes it through with 3 eliminations secured and 417 damage dished out. Of course, though, the match was dominated majorly by the side of Global Esports. They had control of that Temple Hill. And of course, Ninja Boy, that early fight, getting hands on the M16 would prove out to be the best thing that could have happened to him this entire day.
Hands down. I mean, for Godzi as well, from WSB, he was able to put up some nice numbers. Even you've got Armand from WSB too, was able to put on some good numbers. For WSB, this was definitely that wake-up call that they needed, but the question is it a little bit too late inside of the day? Let's move on and look at the point standings and exactly figure out how many points were accumulated by these individual teams. And Global Esports, with 14 finishes wrapped up, 24 points. That is a magnificent game. That's a big game right there. WSB with 15. You've also got Vasista Esports with 12. Reckoning Esports with only 9. Only if they would have gotten that chicken dinner, things would have been much more different.
Yeah, things would have definitely been different because they would have had the finishes secured of the players of Global Esports as well. I think 1 extra point in the bag. But Reckoning Esports, I think this can be the starting point though. I mean, if they manage to be consistent from here on out and have one big game, either on that Wake Indie, Miramar or Wrangle, just pop off once, and that can help you push inside of the top 4. But moving forward, we have TSW still looking to bounce back after dropping the ball on that map of Miramar Team Tamilas. I think that was just unfortunate. They won one fight and the next one they run and they just get taken out instantly. But look at how interesting things are, right? On the 6th position, already you have a team with 4 points. That means the teams on the second page, they're going to be suffocated for even a single point.
You talk about the vacuum, right?
Yeah.
There's no oxygen to breathe on the latter half of the board. IQ Seoul, TCW, once again, a complete bomb from them.
Oh, yeah.
IQ Seoul's second game where they got 0 points. And this is definitely going to be hurting their performance in the overall rankings. Now, I just want to look at the overall standings and find out, GE, they've already taken IQ Seoul's position. So, yeah, IQ Seoul's going to be kicked down. Rising Falcons over there, too, with 3 points. You speak of the consistency drop-off. The same thing has happened over here from Mogo Esports, too. So this is definitely going to be another wake-up call, considering that cushion now has faded away.
Yeah, exactly. This is the reset, though, that we wanted. We wanted a tough fight today. I mean, these teams, again, some of the best teams in the country, and you would hope to see them perform to the best of their abilities. So Mogo, they have been reset, as you mentioned. IQ Seoul also being handed a soft little reset. But how do the other teams now capitalize to this? You pointed out Global Esports before we began the game that all that constant fighting was what was keeping them at bay. And I do agree with that. Like, they fight too much. But now this game brings them back. And in fact, it pushes them, propels them all the way to the top, Necro. I did not think this was going to happen. My maths was way off. I thought they were going to be on the 2nd or the 3rd.
Man, that's a massive catapult Reckoning Esports as well catapulting themselves on that 7th. Now look
Yeah.
at IQ Seoul. That's such a big drop right there. They were on the 4th spot in the previous game. And now look at them, already dropped down 4 spots, and now they're on the 8th spot right there. RVNC towards the 5th, THW, they need to start waking up as well. Mogo Esports, first position, capitalized. Basista Esports, they'll still be consistent with their
Yeah.
placement points.
I mean, the opportunity is still there. They have set themselves up for success. They just need to be consistent. Already on that 2nd spot with Sister Esports. But look at the 2nd page. Revenant. That is scary.
Exactly. what I
3
was about to
games
talk
done. 4 points secured. Not really a position I thought Revenant was going to be in at any time. Not even after the first game, I thought they were going to be in the bottom 2.
I genuinely think so. Revenue Esports, they've got a complete different evil plan going on in their head.
Go to the
Yeah,
wild
go
card.
to the wild
yeah.
card, dominate the wild cards, be back in the main stage, and then that's where, in the grand finals as well, they're probably going to try to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, that can be the evil plan, but that's also a plan that can result in them just getting wiped out. and
High
getting eliminated.
chance.
Yeah, I mean,
High probability.
who do you know? If they actually make it through to the finals from that wild card stage, then it's going to be quite a big flex, right?
Oh, yeah, it will be. I mean, just touching the death and instantly coming back to life in a matter of seconds. But ladies and gentlemen, so much more to speak of, but after this short promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा। तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
In-game cosmetics are something that I'm a big fan of, and I'm pretty sure even Johnny's a big fan of those, right?
Yeah, I am. That's why I keep asking what color is your Bugatti?
It's transparent, and if you can't see it, it's skill issue. But yeah, moving on forward. Now it's time to move on towards the icy lands of Vikendi,
Yes.
Johnny. And what are your expectations going to be from these aggressive teams? What do you think Global Esports is going to pull off this time?
I think since Global Esports have already come out of their frozen glacier and are starting to take on the threats in the front lines, I think that is one team that you need to watch out for. But along with that, one thing is for sure, IQ Seoul, whenever they are beaten down in one game, the next game they show up with their max potential. They get upset very quickly with a lot of the competition. So I think Global Esports, they need to be a little careful because IQ Seoul might just show up hunting and looking for them. And also, MJ, watch yourself, man.
As I mentioned, he's going to be getting a lot of text after that one play pulled off. But yeah, moving on forward, I'm also going to be making a big statement here. I think Revenant Esports is going to be getting the chicken dinner on the map for this Vikendi because Revenant Esports, they've always been quite decent on Vikendi from what I remember in the past stats, right? So I think Revenant Esports, now that we've got this revamped lineup, Revenant Esports is looking really good in their form. I mean, not for now, though, but still, we know what they're capable of. We know they do pack a massive punch, and I think so definitely will be a way to pull off in the map of Vikendi. And I've also got Fixes joining alongside with me on the panel. Fixes, expectations on Vikendi.
I mean, Vikendi, it's going to be fun, right? Like you said, even I am hopeful that Revenant get the chicken dinner. They pretty much need to return back from the dead. Just 4 points in just 3 games is really not going to make the cut for them. This has to be a game where they have to bomb everybody down. And considering how things have been panning out in Vikendi so far, we've been seeing a lot of those Mount Kresnich circles. I think it's been pretty much around Goroka, Mount Kresnik. This time, I want to see something different. But hey, few pointers from the last game. For I think this is where MJ needs the credit where he deserves, right? Basista Esports, they had kept the players of Revenant at bay. Suddenly, they lost 2 of their players, courtesy to Destro. He was around boot camp area, and MJ, he had to survive all by his lonesome. But for Reckoning, I think that's quite unforgiving, considering they were aware where Beast actually was, and still having just pushed directly at the players of WSP, that was daylight robbery.
It was, but still they managed to shut down the players of WSB. Now, the main problem was, I think so the game plan from the side of Reckoning Esports was that even if they do take some heavy blows upon themselves, they were confident enough that they would shut down the entirety of WSB, considering we saw that one single nade sail in towards that rock. That nade was able to get 2 confirmations instantly, and then that's where Reckoning Esports had the confidence to push up. They pushed up, but unfortunately the time for recovery wasn't there. Beast moved in at the same time while the push was going on, and Beast instantly third-partied. So there was no time, no room for error, and then from the back it was also MJ taking shots. That's where everything just came crashing down. Honestly, even you cannot blame Reckoning Esports for that. I still feel like that was some good thinking on the fly.
I mean, that was indeed good thinking, nothing taken away, right?
Yeah.
But the competition is so tough that these small mistakes really matter. Because Beast, well, his position was compromised. Everybody knew that he was behind the shack. What Reckoning could have really done was just have one of those players checking at his direction whilst the other kind of went in for the push, which did not happen. And
They actually did have one player.
they did have one player, but he was eventually taken down, and everybody else had already committed over there.
Yep.
So things really, really went awry for them. And that kind of denied them of at least a good 6 to 7 points. Now imagine, had they had this, they would have been in the top 4 contention easily. And that, again, that confidence booster you get. But still, Reckoning, things are looking pretty solid for them. Global Esports sitting right at the tippity top, enjoying what we are getting to see. But yes, like discussed already, Craddock, Revenant, 2 of those big teams returning in from the grind. They really need to get back to life.
And as I mentioned, my prediction towards this upcoming game of Vikendi has to be Revenant Esports. I
Yeah,
genuinely
me too.
think so Revenant Esports is going to swing back to life in this game with a chicken dinner, and it's going to be a banger of a game too. For Craddock Esports, I'm not even sure what's going on. It's a complete shift in the tide. It's not the same team that we witnessed in the grind. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, enough of the talks about the teams. Now let's speak of the new map on the board. Vikendi is going to be booting up on the screens as the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from port towards down south, which is going to be Cement Factory.
All right. Again, a flight path trajectory that we're kind of acquainted to. We're sort of used to. Teams dropping down maybe towards Milna. They're going to have a little bit of that issue traveling that far. But majority, like we said, this is one of those circles where, in fact, one of the flight path trajectories where Revenant can really benefit from, considering their drop at Castle. But Global Esports, again, this has been one of those teams that has kind of gone big in one of those matches. Yes, Sanok was spectacular for them, but they still need to keep the ball rolling. I think the idea is always to kind of reach that threshold of 50 points, and then Global Esports, they could just fan their wings across. But for now, Hail India, one of those teams, Necro, we really need to talk about them. So far, 3 games, they have been taking those early fights, and they've been on the receiving end.
They have been. Hail India, they've just been going through that
There you
constant
go.
drop collisions, and once again, the same circle that we witnessed yesterday, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is yesterday the circle was tilted a little bit to the left side. This time it's tilted to the right side, but still it's that mystery where we do not know where it's going to be shifting towards. Is it going to be the left or the right side? For now, Global Esports, Beast, things can be way dicey for this man. Luckily enough, the opponents did not really choose out to chase him down, but yeah, it's going to be okay.
All good in the hood for Global Esports. Kind of do not have enough teams around them, at least in the areas that they are right now. But if they venture a little bit further, they might find the players of THW. And considering it's THW, one of the known teams in the circuit, I think Global Esports should be expecting that. But let's talk about THW, man. Necro, they started things with a bang, but second and third games really not going their way. This also has to be their comeback story. And if they do not do so, I think the lights might be doused off for them. Same goes for Team Tamilas. In fact, in the previous game of Sanok, they had such a solid position up until the moment the players of WSP knocked on their doors.
Team Tamilas, honestly speaking, the defense is looking a little bit too shaky from them.
Yeah.
When they're on the offense, they look pretty good. They look like they're in a good form, but then when it comes to defense, yeah, they're not really able to do so that well. So Team Tamila is definitely a couple of those holes that they need to patch up, but for now, Reckoning Esports on the screen. After receiving that big mental setback in the previous game, hopefully they're going to be having clean boards in their heads. It's time to move in or reset their mindset and move inside of this game of Vikendi. It's going to be giving them a lot of those opportunities to try and play as safe as possible and survive to the late game scenarios. And luckily enough for Reckoning Esports, they've got the firepower to do so.
They have the firepower. It's all about just holding on to their horses. We've seen this team engage in those 4v4, obliterate their opposition. It's all about those clever, cunning decisions that they need to make. I'm pretty sure if they have a good game in this one, they might qualify into the semis. But talking about the other teams inside of the lobby, I think Kratic, they're also in a solid position, just placed around Villa. They'll have no trouble getting inside the center of the circle. WSP also have a good, solid spot for themselves. But for Mogo, Esports and IQ Soul, the question mark's still there. Especially for Mogo, they'd been consistent in the first 2 games. And eventually, they kind of fell out in Sanok, which is quite okay, considering they're still in the race. They're still in a good position. But for IQ Soul, you did talk about it once the overall standings came up. They have been taking a huge fall.
They have been. Inconsistency has been hitting that team over and over again. And for IQ Seoul to try and recover from that will be a tough one. All the way down to that 8th spot. But still, it's not that big of a deep, though, if you talk about the overall point standings, right? The calculation, IQ Seoul, they just need double digits on the board in this game. And once again, they will be back in that top 4. And for now, you've got Mogo on the screen. One of those teams that has been super consistent in the first 2 games. Sanok left out a little bit. It's fine, though. Still in that top 4 contention. And Mogo's looking forward to go up against WSB. This is not giving me that good of a vibes. WSB known for their firepower. We all know they do pack a massive punch. And Armand's just waiting for the right moment to strike. As soon as he activates, things will be really good for WSB. It's all about that first initial knockout blow. And WSB, yeah, just playing for the info for now.
This could be a bear trap. Mogo out for the hunt, and WSP well aware of every single moment. Look at Raiden. He's got it all set up for him. Oh no. This was not supposed to happen. Destro finally trying to lob that grenade. He's got a slight idea that maybe Arman, he's hiding behind that rock. This is where research really comes into play. Mogo Esports, they've done their homework. They know that WSP loves to go on for those splits. And look at Revenant. They decide to barge in on Raiden. Where does he run? Where does he hide?
It's time to run away, Raiden. Revenant Esports trying to take the advantage of 2 teams fighting. As Raiden's trying his best to try and hold things together. Yeah, inside of that washroom. Fears just went for the pre-fires around the corner. He's got no clue exactly where Raiden is, too. But even Raiden's able to connect some heavy blows upon the foes. Constant shots taken against Revenant Esports, and now Raiden's also getting shot at from a complete different team. It's Mogo knocking on the doors now. Raiden knocked out. WSB in such a big wall of trouble. And even Revenant Esports are taking damage upon themselves from Mogo.
They're not discriminating. But for Revenant, surely will have no issue stealing this finish away. Which could have been a huge collapse. Because Revenant, one of the players, I think it was Sensei, knocked down his own assaulter. And yeah, Raiden wanted to capitalize on that situation, but thankfully, Mogo unwantedly came into their aid. And for now, Mogo quite angry, considering their finish being stolen away. But now they need to understand the gravity of the situation. They cannot overstep. WSP read like an open book. They've suffered some heavy, heavy losses. But where is Arman?
He was there up close and personal, and now
Has he gone unchecked?
we just don't see him. He's actually backed away from that fight, so that's good. When the time came for it, Armand backed away when it mattered the most. And WSB is still inside of the game with a 3-man squad. This is the only team that has taken some sort of blow upon themselves so far. And for WSB, this game is quite crucial. They need this game of a candy in the bag as well. Have some double digits on the board when it comes to the elimination at the chicken dinner at the top. Perfect ending. But yeah, RNB pushing up against Kratic this time. Kratic Esports, a team that has been struggling from the start. The same thing can be said for the likes of RNB too, but I think so. It's also a third party coming in. Kratic Esports, they're getting shot at from somewhere else. No, it's actually the same team's man who's in the back lines. I love that spread. It's a 3-1 spread while the 3 players push in towards the compound. One man's there in the outskirts, just creating the constant back of fire. And there we go. RNB slowly and steadily closing things out against Kratic.
Addy still somehow struggling to live, somehow struggling to breathe. Seems like in the chilly lands, it is too hard. Barely running out of oxygen there, needs to patch himself up. But for Kratic, it has been a fall and a half. Khiladi getting that finish on retreat, and now the artillery strike really comes in. Falcon knows exactly where his opponent is, but overshoots that grenade.
Overcooks it. Another one tossed, and oh, it does the chip damage.
There
The
you
second
go.
nade's going to find the closure. There we go. Karate Esports to take an exit from the lobby on the 16th spot. First team to be eliminated on Vikendi. What is going on with Kratik?
Yeah, exactly. Even I'm confused. It's not the same retreat we saw in the first week of grind. He was so explosive, single-handedly dealing with squads. But now, he's pretty much has become a punching bag the entire team.
Yep.
Barely fighting back. It's all been RD so far. But for now, R&B really loved how they laid things out there. Quite systematic, quite methodical with their approach in that. But now again, another thing that I would love to discuss with you. Kind of observing a different style of play coming in from Revenant. Initially in the first 3 games, they were always trying to play from the edges. But this time, they've decided to approach from the center.
Once again, a different map, right, though? Vikendi really allows you to be there in the center, and considering the first 3 stages, the circle's barely going to be moving. It does not really make a lot of sense to play from the edges while you can easily just try and contest that centric spot. So yeah, Revenant Esports just trying to play that safer ball game. Understandable. That switch in the playstyle should be there as the maps keep on switching up as well. But maybe you can't say the generic playstyle or the play pattern can be the same for Erangel and Miramar.
Who knows, Necro? Because honestly, it hasn't been working out well for Revenant. Every single time they come in from the edges, they've been hammered down. First game of Erangel did not work. Second game of Miramar got caught off guard. Third game also barely was standing on a lifeline. And maybe this central approach could be the answer, could be the remedy to all their ongoing problems. Because if they do not bounce back in this, I think we will have to write them off.
Hands down. I mean, for Revenant Esports, as I mentioned, it just feels like they've got some different plans in the head. It feels like they do not really care about the stage. They do not really care about directly moving in towards the week 1. Instead, they're completely fine with moving in towards the wild card. Because it is really tough to believe the fact that Revenant Esports' performance has dipped down. There's just no way.
Exactly. I mean, nothing has been going right for them. Every single piece just being broken off. But even barring Revenant, quite an important game. Also, for the players of Aiku Soul, they also need to find that little bit of that consistency. Same goes for Team Tamilas. But a team that we're really impressed with are in front of our screens, Vasista Esports. Again, a team that nobody has been taking seriously, but yeah, they have been packing some serious punch. Consistency has been their key to success, and that is what they've been delivering, and as a result of which, still are inside the top 3.
I mean, Vasista Esports, they were barely able to creep and crawl their way in inside of this round.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're over here with some decent numbers on the board from the round 3 to round 4 is impressive in my opinion, because Vasista Esports, I still remember in the previous couple of rounds, they were barely able to scratch through the surface. So yeah, I mean, consistent performance on the board towards the round 4. It feels like as the competition just keeps on getting fierce, as the teams just keep on getting known, Vasista Esports, their analytical data is working out.
It certainly is. There's one more team that I really need to discuss about though. RVNC. First 2 games, Necro, they were quite solid. They were inside the top 2. And suddenly in Sanhok, things went awry. I think a very important game for them as well. To kind of find back that momentum that they initially lost. Same goes for the players of Mogo Esports. Sanhok being an absolute nightmare. Destro doing majority of that heavy lifting. Still keeping things afloat though, still nothing really gone wrong. But we have seen those comebacks. And for Aiku Soul, at least one good news for them. They have all 4 of their players alive.
Thanks to this map, of course. It really allows you to play way too safe. Soon enough, the stage 3 is going to be there in front of us. Once again, it's not going to be that big of a shift in the circle. For Aiku Soul, they need to start planning the future stages now. How are they going to rotate inside of the centric part of the circle? Because there's a high chance it might just move up north of Castle.
I think it might go towards Podvosto.
Up north of Castle.
Yeah. And that's what really concerns me if I'm Mogo. Because they too tend to drop around with Bosto. They've left that territory. They're somehow banking upon a very centric shift. And if that does not happen, if the hard shift goes maybe towards Cement Factory, which could be a case, in a minute or so, we will find our answers. But for Global Esports, it's still a sunny day, sitting atop the point standings, sitting atop the Mount Cresnage. But how do they move, considering they've got so many teams? So has to be a little bit of a longer rotation, don't you think?
Has to be, yeah. I mean, in general, for IQ Seoul to try and move in towards the northern side, they will have to take at least 1 or 2 fights. They will need to start asserting dominance.
Uh-huh.
If they don't do so, a clean rotation seems next to impossible considering all the other teams have already taken the vital spots. So IQ Seoul, they will need to try and make a space for themselves. And the only way you can do so is by fighting. No other option. Soon enough, the next circle is going to be hitting the deck, ladies and gentlemen. 10 more seconds. And the intentions will be revealed a little bit more.
I think for IQ Seoul, the idea entirely has to be waiting for that hard shift. That is primarily the reason, and they kind of have gauged the entire lobby. They do know for a fact that, yeah, a lot of these teams have already clustered up and the central spots are occupied. And they might just be taking their chances. Let the other teams fight it out amongst each other. Whoever survives, I think they might go for the salvage. But for now, as things stand, it's been a little bit of that southern shift. Revenant still have that smack center. Castle still vacant though. Up for grabs. Maybe Hail India does that, or maybe even Team Tamilas.
Big maybe, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the castle area, as you mentioned, up for grabs. And now it just feels like, for some reason, the hopes and dreams of me seeing that castle circle, they spring back to life. We might just see that castle circle coming soon. I would love to see it.
Look at Vasishta. Getting so close. The players of Reckoning. And this fight could happen any given moment. Reckoning, it feels like they've laid down the trap. And yes, Gravity Jawed, quite aware of Su. Did come out on a scouting spree, but eventually snuffed out. Vasishta Esports, they free themselves out of what could have been a huge, huge disaster.
Yep. Reckoning Esports, a name to be feared. At the top, Gravity's got so much information to play with. I mean, while taking those shots, even he revealed his own position. But looking at Reckoning Esports' entire split they've got, I mean, it's quite a wide split, that's for sure. It feels like every single person is holding their own way of things. Assista Esports towards that warehouse, all the 4 players playing in within that same position. And at this point in time, it's really tough to say, is the circle going to be shifting to the left or the right?
I think all the players of Reckoning are individually capable of wiping down squads. Hence those massive numbers, right?
Yep.
Round number 3, 87 finish points. How else could they have gotten it for themselves? But yes, round 4, like we've already mentioned, it's a whole different ball game. And everybody has got what it takes to make it to the next round. Yes, there have been those few teams that are yet still struggling to find some footing inside the lobby. But don't get me wrong. In a map like Vikendi, anything could potentially change. We did see yesterday also, Chucks, they were struggling so much. Suddenly a chicken dinner in Vikendi, and they were back into the race.
In general, this round 4 just has been that way. Unpredictable, that's all I could say. The teams that you expect to dominate come out on top, be in the top 4. At the end of the day, you just don't see them there. And right now, as all, the prime example is Kratic Esports, Global Esports, and Revenant Esports. At least Global Esports, they have made the cut in the previous game itself, but interesting, Juice. He knows he's being spectated by the observers. Nice.
Yeah, and looking at that emoji there, says that little chicken. And for Rising Falcons, I think it has been pretty much an average day in the office. The first game going pretty decent, but after the second and third, they've also been on a little bit of a decline. Global Esports, Still having the higher ground, still waiting for that circle shift. And there you have it. Maybe your dreams of Castle still might not be fulfilled, but Revenant and Mogo pretty happy with their positions. Now this is where Global Esports still will have no issues getting inside the circle, but IQ Soul, they'll have to make a movement inside.
IQ Soul, time to move in. If Soul's not able to make it inside of that circle, then things will be problematic. They need to be quick on the feet. Already all the vital spots are going to be taken away. So IQ Soul, no time left to spare. Team Tamilas as well, moving in from the edge lines, moving in from the shorelines. Considering they were out in the open, they did catch a lot of hurt upon themselves, but an instant patch-up is there, so it's all good in the hood for now. For Revenant Esports, they're in the dream spot, the best spot they can ask for.
They certainly are. We've been talking about somebody from Revenant has to become Leonardo DiCaprio. They have to survive that bear hunt. They have to come back from the dead. For IQ Soul, the cavalry finally ready, all set to march in inside the circle. I think from the ideas of it, they want to play around the edges. They do not want to instantly charge in because they know that this lobby is quite deadly. They just cannot do what they want. Cannot really go out on a rampage right off the rip. They have to be very patient. This is what Banya is doing, right? Just carefully scouring the land, ensuring there's nobody around. But Devil, he might have a thing to say.
Devil with evil plans. All by himself against the foes. Elimination feed as well, now starting to get lit up. As WSB, even they're getting some elimination points on the board for themselves. And I think so they've wiped out the entirety of Rising Falcons. UV is still knocked out. Hold on, Vintage is still up and alive. But I don't think so he's going to be able to clutch it out, my friend. I think so it's done and dusted.
Ouch.
It's taking too much damage, but a good nade from Vintage. At least going to find the retaliation on top of Zeref. Under a nade looking to be tossed, but K47 is from the back. This time it's going to be knocking on the doors. WSB, they've got a day saver.
Well, they certainly are, but versus the Esports, they're starting to look hungry, quite bloodthirsty in this particular fight because WSB, they started off with a big lead, but suddenly they've already lost out on one of their players. Gods, he's got to hold the door, but versus the Esports, they know what's happening. Raiden, he's no more there. They have the numbers advantage, and one good knock. And suddenly versus the Esports, they will be breaching through the doors.
Without a doubt. Look at the left side of the map. So many teams. IQ Soul, Hail India, you've also got R&B. And the funny part is all those teams are struggling right now. And for them to make it inside of the zone, man, look at the amount of playing surface that's there. That's not a lot. Global Esports engaging in a fight against RVNC meanwhile. And RVNC, unfortunately, already losing out on that one single crucial man. Utilities being tossed to perfection. He also gets the confirmation rolled up somehow. Global Esports is really precise with the utilities and also the gunpowder. Under the util being tossed in the window. Sean is trying his best to at least pull things back in this court, but RVNC with that man disadvantage, they're not looking too hot.
Cyan just burning. He needs to drop and roll as now the army of Global Esports come barging on the doors. Ansh, he needs to somehow kind of throw for the resistance, but instead he's knocked out his own teammate, just making matters worse.
RVNC is still going for that revival, and now the mat's getting charged up. 3 players in the front. Ansh still fights the first one, also got the second, but gets overwhelmed by the man number of Global Esports eventually.
Cyan still alive, still breathing. His position absolutely compromised. But Global Esports, they're going to take their sweet time to recuperate. But this one grenade, I think Beast has heard it. Does not know that it is kind of undercooked over there. Has to wait for it to explode. He does. Another grenade being flung over. Cyan just counting his final moments, his final breaths inside this fight. Still not having secured a finish though. But there you go, Global Esports taking those second thoughts. But Cyan losing out on HP and he's bleeding profusely.
Yeah, he's holding him off with the utilities, and eventually it is Global Esports as they wipe out the entirety of that team. RVNC, they take an exit from the game. Big blunder.
Oh my god.
IQ Soul, as I mentioned, they needed to be quick on the feet, and once again, IQ Soul is starting to face that brunt. Not quick enough to move inside of that circle. All the vital spots were taken away, and IQ Soul, they failed to assert the dominance, and that's why now they're getting capitalized. I mentioned this too. There's not a lot of that playing space, so IQ Soul, they should have been more proactive. They also had the circle right on top of them, but unfortunately the players are already knocked out.
This is a disaster for IQ Soul. But hold on, Revenant, they also need to hold the fort over there as Hail India decide to charge in. Galaxy already knocked out. Polar trying to come into aid for his team, and as Fierce steps out of his cover, tries to get a couple of knocks here and there as R&B also from the sidelines poking against the players of Team Hail. As now Fierce, he's racking up all those finishes to his name, as even the numbers of R&B, they still keep on dwindling down. And now there you have it, Fierce finally getting into his Fierce avatar, and he is wiping out players left, right and center.
Revenant Esports now, they swing back to life. Another team put out of their misery. And R&B out of the game as well. Revenant Esports, this seemed like it's their game, but they still need to make it inside of the safer zone, and that's where the real problems will probably start to hit the deck. Revenant Esports, all the 4 players towards the left side, and if they do want to find that breaching point, the timing has to be immaculate. IQ Soul, the recovery's there, all the 4 players back upon their feet.
But let's not forget, they're still inside the waters. And the only way they can get up is they have to either deal with Team Tamilas or maybe take that Eastern Shore. But right now, look at this. THW come breaking into the doors of WSP. They somehow have stood the onslaught, but Zaref is going to do a little more than that. Kyolama already been wiped up as Ninze from the backlines provides cover fire. Another player of WSP. Zaref goes falling down, and now it all comes down to Arman. He's on very low HP.
Oh my God.
He also falls, but Ninze still breathing.
TSW just better. They've also got the man advantage inside of the fight, and WSP slowly and steadily dropping down to that man number. THW taken down to a 3-man squad, from which 1 man's bleeding to his death slowly and steadily. Revival's going to be either on the board, and WSP, that 1 single player is trying to keep them in the race. Gods still in the back lines alive. Utility being tossed up against Gods, and he's still up close. Pulls out that medkit. Wants to patch himself up completely. And he's got the exact information on the opponents too. Now even the Wall of Death moves up, and this time it's going to be chunking out some heavy damage. Gods missed that opportunity. He could have taken down the players.
Yeah, it was his golden window and he threw it off. And now look at TSW decide ramming on to the players of Team Inertia. But look at Vasista Esports.
Overcommitment.
Su having spotted them out. Destiny already falls. But right now, still, there are chances for recovery because Inertia, they're inside the waters. And Vasista Esports, they dare not push against the blue.
THW still a 3-man squad up and alive, and Ninze now finally moves in the water lines to get a little bit more stat scouting program done. He just needs to get the information for his teammates that are there on the shorelines barely. A beautifully placed Nate's going to find a knockout onto Salmon. At this point in time, TSW just can't do anything. They would need to leave that knockout player just like that. Smokes are being tossed. Those preemptive smokes are sort of saving the day for THW for now, but Destiny's still in the water lines, and he knows as soon as he moves on towards the surface, his game's going to be capitalized. He can't be decapitated.
It is absolute pandemonium, Necro. All over the map, we could see bodies falling. Mania just recently got a grenade, and 2 of the players of Revenant were instantly gone knocking down. Team Tamilas taking control over those bridges, but Reckoning, they have been wrecking havoc from the other side. And now this is the moment they have to get inside. Global Esports, Beast, he had been sneaky in the previous game. Can he repeat that again?
Beast is indeed a beast in these type of moments. Beasts are supposed to make a lot of more noise, but this beast is completely different. He's the silent assassin. Reckoning Esports on top of that bridge. Reckoning Esports definitely having that good spot, but they need to move inside of the safe zone too, and that's where the real problems will be there. Spot out a couple of more sharks in the water, and they are just being the fishermen, just devouring those fishes in the front. And for Inertia Esports, they can't even do anything, and within a blink of an eye, that entire team just comes crashing down. Vasista Esports too, just starting to make some desperate moves on the board, and they've got no other option anyways.
Oh, look at Viper. He is the reality. He is the king so far. And quite understandably why. Look at him. So well positioned and dishing out such devastating amount of damage. As Mogo, Destro, he's getting the better out of Team Revenant as the numbers keep on start dwindling down for them. But IQ Soul playing underneath the bridge. And they somehow are still alive, down to their final 2 men. But Team Tamilas right beside them with Revenant absolutely being clobbered down as now Mogo Esports, they decide to get out of their slumber. They just have that 1 finish to their name, but this is where they start to rumble.
But they've got all the 4 players alive, and that's the main thing you need to focus on. Mogo, Delta PG, shuts down one of the men from the side of Reckoning Esports, who was causing a lot of that chaos in the lobby. Mogo Esports, patience paying off finally for these guys. Of course, they've got the firepower as well to back it off. So yeah, this patience now, it seems like it might just be converted into a well-needed victory. And for Mogo Esports, they just want to be the king of the hill once again in the overall standings. But Sister Esports, as the Rage God is knocked out, it's trying to move in towards those safer lines. But I'm not sure if the recovery is going to be there. MJ gets taken down by the play zone for Wasista Esports. Things just keep on getting worse.
This is a bridge circle that we've never been accustomed to. This is a bridge circle that we've never even casted in the past. But now here it is in all its gold glory. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Oh my god. Destro almost trying a knock, but Manti responds back in quick fashion. And now Mogo, they have to go on a reset as Reckoning, they kind of inch in a little bit closer. It is a fight for the control over the bridge. We've got teams atop it. We've got teams underneath it. And Vasista Esports, they somehow are still surviving.
Vasista Esports with the two players, K47ist and Rage God. As you mentioned, teams underneath the bridge lines too, and Vasista Esports is also one of those. Right next to Aiku Soul. Mogo Esports from the top. They've got a chance to shut down the entirety of Reckoning Esports, but it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Now tossing out the smoke trails in the front just to try and be a little bit more assertive on that bridge and get a better positioning. Delta PG, I don't really have a good knowing of the fact, but still, Delta PG moving up slowly and steadily with that smoke trail. Tosses in a couple of more nades. It does do a lot of damage against that player of Reckoning Esports as Gravity gets knocked out. And look at the entirety of Mogo. They push up close and personal. A lot of damage is being dished out against the men in the front. But Mogo Esports now, they will need to try and back away as the retaliation from the side of Reckoning Esports, it's flawless.
It's nothing short of a street fight. This is absolutely ludicrous to what we're really witnessing over here. It is a brawl. Mogo Esports and Reckoning, neither of them backing off as now Shogun finally taking that swan dive, eventually just to get spotted out by the players of Aiku's Soul. This is not for the faint of the hearts. 5 teams still alive, Necro, 11 players still breathing, and we still have no idea, no clue on who is walking out as the victors.
Reckoning Esports, 3 players up and alive, still on top of that bridge, just having the prime contention over this entire zone, while Team Tumulas, even they have all the 4 players up and alive, but they just can't do anything. For Reckoning Esports, there's a high chance they might just come out on top, but when it comes to moving down from that bridge line, this is where things are going to be even more spicier. Stage 8 of the game, and probably we're going to be squeezing in towards that Stage 9. And that's where the teams that are underneath the bridge will have the advantage. Unless Reckoning Esports, they're able to get their hands on a lot of those mids.
Reckoning, I think their fate has been sealed. They have to be the victors. Anything short of that is not acceptable. They have a lot of those crates lying out there. And seems like Beast has been spotted out again. Having being to be the hero for his team, he's done enough. But Team Tamilas, they do have the numbers. I want to see the med situation on this team as well.
Nade in the hand. And Team Tamilas, they've got the man advantage. All the 4 players up and alive. But so far, they're not able to use this man advantage to their advantage. All the players just tucked underneath that bridge as Reckoning Esports at the top are getting desperate to convert those elimination points. And Reckoning Esports can't even do anything. It's so annoying to be in the shoes of Reckoning Esports at this point in time. Wall of Death starts to close in. Stage 9 hits the deck soon enough. And the teams now would need to start opting out for the Met strat. Team Tamilas, they will find themselves in the advantage side of things.
Wow!
As they can definitely keep on tanking up that damage. One single nade sails in this time, and it's going to be Viper to close things off against Aiku's Soul. Reckoning Esports' Viper is in the water, but look at this. It's probably going to be Team Tamilas to close things off. There's Shikari at the top, who's going for that constant patch-up, and I think so he's got this in the back, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Shikari to close things off, my friend, and yes, it will be.
It certainly will be, and nothing short of Shikari, but hold on.
What?
We've got a change in the storyline. Team Tamilas have
my God!
stolen it under Reckoning's noses and have gotten a chicken dinner for themselves. What is this monstrosity, Necro? What are we witnessing? Yes, folks, this is the final day of round number 4, and this is nothing short of the explosion that is happening in our minds and our hearts right now. Absolute goosebumps.
I am shocked.
Yes, we are.
Team Tamilas is using the same strategy that Reckoning Esports used, and I thought, considering we had no visual on the man who was underneath the bridge,
Yes.
we all thought that it's Team Tamilas being eliminated from the game, but then instead it was not the case. Team Timorleste, they swing back to life and get that chicken dinner with the Met strat. The timing was better on those players.
It certainly was. I think it all came down. I mean, imagine Miramar, Vikendi, we're just kissing healing battles. Please do not make that the meta. The way these teams are performing, I think kind of goes on to show how intense this lobby is. And in fact, a circle like this, we've been waiting for this. We know Vikendi is quite infamous for such curveballs. Who would have thought in that final moment the circle shifted a little bit away from the bridge and everybody had to go in for a swim?
I mean, I already hyped up Reckoning Esports as the winner.
Yeah.
And then in the end,
We were
considering
surprised.
we had no visual on the man who was going for the first aid. Well, I guess Team Tamilas, they instantly just steal that chicken dinner away from Reckoning Esports. But hey, still nothing taken away from Reckoning.
Yeah.
Solid game in their hands. Even Mogo Esports, once again, trying to be on that consistent footing. For Reckoning Esports, though, they are definitely waking up slowly and steadily.
Oh, they certainly are. I think for Reckoning, this one good game also will put them back into the top 3. For Team Tamilas, quite a solid game. I think they should also still be in the race. But for Global Esports, kudos to Beast again, getting those crucial position points. And considering they did wipe out RVNC, did have a couple of finishes to their names, I think the board is still floating for them. For Mogo Esports, again, a commendable performance from the lads. I think they've constantly been getting those finishes, if not the chicken dinner. Still should be inside the top 4 quite comfortably. But the question, the buck stops at Revenant. They started off big. They had around 7 to 8 eliminations to their names. And suddenly, in a poof, they were done.
I mean, that's what happens, right, when you do not really have the zone on top of you in these type of
Yeah.
maps like Vikendi and Sanhok. And once you do try to move in, considering all the vital spots are taken away, and this was also one of the most awkward circles we witnessed so far, so you can't really blame the likes of Revenue Esports too, because every single team in that final few moments was desperate. You also saw Mogo Esports being so desperate to the point where they just made a smoke trail on top of the bridge, wanting to take down Reckoning Esports, but it sort of backfired upon them, and Reckoning Esports' defense was commendable. Now, moving on and looking at the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be 7 finishes from Viper, and damage dished out will be 753 with 0 headshots and survival time at 30-33.
Really impressing what Viper's putting on the table, man. Loving him. Especially how he had his position set. You know, when he was just playing underneath that bridge, you could see, right? Just threading the needle, just shredding the players apart. And nobody had a clue as to where he was. Nobody could respond back. And getting those 7 finishes, we've seen him breaking those records in the BGIS so far, and he's headed the right way. Hunters, again, one of those players, had a little bit of a rough start to his career, but finally, he's also finding some footing. But for Team Tamilas, like informed, already such a crucial game with just 2 matches there to play. I think Team Tamilas should swing in through. But for Revenant, yes, Equinox, Fierce did deliver. But were the position points enough?
Well, let's find out. Point standings in front of us off the previous game. Reckoning Esports, 17 points in total. A big performance dropped up on the map. You've got Team Tamilas with only 15 points, but still, it's all about the consistency now. Team Tamilas from here, even one single dip in the performance, and their position in the top 4 will be capitalized. Now, you've also got Revenant Esports with 9 points accumulated. You've got IQ Soul 2, Global Esports with 7, Vasista Esports there with 6 as well. The fact that Vasista Esports was able to stay alive for that long was also super impressive.
Yeah, I think Vasista Esports have also been pretty impressive. I think this time around it was either MJ or K47 in that final circle. I think it was such a tough journey for them. But RVNC Esports, Necro, they started off with a bang, but suddenly they're not there in the race anymore. They are quickly just tumbling down the rabbit hole. Same goes for WSP Gaming also. It was such a nice comeback in the game of Sanhok, and now just 4 points.
Look at the bottom 3, 0 points. Hail India, Rising Falcons, Craddock Esports, once again, a big letdown. In general, I'm not even sure what to say about these teams. Rising Falcons, as expected, but Craddock Esports, definitely an unexpected report. Now, let's move on and look at the overall standings, right? This is going to be that major icebreaker that's needed.
Indeed, and there you have it. Global Esports.
Oh, wow.
Still sitting on the top of the hills, 42 points for them. Reckoning Esports, this is a comeback that we were all looking out for. Team Tamilas, they break through inside the top 4. Vasista Esports still hold their ground, but Mogo Esports pushed a little back. And this is what I wanted to talk about. THW Esports, a team that started off with a win today, they're slowly but surely losing ground.
That is true. I mean, THW, it's time to pick up the pace, that's for sure. And considering now, once again, we're going to be back on those classic crowns, right? The upcoming map is going to be Miramar. There's a high chance THW, they can't swing back to life because this is their specialty. They like to play on those maps.
Oh, certainly. And at this point, right, when you talk about THW, they have to be hitting there. because now even the difference is not that big, right? One good game and somebody could just breach in. Anybody, in fact, at least till the top 9. But if Revenant, they get a chicken dinner in the next game, I think this could be a little bit of that storyline where you kind of put in Big Brothers, right, in relation with them, because it was the second map of Miramar where they suddenly staged a comeback and they were back in the race. 13 points, still pretty low though, but who knows? A 20+ points game and they might just get back themselves in.
It feels like the previous game was definitely a caffeine injection for Revenant Esports. Now they're woken up, and I think so in the upcoming game of Miramar, things are going to be different. We might just see a complete new Revenant Esports. So far, Revenant Esports, they've been quite sleepy, they've been quite drowsy, they've not been feeling themselves, but now the previous game, definitely, they did get that pump that was needed. They had a lot of elimination points, nothing taken away from that, and I think so that pump is definitely going to be something that will bring them back in the race. So the upcoming game, I'm expecting consistency, or at least more than double digits on the board, but for now, let's move on and look at this promo. There's so much to talk about. First spin of the day at just 10 UC. I used my 10 UC a while ago, and unfortunately, I was quite unlucky.
What did you get?
Nothing.
I mean, you would have got something at least.
I don't remember what I got, okay? I just completely closed the game off. I saw something on the screen. I closed it off. I knew it's not something that I wanted, so I don't even care.
Hey, you know, just a couple of days back, I got the Lynx AMR. And maybe you guys could. But now the temperatures are soaring, Necro. I mean, at this point, this has to be one of the most fun groups, most exciting groups, one of the most toughest groups that we have seen in the round number 4. And now, till the 10th position, everybody is so closely knit. Anything could happen.
Anything can happen. As you mentioned, even the team on the 12th spot, they can instantly propel themselves in the top 4. Considering Revenant Esports, all they need is one single chicken dinner to be back in the race. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at the schedule for now.
All right, there you have it, the Miramar, the final Miramar of the evening, and then we will have just one more map to follow. And Necro, he's literally lost his mind at this point. Kind of needs to take a little bit of that breather. Whilst Johnny, he decides to come in. And yeah, Johnny does have some news for us, some exciting news, because so much competition going on. So many teams in contention, and Johnny, you need to help me out, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the teams that performed well in the first half of the, I think first half of the evening, suddenly are starting to make those mistakes. Suddenly we see those cracks in their armor, and where are we heading at?
Yeah, again, it's the question about being complacent in the face of competition, right? Because that is the feeling that I've been getting from a lot of these bigger teams, and of course the well-known teams, in fact, that everyone expects them to perform, and even they expect, like, all right, we are going to be at the top, but that is not going to happen unless you actually give it 100%. And this is the discussion that we have been having since the start of the day. This lobby today, it's not easy at all. In fact, any single lobby in round 4, it just had a lot of those championship teams built for championships within them. And this time, again, it's like 6 or 7 teams that have the potential of lifting the trophy themselves. So it's not easy. You have to make sure that everything that you do, it is perfectly done. Perfectly executed.
You need to have that chef's kiss. And yeah, like I completely agree with you. I mean, it would not be wrong to even say that somebody from this group just goes on to win the entire championship. But so far, this BGIS has been full of those surprises, right? It has been like opening that mystery box, really not knowing what to expect. Vasista Esports, nobody has been, taking them seriously either. But every single time, they've kept things afloat, right?
Yes.
They somehow managed to get those position points. points, and I'm really looking forward. I really have my fingers crossed. I'm rooting for them. I just hope they don't bottle.
I mean, it will be exciting to see a new name like Vasishta make it to the finals, and of course, as long as they have a podium finish, I think that would itself be successful from their perspective. Because again, these 4 players, even though they have individual experience, the banner they are playing under is completely fresh, and I think they themselves are trying to figure out where do they actually end up in this tournament, because that gives them a baseline of what their future might look like and where they need to push towards, what they want to achieve over the next few months as well. And Vasishta, I think they're doing quite well for themselves. But as we talk about Vasishta rising up to the challenge and making waves, right, I feel so bad for Reckoning, man. 2 games back to back, not able to close out with a win. That is, and it's not even, it's like their fault. I mean, it's a little bit their fault, but it's also they're just being extremely unlucky at the last moment.
Hey, it's okay, right? I mean, especially if you're still in top 2, that's fine.
Yeah.
But one other thing that I really want to point out is nobody has really crossed that 50 marker. I think around 42, 44, that's the territory we're still in. And this game of Miramar has to be really the most important game of the evening, because now after this we'll have a slight idea of who makes it through to the top 4.
So I wanted to say this before I left the desk, before Weekendy started, but I wasn't confident enough. But now I know. I think we are going to see one of those low cutoffs today, just because of how competitive things are getting, not just with the top teams, but in the middle pack itself as well. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, we have the second last game of the day starting out, the map of Miramar on our screens. And in a few seconds, we will have the plane. There it is. It's not the big red green bird this time. In fact, it's a little bit of red with white mixed in it. But nonetheless, the plane has taken off. It starts from Portonia and it heads all the way towards La Cobriera. So the flight path this time fixes it, sticks towards the Western Hemisphere.
And it's a good news if you're an IQ Soul supporter.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because the previous time, they were having that drop collision against Team TCW, and it went really rough. But somehow, they managed to fix everything up, and Manya and Nakul, their heroics, they managed to get a chicken dinner. Even coming back towards IQ Soul. They're still in the race though, but they need to find that consistency. They need to find that one big game that kind of puts them above the rest, right? Because now Team Tamilas, they have made their way inside the top 3. For Revenant, a very important game for them. Mogo, yeah, I really thought that in the previous game they would have accumulated a lot of points, but that really wasn't the case.
And you had to bring Revenant up. It's breaking my heart what's happening to them.
I mean, let's be honest, Shawnee.
Yeah.
This team was the topper in the grind.
Yeah.
Everybody thought that they're not just going to make it to the grand finals, but maybe finally the curse will be broken. But we haven't seen those semblances of it. We haven't seen those instances where we could really say. I think the start in Weekendy was good, but they had to follow up, in which they failed.
I mean, yes, 100% agree with that. But it is Revenant Esports after all, so you never know. Maybe in the last 2 games they pull off a miracle and qualify in the top 4. Necro has this theory that they are messing up on purpose because they want that storyline, right? One of the greatest gamers of all time did in fact say that, yeah, upper bracket, it's too easy. If you are a true gamer, you go through the harsh journey. I mean, what he said was about the lower bracket, but this time that is the wildcard stage for us. So again, Revenant heading towards that hero's journey, right? That will be an amazing storyline, but risk management, you got to think about risk management. It's 2 crore rupees in prize pool at the grand finals, so...
Yeah, and this is where, you know, when you're talking about the wild cards being the lower bracket, Grind certainly did feel like the upper bracket.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Imagine them being the winners of the upper bracket, suddenly coming into round number 4 and falling flat. But hold on, Vasishta Esports, now they could get a lot of points, or it could really go the other way around. As Inertia just marching right in front of them, and Rage God, he's going to be on the hunt, already trying to spray with the barrel, and yes, Tane, he goes falling down.
Yeah, I think they can lose one more player because Hydra, the truck got damaged, pre-damage, and he could not go too far, so he stopped midway. I think trying to find some cover behind that shack, but the distance was just perfect. I think at this level of play, that is what? Not even 100 meters. They don't need scopes to shoot at this distance. They have 1 DMR on them. I think Iron Sight for these players is enough to take those shots, and Hydra from Inertia, well, his momentum is definitely stopped.
And especially when you have an SKS and you know that your opponent does not have any armor on him.
Yeah.
It's just 2 shots enough to take you down. for Inertia over FTW.
That is too much.
It's just, you know, his screams that are being heard. It's not these bullets, right? Quite wounded with all his teammates being taken down. But for now, if you take a look at the circle this time around, Picado, this time has gone uncontested. Yeah, Inertia did take a different recourse, but that hasn't worked out for them. In fact, it was a huge fall.
It was a huge fall indeed, and I think again they were. So first of all, I think they did not have any information about anyone being on those smaller open factories, and we saw them swing that vehicle towards their left. The intention was to go into that house where MJ was in. But as soon as they realized or maybe heard some footsteps coming in from indoors, they instantly started to turn towards the right. But the problem was there was no cover. It was an open roadway. So quite easy to line up the shots and trace the spray on the vehicles. No escape options available. So can't even blame them for that. Just an unfortunate decision made due to lack of information in the early stages. One mistake made. Let's see if they can recover with the loss of 2 players. Because Aiku Soul have definitely showcased what needs to be done if you're down to just 2 players in Miramar.
Yeah, I think you explained that perfectly, because versus esports, they tend to head towards El Hazar, and that is what they're doing right now. And it was just an unlucky moment. Did not really figure that out, that they would be holding down that area, just traversing through, and things really went downhill for them. But for Reckoning, I think all good in the hood. Have a beautiful spread around Torre Amuda. They have one of the players around Campo Militar. I think they're just going to wait it out, and they're going to fight their way inside the circle.
Yeah, I think game-wise everything is perfect, but I just hope the mentality of the players has not been shattered, because when it happens 2 times back in a row that you get just a step close to the chicken and then you fall, you miss out on that big win. I mean, sometimes it can get a little frustrating. I mean, it is still round 4, so it's all going to be good. Reckoning still fighting for the qualification directly to the semifinals, and I think they are in a position from where it is not that difficult for them to make it happen. Just 6-7 eliminations in the next 2 matches, and they're going to be good to moving on to the semifinals themselves. But again, they have to secure that win to keep their confidence up and keep the momentum. Because Reckoning at this point, this team, they're setting standards of what the top teams do when they're playing in those qualification rounds.
As much as I would love to disagree with you, Johnny, but I certainly can't. Because at this moment, I kind of agree with you on the fact that this is still a pretty young squad.
Yes.
They need that little bit of that experience. What we are seeing from them is some massive firepower.
Yeah.
They are looking like they've got nothing to fear, quite unfazed in every single of those fights. But like you said, you know, those small little mishaps happening, them not getting those chicken dinners, at certain point of time, that frustration really builds up. And it would just take one bad game and everything could just go falling down. Because now they haven't really created that vacuum that you were talking about. But Global Esports, they have the experience.
Yeah.
They have the firepower. They're still on top of the charts. And now look at them, already out on a hunt.
I mean, so one thing I would like to change about Global Esports is we keep calling Beast, Ninja Boy and Slug young players. Yes, they are young indeed. But at this point, they've spent more time in competitive circuits than majority of the older players as well. So these lads are very well versed in how the circuit works, what they need to do. And I like the fact that Global Esports, they keep their plans very simple. Find someone, shoot at them. If they go down, we make sure we get that point. Otherwise, well, we look for someone else to take down.
All right, let's rephrase it.
Yeah.
Young and experienced.
Yes.
Because I love the blood of youth. Because with that, you kind of take those risks. You come out swinging. And mechanically, of course, you're quite
Perfect,
good,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
This is what I really want to convey when I say that they're young. And with Mavi leading the charge, leading all the calls out there, I think they have been maintaining that perfect balance.
True.
And yeah, Beast must be really happy because he's one of those players, even in the previous game, did survive for quite so long. And even in Sanok, having gotten that chicken dinner for his team, that was pretty nasty.
Oh, look at this. Ikusol. They're just letting them pass by, letting them feel a little bit safe. And as soon as their backs are exposed, Mania starts taking those shots. Although Sultan from RBNC does manage to make a pretty clean escape. But as we were having the conversation about Global Esports, one more thing I would like to add is I'm so happy for Mavi. We know he's been known for his aggressive playstyle. He's been known for the aggression in the past as well. And now he has these 3 players alongside with him who, well, they don't want to back off. They want to take those fights equally, just as much as he does, and they follow up instantly. So everything just works out. I think this is a dream team from that IGL's perspective.
Yeah, at least for Mavi. I mean, to be honest, there was a time not a lot of those players in the bigger circuit wanted to play with him. It was such a big fall for him. But after that, the way he redeemed himself, and he picked up a bunch of teenagers. He knew that he had also to prove himself. We did see that successful spell happening around in those third-party tournaments. And he needs a team that just blindly follows what he wants to convey, his orders, pretty much. Just do what I say, and I'm going to lead you to victory.
Yeah, it's Young Justice with Mavi, Batman, and everyone else being...
Who's Flash?
Robin. Flash wasn't there in Young Justice. It was Robin, it was Cyborg.
You're talking about that.
Yeah. But anyways, coming back to this fight, because it seems like there has been a kerfuffle between Kratik and TCW, and Hunter, he's isolated, but has a shotgun to work with, takes some damage around the corner. Now he's getting pushed, and he swings wide from that right-hand side. Turns out to be a big mistake, and Kratik, they found their first frag of the game.
Finally. Trying to get something done. Couple of finishes here and there, but still. Job not done yet. TCW, a very rough start in their campaign in the second game of Miramar. The first game was an absolute ball. Almost had the players of Aiku Soul, but eventually it was Knuckles' heroics. But this time, Kratik finally kind of making peace with their fate, knowing that no matter how much they try, they're not going to pass. But now again, since you've gotten in Batman, I think, let's be honest, Beast Boy should be Slug. You know, he's always been jumping here and there.
Yeah.
He's been doing that. Yeah, he could be Beast Boy.
That is true. Slug has a lot of energy in him.
And Ninja Boy could be Cyborg. Always uptight. And
Cyborg isn't uptight.
all right, he has his moments, but when
Yes.
it comes down to dishing out lethal damage, he's up there.
What is Beast then? Robin?
For Beast, is he gonna be Raven or Starlight? Who do you think?
No, I think he's Robin. He's there with Mavi every single time, and he's there right next to him. Both of them are amazing fighting together inside of the game as well. I think we have a Young Justice squad together.
There you go. There you go, folks. We have it all pieced together. You let us know if you have any additions to make, or maybe we could revise that.
The next generation.
The next generation.
Of course, Team Tamila's on our screens. I mean, they're going to be quite happy with how that last game turned out for them.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is again one of those teams. I think I had this conversation with Necro. 2023 was kind of a bittersweet story for them. They had to go for a little bit of that rebuild. You look at Team Tamilas getting back their older players. They had quite an unsuccessful spell at Hyderabad Hydras. Then they went on here and there. But look at this. Manti, one of the oldest players at his prime. He was one of the best assaulters in the country.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And even for Mr. IGL to come in and lead the pack. And he packs so much punch. And entering into 2024 felt like could be a Team Tamila's year.
Yeah.
Till the fall and grind. But look at them finally recovering.
I think this is that one thing people kind of sometimes tend to forget, that players like Manti, players like Mavi, there was a moment where when you were in a lobby against them, you would be afraid just by their presence. They could be like 1,000 meters away from you, and you would still feel threatened by them just being there. And same goes for Aiku Soul right now. This is a lineup built of titans and mechanically gifted players, extremely talented, extremely hardworking as well, always looking for a win. This time as well, hoping to beat the players of Rising Falcons in this fight, as the Falcons have taken a shot, or in fact a few shots, on the moving vehicles of Aiku Soul and Manya. He's already set his team up for this fight. In fact, they are prepping for an escape route as well. Now, this is again a minute detail that you might not notice, but that escape option from the southern side of this hill has already been laid out just in case things go wrong.
For Aiku Soul, this is a perfect avenue. They really need to test their firepower this time. I think because nobody is around them. It is just a 4v4, proper, clean, pure fight. And Rising Falcons, the big question is, are they aware that they are going up against the Mammoths? Rising Falcons haven't really had the best of times. It's all about somebody tossing their hat into the ring somebody finding that first knock, but needs to find that golden window. And I think Ronnie, he's en route to doing that. I think it's a bait and switch strat.
Yes, it is. It is a bait and switch because that makes Rising Falcon believe that, all right, players have moved out. They don't know if it's 1 or 2 players. Now they feel a threat from that flank as well, since Ronnie, they just saw the car getting parked behind the line of fire. And now Rising Falcons are going to be forced to switch up their play. They had overextended just a bit, but they've made sure now that they are going to stick towards the left-hand side of the hill from their perspective.
But you know what, Johnny? Even UV Jord has a flank of his own.
Yeah.
If you pay close attention to that map feed, he's also gone a little on that soiree. Little aloof from his pack, but Manya, I don't have a good feeling about this.
Yeah.
Feels like Ghost Rider, but inside a buggy.
I mean, Ghost Rider could pretty much turn any vehicle that he sits in into his vehicle.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so it
I
works
forgot.
out, but too much smoke coming out of that buggy, and that, as you said, it is not good. A few shots on that car, and it can go off at any time. You just need a few more, and he has the M249 as well, so he can just pray for days. But Manya does manage to escape. Off in the distance he goes, inside the blue. They've gone for an extremely wide rotation, but Aiku Soul opting for the safer play instead of just committing for the fight.
Quite unconventional of Team Aiku Soul, don't you think? Given any other day, they would have already had 2 players charging, already been hitting like a train. This time, however, quite cautiously. They're properly examining the situation. They're kind of scouting the territory. And it is all about picking up those good fights and bad fights. Yes, Aiku Soul did get a good game in Miramar, but haven't really had a good time in Sanhok or even in Weekendy though.
Oh, look at that.
Look at the circle shift. Mavi being the zone magnet. Global Esports have that glee smile on their face.
Yeah, I think G has never had trouble with their zone rotations. The only problem is that I think they know this as well. They fight just too much. So the frag numbers, the finish numbers for Global Esports is always higher than average. Like, they always manage to secure a lot of finishes. But this, the problem with always fighting is you do not always survive. You're not always going to come out on top. But let's see, Revenant Esports, they have been desperate for a win, desperate for this points, and now finally they take a fight against the players of RNB. RNB have been left bleeding as well throughout the day, so that is another team that is struggling. Now Revenant need those 4 points without losing a single player, but look at that, 3 players down already, and Revenant, they are taking a beating over here. It's down to a 1v1. Advent from the side of RNB makes a blunder, gets inside the buggy to make an escape, or in fact I think he was trying to close the distance against the players of Revenant, but he gets finished off by Aquinox, and RNT, they've been given a second chance at life.
Somebody needs to remind Sensei that the DBS has been nerfed. Certainly not that deadly anymore in those mid-ranges. But now TCW
Ouch.
making good work of the players of RVNC. And this is the collapse that I was really worried about. A team that started off with flying colors in the first 2 games, still being in the top 2. And look at this fall. This has been massive, Johnny.
Oh, this has been massive indeed, but TCW, they need to make sure that their impact in this game is going to be bigger.
What?
Completely unchecked. Jax, what was that? He, absolutely no information, just runs right across the hall, right in front of Jax, and Jax was offended by that. He's like, I'm a player with a lot of skill. How dare you ignore him? Shoots him in the back, takes him out. Now looking for one more, perfectly lined up, finds the second. The damage from the nade, not enough to put him down on his knees. He's still left standing and he's going for the first aid. TCW, well, these are 4 points that they welcome with open arms.
They certainly do, and look at them. 8 finishes already, 8 points secured for TCW, as they also want to get into the race to make it inside the top 4. And for a moment, it felt like Jax, he had that invisible cape on. Taking it right from Harry Potter. And seems like it worked out for him.
You know, when someone ignores you, you start poking them. Well, this time he just poked him with the entire magazine, just peppered him with lead. But I think it also works out in the favor of TCW now. They have been struggling throughout the day. 8 points in this game. Now they know they can be safe because they've lost 1 player already quite early in the match. So they need to play for safety, survive till the late game, till the top 4, and then you can re-engage in those fights. But how do they get to safety? That is a big question, and we'll see that story unfold as well. In the meanwhile, WSB, they could have been caught off guard a few moments ago. Look at the radar. They are still being chased. So they need to find those compounds. They do make it. Raiden has some HP, but does manage to get to safety.
Oh my god, for Aiku Soul. All their vehicles are burning. Somehow they're still standing. This time picking a fight against THW. Oh, Destiny just barely gets spotted out. And now it is a race against Destiny for them. As now taking some massive amount of damage. Ninja a little far from his pack. Sam needs to provide cover fire. But for Team Aiku Soul, still they haven't made it inside the circle.
Yeah, they still are struggling. I think they're just playing that late game rotation strat of theirs. And it can work out. I mean, they are looking for safety. They are looking to avoid any conflict, because even this fight, I think they just saw that one car and no one else around them. So they knew that it might just be 1 or 2 players in that US. They took their shots, took their chance, and now they want to rotate. But Ninja, this setup does allow him to take down a few more. 2 players in the back line's damage. The front line players are going to be dropped as well. And this is going to be the end. Fixes, I feel, for the side of Aiku Soul. Ronnie, he's the man left standing, but he's stuck between the players of TSW. The 2 backline players have also been taken care of. Look at that. Knuckle also out of the picture. And this is it. In a matter of seconds, Aiku Soul just destroyed and put out of this game.
Again, the erratic behavior. Going unpunished, being quite oblivious, not really paying that respect to THW. And what a trap was it set. And THW, they're going to be quite happy about it. But look at this, TCW, they had a good start into today's games. But now look at this, against Rising Falcon on the lower grounds as the grenade goes flying over. UV Jod manages to escape. And now a retaliation back. Guru, he has taken some hefty amount of damage.
Yeah, one more nade and Guru's going to fall, and I think the call has been made from the side of Rising Falcons. Like, alright guys, we have dished out enough damage to the guy in the corner. Just target him, pick him off, and the other 2 players will fall themselves. With Guru out of the picture, Jax, he's going to feel the brunt of the force, and he falls down as well. Yadnesh in the back lines. He can try his level best, but it's a 1v4. Even with the DBS, it's close to impossible odds of him coming out on top. He has been spotted out from the flank, and all of a sudden, the entirety of Rising Falcons, they come charging forward. But from the back lines, Reckoning Esports, they are chiming in as well. And a little bit of damage from Reckoning to Rising Falcons does buy Yadnesh some breathing space, but eventually TCW are put out of their misery in this match of Miramar as well. They have been eliminated from the game, and Rising Falcons, they have been left bleeding. Reckoning Esports, I think these are their frags now, their points.
Indeed, the wings clipped off for Rising Falcons, as that was definitely a peck on the beaks. But right now, Shikari Jod, he's out on a hunt, on the prowl. Even Team Revenant, look at that. Punk very close to comfort. Closed in, Fears along with him, but there you have it. Shikari getting that finish onto its vintage. And Rising Falcons looking quite worried.
Yeah, they have to be worried if they're stuck in a position like that, so can't really blame them for that. But look at Revenant. Rotating along the sidelines. Should not be too difficult for them to push through. And they do find a decent position inside of the circle as well. But now the question is, you are on that lower ground. You have enough cover to protect yourself from that assault by Reckoning or by the side of Rising Falcons. And that's not the only threat lurking on top of Reckoning right now.
I like this. Gravity. He's just playing with his opponent. Finally decides to open up, but Slug quite careful though. As now look at Bogo Esports getting the better out of WSP as gods. The final one somehow have to manage to get out of harm's way, but might find themselves in a rock and a hard place. It is going to be Galaxy that sends gods away. Packing deleted from the server, and WSP, that has been a debacle and a half. But look at this circle shift. Reckoning. Now they are going to feel quite comfy.
Yeah, they definitely will feel quite comfy, but let's see. Reckoning Esports, that northern edge, all theirs, as you mentioned. But the high ground advantage that Global Esports have right now from the position of Beast and Mavi can be quite critical to break that apart, or in fact snatch it away from them, because that is also another 4-man team that you have to be worried about. But all this time, fixes even before the game started, we were talking about Vasista. Their position isn't bad if they actually win the fight against Global Esports and survive a third party from Mogo. But Team Tamilas, alright, this is about to get much worse, but Rising Falcons show up from the rescue, as Viper from the side of Reckoning is going to be put down. Shikari still focused in on the teams up front, takes down Punk, looking to secure the finish and finds it as well.
Reckoning doesn't seem to care at all. They have one of their players knocked out, but the other players are taking fights on different fronts. Look at Shikari Jot. He's got his grenade cooked up into perfection. It gets tossed over, but still, Noob Jot cannot do anything about it as UV fighting against two players. It is going to be Shikari and Gravity pushing at his direction as Rising Falcons finally clipped off as they get eliminated at the 10th position.
Yeah, big blunder from the Rising Falcons in a team, or in fact going up against a team like Reckoning that was already left bleeding. They still could not capitalize. But Team Tamilas, they have used this opportunity to switch their focus from Revenant to the side of Reckoning. They're like, all right, you guys are outside the zone. You want to be the gatekeepers? Well, we will destroy the gate and then move forward.
But they have to be very watchful because they've got Revenant to deal with.
Yeah.
And even Reckoning in a really sticky situation. Mr. IGL, he's trying to scour the land. He's trying to maybe find a good, comfortable holding spot. But look at him. Lead being poured from every possible direction. But from the eastern lines, Global Esports, that has been a very good climb down the hill. And for Mavi, having gotten that good position, that is nothing short of phenomenal.
Oh, it definitely isn't, but I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how the 4v4s break out. Slug, I'm worried about him. Pictures, he's all alone. And he's surrounded by the players of Hail India, but there he is. He's not even stopping. He's still constantly taking the fight, trying to deter the players of Worcester Esports from moving towards his teammates. Now he has drawn all of their attention and he's going to grab the attention of Mogo Esports as well. Look at that, 1 point secured by Slug. Isolated, not isolated with the team, without the team. The man does not care. One more knock secured and he takes down Mogo. Was it him or was it Worcester Esports? Well, in tandem, who gets those points? It is Slug. He gets a few more.
Yeah, I think it has been a partition. Both of these teams benefiting out of it, but Slug, one low toss grenade, and Hail, they might get pushed into the brinks of hell.
They're done.
They might just be done over here. But for Worcester Esports, somehow still alive, but for how long? Global Esports keeping them at bay. K47, the final player surviving, but hold on. Ninja Boy, he's been picked off out of elsewhere. And now K47, few grenades flung over. Galaxy and Devil, they have to respond, cannot retaliate as Devil, he has fallen.
But look at how the players of GE have gone for a reset in this fight. They've fallen back as soon as that one-man Ninja Boy was knocked out. Beast was right next to him, and he went for a revive. Now K47, it's a position from where he can definitely capitalize, get a few points away for his team before he eventually gets taken out, since he is pinned out in the blue zone. And all the focus is on the players of Hail India at this point. They are completely pinned in that cliff. A lot of utility committed for those two players. 5 points secured by GE, so I think they are heading down the same trajectory that they wanted to go. All 4 players still alive, 5 points secured by the time they reach the top 6 of this match. But look at that, Slug, he finally gets picked off as he gets spotted by the players of Reckoning.
Yeah, he's done his part.
Yeah.
5 finishes already, and he had to play that sacrificial role. He had to kind of pounce upon all these opposition and has made things so much easier. So much information still relayed in by Slug as he's taking his final moments as Beast. He's going to be dishing out some massive amount of damage, but this grenade gets flung from somewhere. Has to be Gravity, defying all sorts of the odds, as now it is going to be absolute pandemonium. Look at this, Johnny. Bodies are falling left, right and center, but Reckoning, they still stand tall.
Yeah, they missed out on it once, they missed out on it twice, but maybe third time's the charm. And Team Tamilas, they made it to the top 2 this time as well, but it won't be enough. No HP on the players, a few of them knocked out, and now we see Fox and Manti running and trying to survive for their lives, but it won't be enough as they step, or in fact take a step into the blue. One more man knocked out, and this is it. Fox OP, last man left in a 1v3, and all the players of Reckoning, they just show up to his exact location to take him out. And finally they have done it. As I said, third time's the charm, ladies and gentlemen. Reckoning Esports, they have their very well-deserved chicken dinner.
And with this, they break through the doors of qualification into the semis. No stopping Reckoning as the Reckoning Storm heads today It is finally the map of Miramar. They have always been kept at bay. Yes, the previous chicken, they missed out on it. Sanhok, that was a debacle, but they had enough of it. And I'm loving what these boys are putting out. And towards the end, they were just playing with Team Tamilas. But let's not forget, Team Tamilas also a solid performance. Global Esports also there. So the top 3 teams still intact, which leaves only one spot up for grabs.
Oh, and we still have one more game to go. And of course, we're going to try and figure out, ladies and gentlemen, which teams are still in contention for the fight. But then again, I mean, it was an exciting game. And I think Reckoning, they finally cracked the code. Like, all right, guys, if they get too close, they end up sealing our wins, right? Let's make sure no one gets close enough to us unless it's just the last play and there is all 4 of us left standing. And that is what they did. And luckily for them as well, they had all 4 players still alive and all of them sticking together. It was an open field situation where Global Esports, I mean, their position was compromised the moment Beast was down, and Mavi, it was a desperate attempt. He was trying to run towards some cover, but he was surrounded from every single direction. No one was paying enough attention towards Team Tamilas as well, so they also had all 4 players, but as soon as they started to break inside from the blue to the safe haven Reckoning, they just switched focus towards Team Tamilas, like, alright, you were the ones, right, in the previous game, now we're gonna show you.
I mean, what do you say about a team like Reckoning? We never had the opportunity to watch them play in the previous broadcast stages, and I am regretting every bit of that, because this team, they're the deal, man. I'm telling you. I mean, in a lobby as this and going out swinging like the way they are right now, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to call it out loud, we are seeing them in Hyderabad. We will be seeing them watching the LAN and nothing short for that. And I'm going to be rooting for them properly, because imagine they're playing against such big names and still
I mean, yeah,
there's no competition.
You gotta love the confidence that these lads have displayed, right? I mean, already playing like seasoned veterans. But I think one big thing that plays out in their favor right now is that lack of experience. And it is quite a rare state, right? Because this team is not overcomplicating any single decision. Just like the players of Global Esports don't complicate things. And that is why they are managing to be consistent as well. Just focus on one thing. What do you need right now? You need points. What is the easiest way to get those points based on your skill sets? Well, we like to fight. We are very good at team fighting. Then let's just do that. And that is what Reckoning Esports have been doing as well.
They kind of remind you of the team of Carnival Gaming in their prime when they came in, won that BMPS trophy. They sort of remind you of Team IQ Soul, the current Team IQ Soul, when they lifted that BMPS Season 2 trophy. So, it goes out to say that all these teams, I think all these youngsters coming in with so much firepower kind of really elates me with joy.
So you're expecting Reckoning Esports to live a big trophy this year as well?
Why not?
I mean, let's see. I mean, if they can make it happen, they're heading down the right path. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to follow our path and we're going to have a look at the MVP of that previous game. Let's see which player did seize that title for himself. It is Shikari Jord, of course. 6 eliminations secured, 559 damage dished out. Just 1 headshot. It is okay. 25 minute and 4 second of survival time. I think one of the biggest plays that Shikari made was that recovery when they saw Team Tamilas and Revenant in the distance, and they were a player down. Rising Falcons was pushing in from their rear, and they had to, in a split second, just switch focus instead of that frontal fire and protect the backlines. If Reckoning did not survive that, that would have been their end in this game.
Certainly. I think no second thoughts about it. Even Shikari Jord was quite phenomenal in Weekendy as well. And this was the MVP that was long coming for him. But Slug can't really rule this young kid away also, because having that King of the Hill position, he had so much information to work with. Getting those 5 finishes, it was just not those finishes, but also those positions of the opposition that he was revealing for his team. But for Revenant, I think they're literally on a life support. I do not know how much points they have secured in this game. The last time we saw them, they were barely around 13. And if they do not have over 25, I don't see a world where they qualify.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, there is still an opportunity there. And, of course, in a lobby like this, dude, I can expect anything to happen in that last game from anyone. Anything can go wrong. Anything can go right. But let's see, as you said, Revenant Esports, they have 12 points. Reckoning with this big win, they have 24 points secured. So, as you mentioned at the end of the game as well, they have pretty much secured that top 4. Team Tamilas, 9 points, I think, slowly and steadily moving forward. Global Esports, they've stopped caring. They're sitting at the top, just looking down on the entire lobby and just asking them, hey guys, what's up? So 9 points, not too shabby, and I'm pretty sure in the last game as well, they're going to finish around 9 to 10 points.
And I think even on top of Global Esports must be Reckoning Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they have been playing throughout the entire day, And
sister, look at them.
yeah, they're still in the race, right? That
Yeah.
top 4 spot, I think, in fact, the 4th spot still up for grabs, or maybe things might go away. Maybe from IQ Soul or WSP Gaming, even for THW. Let's not forget Mogo
Mogo,
Esports.
yeah.
They also did not have a good time, but still 4 finishes is better than getting nothing for IQ Soul.
I just realized something. Are all the trophy lifting teams going down to the wild card?
Yes, why not? We would love that for it to happen.
That, oh man, wild card will definitely be a wild card stage this time. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward with our story of the day and in fact have a look at the storyboard, how it is unfolding. I'm talking about the overall rankings, and there it is, 64 points for Reckoning. We have Global Esports sitting there with 51, Team Tamilas with 43, and Visista Esports with 42 points. Alright fixers, I've been proven wrong already. I think we will have one of the highest qualification cutoffs right now.
We certainly will, because the teams down below, they haven't really gotten enough points. But for Team Tamilas and for Vasista, they have that little bit of a cushion, but still they haven't gotten that green signal.
Yeah.
Because from even THW can make it, Mogo Esports can make it. For IQ Soul to really break in through, they have to ensure that Team Tamilas, Vasista Esports, they get down early and they get a chicken dinner, and it has to be a big one. Same goes with WSP as well.
But going back to what you said a few moments ago about Revenant Esports, yes, 25 points for them on the 10th. RVNC as well with 25 points on that 9th position. But that is the thing. A 30 bomb, only a 30 bomb right now. 20 finishes, 10 for the chicken. That's the only way these two teams can make it through.
No, I have to make it a little uncomfy for the Team Tamila fans, because let's not forget the first game of Erangel, they clashed along against Team Hail India.
Oh yeah.
And they suffered some heavy losses. Now Team Tamilas, they have a good lead, but they cannot be complacent, because one wrong move, this is where they have to rely on their contingency plan, and I hope they have one.
This is one of those situations where you're not really, if you're not looking where you're going, you might just slip and fall down a cliff, right? So you have to be extremely careful with every single move that you make. And I think we are about to head into a very intense last game of Erangel. It will be super exciting to witness, because I expect a lot of these teams, apart from, of course, the top 3 teams, not even the top 3, just the top 2 teams. I think it is just Reckoning and Global Esports that will be wreaking havoc. Everyone else might just play for survival. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more to discuss about what might happen into this last game. But before that, here's a quick promo.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Well, looking at that is always exciting. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, wear your cred inside of BGMI, because Fixus is wearing it IRL.
Yes, I certainly am, and you know, I've already maxed out my Royal Pass. All I need to do is get a few material pieces here and there, and that's all about it. But now the stage has been set.
Yes.
Vasista Esports still have a chance to qualify. You remember those days in round number 3. It was the final game of Erangel.
Yeah.
They got a chicken dinner, and they made it through. Who knows? Today they can be able to replicate it.
And they're not too far away from
Yes.
qualification as well, so that actually can happen. In fact, lot of possibilities. There are a lot of different pathways this story can take, ladies and gentlemen. But one thing we are going to do is have a look at the schedule and see in the next 30 minutes how this story is going to unfold in front of us. The last day of round 4, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the biggest teams in the country about to drop into this last map of Erangel, and it is going to be an extremely intense game. And during these intense moments, you know, I require someone to sort of make things a little bit light and make it entertaining, and that is why we have Necro joining us back on the panel. Necro, how are you doing, buddy? Are you ready for this final Erangel?
That's not even a question. I'm of course ready for this last game, man. And for some reason, I'm still having high hopes from Revenant Esports.
Oh.
I'm still waiting for that 30 bomber.
Well, you know what? You're not alone. Even I'm hoping that they drop a 30 bomb in this game. And imagine how epic is it going to be. But again, I have said this before earlier in the day as well, and I'm going to repeat it now. It's never advisable to leave everything lying down for that last moment, right? No matter what you want in life, go ahead and seize it. Seize the day.
I mean, yeah, you've got a point, right? Consistency is something that matters a lot, and Revenant Esports, they've been missing out on that. And now to nowhere, if Revenant Esports is going to be hoping for that fluke of a performance, it is still going to propel them in the top 4. Nothing taken away for that, but still, man, Revenant Esports, you expect them to dominate every single game, but that's not being the case.
And alright, so one more thing, because I do end up overthinking a lot of things that I say, right? So here's the thing. Even if Revenant drop a 30 bomb, right, what if the team sitting on the 3rd position and the 4th position do not really get eliminated with 0 points in this game? Because that is also one condition that needs to be true, along with Revenant having that big match for them to qualify, because those two teams are sitting at 40+ points.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you got a point. But still, if Revenant Esports does drop a 30 bomber, then things are still going to be pretty good. I think so Revenant Esports, they've got 25 points, if I'm not wrong. And add 30 on with that, then Revenant Esports will still be pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of maths, and all of that is about what we're trying to speculate is going to happen inside of this game. So yeah, a lot can happen, a lot can go wrong for Revenant, but a lot can go right for the other teams as well.
And you know what? Speaking of the 0 points, IQ Soul, once again, a big bummer inside of this game. TCW or not TCW, it was TSW if I'm not wrong, who managed to wipe out the entirety of IQ Soul while they were trying to rotate inside of the circle. And for TSW as well, even for some reason, they've been hit with a truck of that inconsistency. And even they're not able to do anything inside of the games.
I mean, a lot of the big names are taking a hit. Even Mogo Esports, not really consistent in this game. That previous Miramar we witnessed from them, that was pretty amazing. But what happened in this one?
Rough days and rough games, that's for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game, or you can't say, the last game of the round 4 is going to be booting up on the screens once again, as the big bird's going to be in the skies once more, and the plane flat path starts all the way from Quarry towards Norupnoi. This plane flat path is completely towards that southern side, and this is what we wanted to see. That means, Johnny, a lot of these drop locations, and there's also going to be some collisions.
Yeah, there might be a lot of, in fact, as you said, there will be a lot of drop collisions, especially for all the teams that do like to head towards that Georgopol city and the containers area. Teams playing from school are going to struggle. They will have to pick a fight somewhere. Not pick a fight, but look for vehicles either in Gatka or close to those shelter roads. You go anywhere close to Pachinki, that is a death sentence right there.
Pretty much. I mean, off the rip, you've got Vasista Esports taking an exit from that plane. You've also got I&T right next to them, and you speak about inertia. This team has been struggling throughout the entire day. We haven't even seen them in the limelight, let's be honest. DCW, another one of those teams, we haven't seen them as well. You've also got RVNC inside of the mix. Even they're not able to do anything at all. You've also got Hail India off the rip. They went for a drop collision against Team Tamilas, and even they were struggling throughout the entire day. Mogo Esports, a dip in the performance and the consistency now missing.
Look at Mogo, though. It's a 3-1 split, and that's Kratic Esports that's dividing the team within itself. Destroy's gone to those western shoreline compound of that military island while the rest of the team. And it's not just Kratic. There's one more squad. Mogo, they are about to have a fight of their life today. 2 teams dropping and contesting them right on that military base.
Oh my God, 3 teams in that same vicinity. This is going to be interesting. As Mogo, I mean, so far they have been struggling, that's for sure, but all they need is one decent game on the hand, and maybe they can be back in the top 4. Kratic Esports, this team at this point in time has probably given up on their hopes and dreams to even qualify towards that week 1 of the semifinals. So now they're just trying to fight for something that they can latch upon. But you look at Mogo now, charging on forward towards the likes of Rising Falcon with just a 3-man squad. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. 2 players of Rising Falcon in the front, and Mogo, they've got 2 more players over here. Utilities being tossed as well. And Delta PG spots out Juice. I mean, the last time when we saw Juice on the screen, he was taken down with ease. And now we see Delta PG wanting to take down at least a couple of more foes in the front. And without even breaking a sweat, Mogo, they start things off.
Yeah, what a brilliant way to kick things off. And they were extremely cautious, but you could tell how paranoid they were about picking this fight, just pre-firing every single corner and checking everything. Rising Falcons, they have just bitten more than they can chew. UV Jordy's the last man left alive with the shotgun, can't accomplish anything.
No way.
And goes down instantly. 3 points picked up by Mogo Esports. Where did the last player go? I think Kratic found that finish for themselves.
They did. And with that, we have also got the confirmation that Rising Falcons is not going to move in.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, but then again, They are moving towards
fine,
that
yeah.
wild card stage.
It's not like they're going to be eliminated from this entire
Yeah.
tournament. So, yeah, it's all good in the hood for now.
That's the one glimmer of hope that you have, right? If you do not play too well in round 4, yeah, you're not going home. That's the only positive thing that the players can hold on to. But once you reach the wildcard stage, man, it will be a different ballgame.
It will be. And if you're not going to be that wrecking ball that's needed to wreck through all the competition and the chaos, then the real problems will lie there, because there's a high chance you can be eliminated and kicked out of the tournament. Mogo on the screens, a team that was supposed to be consistent in the previous 2 games, but that's not being the case. That link has been broken, and Mogo, they need to start finding that link.
Yeah, I think they win this game, though. They're going to easily move through to qualification, so not a lot of heavy lifting required. Some heavy lifting, but not as much as we are asking from the side of Revenant.
Mogo, they need to go frag heavy.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they need to do. If they're not able to do so, well then, big bummer.
And it's quite unfortunate as well, because they had such a good start to the day.
They did. You mentioned this too. You had a full-blown conversation about Destro's mindset as an IGL, saying that you can go for the chickens, but instead we're going to go for the trophy. And so far, the trophy's way too far away from Mogo.
Well, I mean, we are also too far away from the trophy. There's a long way we have to go before we reach the stage of that grand finale. And of course, beautiful city of Hyderabad awaits everyone.
It's going to be a fun event. But you know what? Let's keep the future for the future. Right now, Team Timulas, interesting suspect, right? The game of Vikendi quite good. Even the previous game was quite decent from Team Timulas. Unfortunately, they got scratched up by a lot of those teams on the high ground, so that's why Team Timulas wasn't really able to instill that terror that was needed in the lobby. But in general, they are doing quite decent. In the overall standing, Team Timulas in the decent spot. All they need is another solid game to sort of propel them in the top 4.
And it's quite interesting as well, and I find it a little funny that they have been performing in the last 3 matches when the teams usually feel the most amount of pressure. It's like this is a bear that had gone into hibernation, and all of a sudden the season has changed and they have woken up just hungry for food, and, well, the food turns out to be other players.
Honestly speaking, though, I mean, I thought the same thing is probably going to be happening with Revenue Esports too,
Yeah,
right?
I expected that.
Because that Vikendi game was definitely decent.
But you know what? I hope that Revenant, I mean, yes, they are going to be headed down to wildcard, but I hope they survive the wildcard stage and we see them in the semifinals, because that way they end up living up to the name Revenant, right? Someone who's come back from the dead.
That is true. You got a point with that. But you know what, Johnny? You can also say this is like a reality check being handed out to the players.
Yeah, to everyone, to us as well. Nothing is a guaranteed win for no one. It's too tough, this competition.
The complacency sometimes these T1 players can possess, it's something that might just work against them. And yeah, Vasista Esports, Bicycles pulled out.
It's workout time.
It is. Just getting themselves warmed up before they actually jump inside of the playing field. Because they know you got to be quite mobile.
All right, Necro, so last day of round 4. This is the last game of round 4 as well. Vasista, they have been very impressive team. So what are your thoughts on them?
Vasista Esports, their journey started off in such a shaky note. I mean, you know it. None of us expected Vasista Esports to come this far in the first place, and now the fact that Vasista Esports is also doing pretty decent, man, I just want to see a little bit more of them in the semifinals. I'm pretty sure they've got more in the backpack that they want to unleash in the future. I mean, K47ist, it just felt like for some reason man was not able to be back in the form. K47ist wasn't really the K47 that we saw in the past.
Yeah.
And even right now, it doesn't feel like he's at the peak performance, but still is doing decent to support his team, right?
I wouldn't say decent. I would say he's doing a lot that is required of him, because we all know this is a man that was always supposed to be in the front lines, enjoys taking those fights, and of course had a pretty good conversion rate as well in the past, but now he's been forced to just slow things down a bit, and the adaptation has been there. As a team, Vasista, they have done a phenomenal job bringing these players together, and I mean, it is just impressive how they're playing. Mogo,
oh my god.
Revenge against Kratik for taking that military base away from them.
Not a big fan of what's going on for now. Mogo Esports, they know these are sort of free points that they can try and latch up on. Because Kratik Esports so far, they haven't been able to do that great. From Mogo Esports, they need anything that they can. And Kratik Esports, they're already struggling with that mental setback that's been handed out to them in the past 5 games. So yeah, it's going to be tough to recover from. Kratik Esports, though, still, you cannot underestimate that team. They can dish out some serious damage, considering Heem already knows there's someone behind that ridge. Did go for that scope in. Craddock Esports, I'm not really sure why they're so exposed. They need to be careful off their positioning.
Oh, they definitely do. And Destro, look at him. He's gathering up all this information, making sure that his team can set up for this fight properly. And as you mentioned, Necro, Mogo, they need those frags. They have also realized this, so they are looking for these fights. Not what
Craddock
to...
Esports, they rotate out though.
Yeah. I mean, Mogo does not want to let that happen.
Yeah,
Do not
on
want
the
to
chase.
want these points to slip away.
Oh my god, Craddock Esports, they went for the high ground instead. They try to play that bigger game, yeah? But then a man just gets ran over. Addy knocked out for now. Another man as well still in the back lines, but the backup instantly arrives even from the side of Craddock, and within a blink of an eye, the Craddock Esports, they've been eliminated from the game. As I mentioned, they're now being treated as the free points in the lobby.
Yeah, should have not stopped at the top of that hill. That was a big mistake right there. I think initially when we saw them move out and they went around the hill, we thought they were going to head for that bridge, and that might have been the right call. They could have just crossed over early and then taken that fight, but I think a little too eager to take the fight against the players of Mogo, and Destro, I think at this point is just asking, hey guys, what were you thinking?
Mogo, 7 finish points accumulated. Fantastic start.
We're not even at stage 2.
Yeah, and when they crack open towards that main island, that's when they might just get a couple of more on their hands. TCW might just fall prey.
Oh, they can, but I mean, look at TCW. They have
Hail
Hail
India.
India behind
Yeah.
them. So I think if the timing just, it's all about the timing, right? If it's perfect, TCW can get sandwiched. Otherwise, if Mogo show up first and that fight is the first one to occur, then Hail India will have an opportunity to hear all of that commotion in third party, but they are moving away from that position. So I guess the fate of TCW has just changed.
Johnny, we've been speaking so much about all these teams, we forgot to mention WSB completely.
Oh, yeah.
What is going on with them? I mean, we even forgot they were inside of the game, right? After that game of Sanhok, WSB's just been invisible.
I mean, but to be fair, they haven't been given the incentive to do anything. They are in Pochinki, the entire city is there. And while we are seeing all of this chaos brew up on that military island and everywhere else on the map, WSB, they've just been chilling.
Yeah. TCW still towards the bridge lines. You can see it on the map. IQ Seoul finding themselves those individual compounds, those glimmer of hopes for the upcoming positive moments. And IQ Seoul, this game holds a lot of value. One single man taken down at this point in time, IQ Seoul, it will be tough to recover. They need every single player up and alive till the late game. They just need double digits on the board, maybe be in that top 4. Before now, Inertia getting charged up by Reckoning Esports, and look at them, just like vultures, moving around inside of that vehicle, and within a matter of seconds, they've already taken down 2 players. Inertia, Hydra, as well as in a big wall of trouble in the back lines, and even another player spotted out. Inertia Esports, slowly and steadily, just like a house of cards, this entire team is crumbling down.
Yeah, I think Hydra needs to realize either he escapes right now or he goes down with the rest of his team, because SnapGod has been knocked and he's going to be finished off. And Reckoning, they have the location of that last player as well, but Hydra, he has not moved, Necro, and this is, well, the end.
Inertia down and dusted, taken out of the game on 14th spot. I'm loving to see, we're seeing so many of these early game fights, right? We genuinely thought we might just see those drop collisions too. I mean, we did see one towards the Snuck military base.
What is this? We were expecting Mogo to cross the military bridge and go towards that lighthouse to take the fight against TCW, but it is TCW who just got tired of waiting, and they're like, if you guys aren't going to cross over, we are coming towards you. And they charge forward, and Mogo, they are on a run.
What is going on? TCW. I don't even know why they came down south towards that military island. It's such a tough position to be in.
Yeah.
And TCW opting out to step out of that comfort zone and be in that discomfort. I mean, hey, guys, just to let you guys know, it's only to push past your physical barriers, not inside of the game, man.
Oh, man, and I think also reminded that the circle is up north towards Pochinki, so you definitely need to head back up there. But they've ruined the day for Mogo completely, because now Mogo, I think, there is an important decision to be made. Do you actually head towards that Novorepnoy bridge? Do you take that military bridge, the main one, or do you just swim and try to cross? 3 options laid out, but all of them equally risky.
Mogo is actually moving in towards the death trap.
Yeah.
THW's right there, as you mentioned.
Look at that.
Oh no, two teams. Revenue Esports on the opposite side, THW down south. On the left, you've got TCW. Mogo is in a big trap. And as you mentioned, the only option they've also got is to actually rotate through the water lines. But looking at towards that cluster of teams in Pachinki, man, this is now going to be a complete mayhem soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite chaotic, and WSB, if they play their cards right, they can secure a lot of eliminations from those fights, because there will be multiple fights taking place in a few moments. You see Aiku Soul reckoning in the back lines towards that Potato Hill. You have R&B down south of that hill. Hail India have taken control of that southern shoreline and the distance up north as well. I think it was 200 meters that they have covered between the four players. They have all of that information to work with. 4 to 5 teams just fighting for that central control. In the meanwhile, THW on our screens, and they are still sticking inside the city of Yasnaya Polyana. They are taking their sweet time with how they want to play this game.
I don't understand, though. It's a little bit too late to be in there.
And the circle's not too far away. I think that's the only reason they stayed.
I think so. That's what they did in the previous Erangel, too.
Yeah.
Just trying to replicate the same thing, tank the damage in the first blue, then move in a little bit late, because they know there's going to be a couple of more foes just holding the exit lines of the bridge. And that's what Revenue Esports is doing. They've got a solid defense set up, but I mean, as soon as this blue closes in and we see the stage 3 hit the deck, Revenue Esports is going to be back in the reality. And they would just try to move away from this spot, and that's what is exactly going on. Revenue Esports, they give up on the hopes and dreams of TCW crossing on forward, of DSW crossing on forward, but you've got Reckoning Esports on the screen now. High ground advantage against a team that's in the front lines. And Reckoning Esports, it is one of those teams that's not going to let them go just like that. They're not going to spare the prey. The man's in the front. Heads on the swivel for that guy. Shikari pulls out the DBS up close and personal. And where can he even go? It's a battle of shotguns. It's getting a little bit too awkward. And even the backup arrives for the foe in the front. And Reckoning Esports, considering they've got the swing of things, they're of course going to be in the advantage. But then the man gets slapped down. Viper instantly gets confirmed too. This is way too awkward. Eventually, Reckoning Esports do put an end to that misery. But, man, the damage is being dealt. And look at this third party from Hail India now.
Yeah, it is timed perfectly, and Reckoning, they're down to their last man. So there's no bringing themselves back into this game. Hunters, he's still alive. All right, 2 players remaining. Hunters, he's on that staircase, but it has just been mollied up. So he's going to be forced up towards that corner room. Takes the exit in the back lines. Reckoning, are they still looking for this fight? That is the question. And I believe...
Oh my god!
They are! Finds
Brilliant!
Rumble, switches while getting inside the car, finds 2 frags. Hunter, what have you done? He's just brought the numbers into a manageable position for Gravity to deal with the players of Hail India, but there's a third party, Aiku Soul. That's the 4th team getting involved in this fight.
That's what you call advanced movement, my friend. And now Reckoning Esports, they've got another party joining alongside in the name of Aiku Soul, but look at the amount of damage that's being dished out against them. Aiku Soul as well, getting some heavy blows upon themselves as Hail India is trying their best to hold on to things, and Aiku Soul now is taken down to a 2-man squad.
Necro, there's one more team. There's a 5th team about to arrive, and guess what? They are Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen. There's the radar. Here they show up, and Gravity, I think at this point, he's just happy that more teams are coming over here, because at this point, the more teams that get taken out on the ground floor, the longer he survives. He can actually secure a few placement points after this fight.
In the last game, everyone wants to be freaky, and even Global Esports, they join the fray. Just like that, the last man's taken down from Reckoning Esports. Now it's time for Aiku Soul to leave this lobby as well. Aiku Soul's hopes and dreams will vanish away. But then S-Power with that beautifully placed nade catches the player. But it's really not going to matter. Aiku Soul, they do not have the man advantage to go up against Global Esports. And that's where they prevail.
Man, oh man, what a collapse. 5 teams, one after the other, all of them fighting for the same target. Reckoning out of the way, Soul out of the way, and Hail India as well. Just put out of this game. Right, 4 teams.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, you gotta love it indeed.
Last game of the day, and everyone's in a freaky mood, right? Global Esports, they're in a really good cushion in the overall standings. That's why they're going for these type of fights. And honestly, moving it out of today's day, right? We thought that Global Esports is too aggressive for this lobby. That's why they were facing the brunt. But then in the overall standings, the result is completely different. And Global Esports, it's a complete opposite strength for them. They're like on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Usually teams like to stay consistent with the placement points, but Global Esports, they stay consistent with the elimination points.
I think they have a standard like, all right, guys, 9 eliminations every game. Go do it.
Every man packs a punch. I mean, Ninja Boy's additions being incredible. Slug's there too. In the past, this man used to play for Team Insane. I mean, he's got some great history. Vasista Esports.
I think a lot of similarities between Global Esports and Vasista.
You think so?
Yeah, I think these players also pack a punch. The only difference is they try to slow things down, while Global Esports, their instincts when they kick in, they are like, all right, just try and put more pressure on these guys. Let's see how we can break them.
I feel like Vasista Esports is much more defensive, so...
Yeah, they do get defensive sometimes.
Yeah, I mean... And that's not a similarity, right?
Their aggression, you look at when they are fighting in a 4v4 and you realize what I mean. In a few moments, we are going to witness that.
Let's see.
This is a setup for them against WSB.
Yeah, Gods is knocked out. But those two players from WSB not even moving an inch. Just staying quiet, as silent as possible. And what is going on with Mogo? Justin's taking too much damage upon his buggy, and now will also be the passenger of his teammate. Delta PG is on a quick move, while Mogo somehow they have cracked on open towards the Northern Island, but they haven't really found themselves in that better shoes. The breaching point seems quite clear, but the surrounding lands are way too open.
Yeah, apart from those early fights, I think Mogo, they've just struggled to find their way towards the main island. As we mentioned, the blockade that was set up by THW towards the military bridge, and of course, Revenant blocking that no rep Neu bridge, along with the players of... there was another team present towards the observatory, but Mogo, they finally... It was a late rotation, but they made it towards the western edge of the circle, and now the players of RVNC spotted out.
RVNC. You know what RVNC reminds me of?
What?
That one team that used to be super annoying in the lobby. I forgot their name.
I mean, you gotta get me more information than that,
In the-
Necro.
in
That's
the-
not enough information.
In the round 2, remember we used to call that one team really annoying. I think so their name started from N. I don't remember exactly, but I mean, if the audience is there, maybe they know what I'm talking about. But you know what? Moving on. But RVNC, that's what I'm saying, right? They have been pretty annoying for a lot of these known names because they just coming out and over. You're talking about the first game, too. They came in with the third party against Team Timbalas, and that was one of the prime examples, or the prime reasons why Team Timbalas got wiped out. Then later on, we've seen the same stuff repeat over and over again where RVNC, they're just waiting for those fights to happen around them, and then they instantly just slam and dunk.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of true. They've just been ruining the day for almost everyone they run into. And I think RVNC... To be fair, though, they have done pretty well for themselves. I mean, they kicked off the day in a nice manner. It's just the fact that, I mean, it is a tough lobby, and even they were struggling with being consistent.
Yeah.
So they have taken a slight tumble. But if they end up winning this game, I think they also can make a pretty decent push. I mean, they need that big 30 bomb, just like Revenant. And talking about Revenant, by the way, they're still in this matchup, although no points have been secured, and they've lost a player.
Oh, that nade was way too close. Zerif is softened up, and look at this return nade toward Vasista. Complete confirmation found against that man, and even K47 gets knocked out. Vasista Esports on the verge of collapsing, as we do see RVNC as well now taking a fight against Mogo, and this is exactly what I'm speaking of, right? RVNC, at this point in time, they just do not really care about anything in the world because they know it's done for. They cannot move in, so you might as well just try to go out with a bang.
Yeah, we might not win the game, but we're going to try and get as many finishes as possible. And Shogun and Delta knocked out. Last man
Exactly what I'm speaking
and
of.
there goes Mogo Esports. Another game ruined by RVNC.
RVNC. Just being the annoying bunches inside of the game.
But we love it, Necro, right?
Yeah, we love it.
We enjoy
it's fun.
this.
It's entertainment right there because Mogo Esports stood a chance to be in that top 4.
that.
Now with that performance, Mogo Esports, that performance has pretty much just nullified their chances of being in there.
You want to see something more annoying? That man has just been given a revive, but one more nade in the spam spot and both of them get knocked out again. Versus the Esports, they're stuck in a corner and there's no way out of this, either to take the fight and wipe out the players of WSB, or there's DCW waiting for them in the front lines right across this field.
WSB, I like the discipline from the players, right? Not pushing in, even though they had some crucial knockouts. And now Vasista Esports, they're also getting shot at from the sidelines, but WSB do have a track of that as well. MJ's knocked out behind that little rock. Just Esports wants to create the line of sight, and Raiden actually does get that steal. That's a great one. Confirmation acquired, 3 finished points so far from WSB. They're looking pretty good. And for Vasista Esports, 2 players in the back.
2 players in the back lines. I mean, and that is the insurance policy they had left. Rage God, K47 need to make a play. Raiden from behind this rock. Actually, this is a perfect angle to work with. And this angle gives all the information WSB need actually to take on the players of Vasista Esports. It's just the blue zone. When that starts to move in, that is when there will be trouble in paradise for WSB. But as long as they take down these 2 individuals from Vasista, it's all good for them.
It's all good in the hood. WSB Arman moves out in the open, instantly knocked out. Revenant. I mean, so far, Revenant Esports has played super defensive, right? If you think about it. 3 players up and alive. They did receive a little bit of that minuscule blow, but they're good.
So we asked for a 30 bomb from Revenant in order for them to qualify, right? There are just 26 players remaining inside of this game, 8 teams alive, 3 of which are from Revenant, so that is 23 potential points that you need. They need 20 plus the win. They can only miss out on 3 finishes, man.
I mean, let's be realistic. It's not possible unless if you're a superhuman.
Did you not know I'm Superman?
Oh. What's this to Esports? K47 he just dug his own grave by rotating over here. I'm not even sure what the game plan was for the man, and considering even his buggy is now starting to smoke, it's not giving me that good of a vibes. Revenant Esports, with that rotation that they wanted to pull off, the man was out in the open. WSB instantly took the advantage of that. They ran over one of the players, and now WSB as well. They're just starting to face that front. Even they don't stand a chance. And now Revenant Esports as well, slowly and steadily looking for to move inside of that zone. The wall of death now is going to be doing way too much damage to the point where you cannot afford to stay outside of it unless you've got some heavy meds. Before now, Vasista Esports' is Rage God. Look at this rotation he pulled off, but he's also getting shot at from the back. It's completely out in the open. You cannot afford to be in the center.
But look at how impressive this team has been, Necro. Team Tamilas once again inside of the top 5. All the 2 players have been knocked out, and Maxi is the last man left standing. And from the flank, Global Esports show up to make things worse for them. Now, who takes the frags is the question, because even TCW want to take this fight. And there it is, a collapse inside of the smoke by 2 different teams. Global Esports, they've done this once before and they want it again. Yadnesh from the side of TCW knocked out 1 more man in the back lines. Jax is going to be dropped to the floor. Guru falls and Hunter follows up. Global Esports, a clean squad wipe. TCW destroyed in a matter of seconds, and along with them, another team to follow things up.
You know what this Global Esports reminds me of? The old Team Insane that we all saw in the past couple of years before now. Global Esports, they've already cracked inside of the upcoming zone. Team Tumula's Maxi OP is there in the smack center, and he's also being the center of attraction so far. And look at Ninja Boy, instantly pushes on up, does not even care
look at this,
what the outcome's going to be like. K47 is slowly and steadily patching himself up, trying to move in inside of the zone, and he might just find the backlines cleared up.
But I think it doesn't matter if he makes it or not. He has made sure that his team is in the top 3, so the placement points have been secured. And this is the fight for the win, ladies and gentlemen. They have 1 chicken dinner to their name already, and THW as well fighting for the second. Who gets it? K47 Vasista Esports last time were responsible for the win given to the players of Global Esports. This time they tried to take it away, but that is not going to happen. All 4 players alive and standing, and the players of THW are pinned in that wooden shack. Utility barrage right on their heads, and with Sam pinned out, this destiny is written. Global Esports secure this last winner chicken dinner of round 4.
Global Esports, what a way to take an exit. And as we mentioned, this was also the last game of the round 4. Global Esports just making that massive statement in the overall standings with such a performance. The firepower, it seems, unmatched so far in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has been left unmatched from the side of Global Esports. 2 chicken dinners secured, and both of them not small ones, double digits all across the board.
Exactly, double digits when it comes to the elimination, and of course placement points as well will be
you
double
have the
digits because you've got 10 points in total. But in general, we're talking about those magnificent performance, those massive performance from Global Esports that they've been able to pull off. Moving inside of today's stat, genuinely thought Global Esports' over-aggression can actually bite them in the back, but no, that's not the case. It's actually working out for them.
I think that is the one thing that we are forgetting, right? We have always seen Global Esports play with the same amount of aggression, and I think that is the one thing they constantly work on, how to be consistent in those team fights and how to constantly find those frags. And they were doing all of that throughout the last few years, right? Even last year, they were just all about getting into those fights, securing those finish points, but the point structure back then did not favor them. This new point structure is all about running into the action, and Global Esports, that is their specialty.
And you know, speaking of running into the action, whenever they run into the action, they always just find the right timing.
Yes.
You look at that third party towards the compound wall, that was the last team to hit the third party.
Yeah.
And Global Esports just came out on top, of course. They came out swinging, and they took out IQ Soul and even Reckoning Esports' last player.
Yeah.
So Global Esports' timing with those third parties when they do go for the fights as well, it's impeccable.
I think in general, their timing with the fights is actually perfect. Even
Yeah.
this last fight that we had, I think it was 3 different teams over there. Team Tamilas were there, TCW showed up. As soon as the smokes were laid out, as soon as the smokes are laid out in that situation when you're fighting out in the open, that is when you have at least some form of soft cover available to deny vision to the opposing players to create openings. Global Esports waited for Team Tamilas to mess up, but as soon as their vehicles were laid out, they positioned themselves perfectly to allow TCW to pour in as well, in the meanwhile denying them the line of fire. It was just, there's a lot of detail that went into that final action.
No doubts about that, but considering the fact that Global Esports is so good at adapting, it is something that's been impressing me from the start. They do not really take a lot of time in going for those stances inside of the fight.
True.
All it takes is a matter of seconds, and they already know what position each and every single player needs to hold.
Yeah.
That's how accustomed they are to playing with each other.
Because they know what they have to do. They've been practicing for almost a year now.
Yep, exactly. The same playing four, just playing with each other for a long time. And considering they do have so many of the young guns as well, every single player in general just feels like they do pack a punch. Mavi, sometimes he needs to take that back seat, and that's what he does. So he's not really there in the firefights because all the 3 guys, they're just doing the job anyway. So Mavi's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm going to be the one to IGL. You guys go and get the elimination points.
No, I think that is a little bit of an underwhelming performance. Not underwhelming performance, but I think Mavi has a much bigger role in this team than that. It's not just about calling the shots and telling the players where to go and do what. I think it's more about, because you do usually see him in the backlines and he will be there covering up the flanks, making the risky plays, because he sometimes turn into that meat shield that the team needs, right?
Yep.
That I will bear the brunt of the force, I will tank all the hits, you guys just make sure that you are dishing out the damage from our end.
I mean, that's the perfect thing, right? Mavi's like the dad. And considering all these young guys, they're trying their best to get things underboard. And Mavi's always there protecting his boys, making those proper call-outs, holding them back when it's needed, and letting them know when to unleash themselves.
Because let's go back to that win on Sanok as well a few games ago, right? We saw what happened to Beast as soon as Destiny from TSW showed up in the backlines. Mavi stayed back. He let Beast push forward as soon as, Beast pushed forward. Ninja Boy went down. Mavi stayed back and he's like, all right, I'm going to try to deal with this guy. You just make sure you reach some cover, and then it's all down to you, buddy. And he took a lot of damage, made sure Beast went down, but he knew what his fate was going to be as soon as he stepped out from that cover. So being an IGL, yes, he's doing a big job, and of course everyone from the side of Global Esports is on a different level. The young lads are definitely outperforming almost 90% of the lobby at this time, but we can't take anything away from this veteran man. He's done his job as an IGL. And
I gotta ask these boys for their practice routine.
Yeah, me too.
These guys are way too good. They don't miss a lot of their shots. But you know what? Map MVP, or the previous match MVPs here. It's going to be Hunters from Reckoning Esports. 6 finish points wrapped up and 812 damage dished out. I thought it's probably going to be someone from Global Esports, considering it was such a frag-heavy game from them.
Yeah, but I think the frags are distributed amongst all 4 players, so we might see the players in the top 5 players. Let's find that out, Necro.
Exactly. Top 5 in front of us. And yes, there we go. Mavi's there on the board with 6 elimination numbers. You've also got Beast there with 6. Global Esports, every single player, they've got those elimination points distributed equally. You can't say almost. You've also got Justin there from Mogo Esports. From Mogo, they did try to go for that bigger game. They did try to eye out for that chicken dinner, but then all thanks to RVNC, they were eliminated from the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Mogo, man. They had such a good setup going. 8 points secured in the first few minutes of the match as well. Everything, all the pieces are falling in the right place. But then all of a sudden, and you were right to call RVNC an absolute nuisance to everyone else inside of the lobby, because they just show up and they're like, hey guys, what's up? Are you planning to win this game and qualify? We don't think so.
Exactly, because we are not even thinking of qualifying ourselves. So RVNC is like, yeah, our day is spoiled. We'll, of course, try to spoil yours too at the same time. One standings of the previous game, and 19 finishes wrapped up. That's going to gift them 29 points, one short of that 30 bomb. Reckoning Esports with 10 as well. Mogo Esports with 9. THW with 7. Team Tamilids with 7. Still makes me wonder how the top 4 is going to look like.
I have a concern that RVNC's efforts might have been in vain. Mogo Esports, they had kind of, well, they were quite close to the qualification marker. So, yeah, Vasista Esports is still there with 6 points. So, again, I think this is going to be a very close call. And Mogo Esports might have pushed through because Reckoning and Global Esports were already quite high up in the rankings, right?
Yeah.
And they had pretty much, they were dominating that leaderboard after that game of Miramar came to an end. But looking at the next page of the rankings, Ikusol, we see them on that 11th position. So that is one team that is definitely not going to the semi-finals. They will have to find their journey through that wildcard bracket, and Revenant as well. But they aren't alone. I think Inertia, Rising Falcons, Kratic, RNB, everyone on the second page is just going to the wildcard.
Yeah, everyone on the second page in this point standing is also going to be on the second page in the overall standings.
Yeah.
But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Enough waiting for the overall standing of this entire day 4. Let's move on and reveal the curtains now. This is going to be the biggest icebreaker so far. And there we go, the top 4. Vasista Esports barely qualifying on that 4th spot. Mogo Esports haven't made it, Johnny.
Yeah.
RVNC, they have spoiled the day.
4 points. They missed out on 4 points. Guess how many players RVNC had when they ran into the fight? They had 4 players. So had Mogo won that one fight, they would have been in the top 4, man. That would have been it. Also, no, let me correct myself, because K47 is actually responsible for this qualification. He was the man who stayed in the corner with those first aids and survived all the way to the top 3.
Yeah,
so Vasista actually also made a big play. My apologies. It wasn't just RVNC. Props to Vasista Esports. They made the right calls. They played for survival in the last moment, and I think their maths is a little bit better than us because they made the calculations in the game.
As you mentioned, right? Props to K47 especially. This man made the right call to go for that med strat. He started looting up those death crates, and as soon as he got his hands on those first aids, he started to patch himself up instantly. Reckoning Esports on that second, as we expected that team to qualify. Global Esports on the first with the most amount of points so far. Team Tamilas as well. They barely squeezed themselves in 2 with 50 points.
Global Esports have more finishes than total points by Team Tamilas.
You really got to put it up, right?
I mean,
Global
this team is just built different, man. And I was having this conversation about with Fixtures that I'm really happy with how this lineup has come together. Feel happy for Mavi as well, since, I mean, there was a point where we were fans of him. I mean, he's been there in the community, leading charge for a long time. And of course, at one point, hailed as one of the most aggressive, mechanically gifted players of his era, still holds that aggression with himself. Now he is basically building 3 more Mavis alongside with him. He's like, all right, the entire team just fights together, guys. Let's just take on everyone and just beat everyone down and stand up top.
And so far, we're loving this team. They have been entertaining throughout the entire day, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? One more thing that we need to talk about is definitely going to be how the wild card's now going to start to shape up. There's so many of these bigger names looking forward to pull themselves out of the depths of hell.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a different story, right? Because wildcard, it's like Dante's Inferno, the 7th circle of hell. And it's not easy to climb out of it. You had 64 teams that walk in, only 16 walk out.
So many undergods will try to hold you down, but only some of the best will prevail and move in towards the semis itself. And we know over there the competition will be even more fierce, considering all the other teams are way too hurt and they're just there for the path for vengeance.
And of course, as we head into that wildcard stage, one thing that has also happened, hey, the curse is broken. Global Esports, they came from the grind and they've qualified at the first position.
Global Esports, I mean, we thought all the other teams from the grind, considering there was a big gap, they have been struggling, but then Global Esports, for some reason, they're just way too good, and all they need to do is just rely on their firepower, just go and jump in the fights, they somehow come out on top.
Exactly, so they've set things up for that wildcard stage, like, all right, this is how you need to play in order to qualify, because that will just be, again, we thought round 3 was tough until we came down to round 4, right? And now we think round 4 is tough. I'm waiting for the wild card.
Wild card's just going to be sweaty. Trust me when I say this. There's barely going to be any points separating those teams from the top spots. But you know what, Johnny? One more thing I would like to touch upon. you know this curse, right? A team that tends to perform in the league stage does
Yeah.
not perform where it matters the most, which is the grand finals.
Why do you have to point it out right before we are about to end things?
I mean, it has been a curse for a long time. But Johnny, considering things are coming to an end, any final words from you?
No, I'm just waiting for wildcard stages, man. Round 4 has set things up perfectly for the next few weeks.
That is true. Wildcard indeed will be super wild. We're going to be seeing all these undergods trying to hold down some of the known names who are trying to climb back up from the depths of hell. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it to the round 4. We'll see you guys in the next week in the wildcard itself.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Whopping.